Yo, what's up guys? This is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Become a member of the channel to access more content. The link is in the description. 9MZ315. The situation is reversed again. This scene stunned all the marine soldiers and the pirates of the Whitebeard pirates. How is this going? On the execution platform, Sangoku also noticed the situation, and his expression changed instantly. He picked up the phone bug and asked the opposite side. What happened to the pacifists? Why did they suddenly attack our marine's own battleship? Let them attack the ships of the Whitebeard pirates. Sangoku shouted orders into the phone bug. Originally, their secret battle plan was exposed by the snipers of the beast pirates one after another, and the balance of the whole battle had already fallen to the Whitebeard pirates. Sangoku was upset by all this nonsense. Now suddenly even the pacifists are unreliable. This made him feel even more headache. If it's just a few dozen pacifists, maybe it's nothing. But the terrible thing is that there are now 5,000 pacifists on the entire 633 battlefields. They shot at the same time, and Marine's warship was destroyed almost instantly. Even the marine soldiers who arranged to lie in ambush in the open sea, waiting to encircle the Whitebeard pirates and cut off their retreat, were also attacked and suffered heavy losses. Kizaru, what the hell are your men doing? Sangoku yelled again into the phone bug. The guy who commanded 5,000 pacifists was named Senmomaru. Advertisement Vegapunk's bodyguard and one of Puzalino's subordinates. Oh, Mr. Sangoku, it looks like Senmomaru and the 5,000 pacifists have been controlled by the enemy. What did you say? How could this happen? Looks like Rosen's crew did it. In the phone bug, Puzalino replied lazily in a mean voice. But, damn it, it's Rosen again. Sangoku clenched his fists and directed his gaze towards the mythical beast Xuanwu. Boom. At the same time he looked at Rosen, who was sitting cross-legged calmly on the divine beast Xuanwu. Dozens of lasers blasted a marine battleship into pieces all over the sky. In order to deal with the Whitebeard pirates and the beast pirates, naval headquarters completely wiped out their targets in Marineford and painstakingly arranged 5,000 pacifists. At this moment, they are indeed all under the control of Rosen's crew. And it was Mrs. Shirley who took control of the 5,000 pacifists and a large number of marine soldiers to attack their own troops. She is a phantom beast and succubus fruit-capable person. Through the summoned succubi, you can manipulate the dream of the target, turning the enemy into one of your own. The sound of rumbling explosions continued to sound. Advertisement, but now it seems that they are only shooting at our marine. Many people went to see Hades before they figured out what happened. The bastards of the Whitebeard pirates and the beast pirates were not attacked at all. So, all the warships were destroyed in an instant. It's over. There are so many peacemakers, it is impossible for us to defeat the enemy. However, at this moment, there are still many marine soldiers who don't know what's going on. B*******D. B******D. It doesn't look like there is a problem with the program, because if that is the case, they will launch an indiscriminate attack on all targets. Why is it now that our marine is surrounded by enemies? The targets of all pacifists are almost aimed at Marine's warships ambushing outside the harbor, as well as a large number of marine soldiers who have not been controlled by Mrs. Shirley. At this moment, golden laser beams, AHEC, swept across the entire Marineford battlefield. What the hell happened? Shouldn't our marines besiege the Whitebeard pirates and the beast pirates, and then use tactics, firepower, and the advantage of the terrain to wipe them all out? But, damn it, aren't the pacifists on our side? Why would they attack us? What the hell is going on? What are these guys doing? Will it be us who are unlucky today? Damn it, if I remember correctly, the number of pacifists mobilized today is more than 5,000. They are now turned to deal with this marine, and we are finished. Who the hell has this ability? Is there a problem with the programming of the pacifists? Sangoku has learned the truth through Puzalino. Damn it. Not only were they not attacked by the pacifists, but their pirate ship was not damaged at all. 316 8-foot Chonguyu. Suddenly attacked by thousands of pacifists, most of the marine officers and soldiers on the entire Marineford battlefield lost their positions at once. In order to avoid being affected, many people began to retreat one after another, and the panic scene intensified the speed of their casualties. In just a few minutes, marine soldiers had suffered more than 5,000 casualties. Sangoku on the execution platform looked at this situation. His face was already ugly to ultimate. Throughout Marineford, a total of 100,000 marines were summoned. At this moment, 1/20th of the troops were lost. If left unattended, with this rate of casualties continuing, it won't be long before the number of marine soldiers who can still maintain combat effectiveness will be greatly reduced. At that time, let alone wipe out the Whitebeard pirates and the beast pirates. It is already thankful to be able to guarantee that Marine will not be completely wiped out by those two pirate groups today. Back to. When Sangoku thought of these possibilities, Jonin couldn't help but clench his fists hard. Puzalino, hurry up and stop your subordinates. He picked up the phone bug and issued an order to Puzalino. Ouch. The enemy can control 5,000 pacifists at once and turn against us. It's terrible, Mr. Sangoku. Advertisement Puzalino had a super beaten tone. For such an answer, Sangoku was speechless. He said nothing, knowing that this was Puzalino's usual style. Kizaru, if you don't deal with this matter, our marine will be surrounded by our own people. Crane Vice Admiral also reminded solemnly in the phone bug at this time. Oh, the current opponent is really so scary. Puzalino responded. Although he said that his opponent was terrible, in fact Puzalino had already started to act. He turned into a burst of golden light and dissipated in the air, and soon came to the sea outside the inner bay. Looking down from the heights, you can see dense rows of pacifists approaching the Marineford Plaza at this moment. Puzalino quickly glanced at the situation below, but found that he couldn't find the enemies hiding behind the scenes and manipulating these pacifists for a while. He quickly locked the position of Jiuyou. At this time, Xuanwu was fighting with Marine Vice Admiral Dapeng with a huge axe on his shoulders. Obviously even he has been controlled by the enemy. 8-foot Changguyu. Puzalino did not hesitate too much, and after observing for a few seconds, he began to attack the densely packed 5,000 pacifists below. Advertisement 0. Seeking flowers. As his fruit ability was activated, in an instant, thousands of golden laser beams that were exactly the same as the laser attacks used by those pacifists were released from Puzalino's body. The overwhelming golden light easily penetrated the bodies of the pacifists below. Boom 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 boom. Huge bodies fell down one after another. After being attacked by Puzalino's laser, the mechanical structure inside the bodies of these pacifists was completely exposed. 0. Mrs. Shirley, who was hiding on one of the undamaged warships on the ice and controlled thousands of pacifists through succubi, quickly noticed this situation. That guy is Admiral Puzalino of Naval Headquarters. The villain Leo, who was acting as a guard beside Mrs. Shirley, looked up at Puzalino in the sky, and reminded in a dignified tone. After all, it's just a group of mechanical structures. In the face of a real strong man, it really is inevitable to be killed in seconds. Mrs. Shirley looked nonchalantly at the hundreds of pacifists on the ice that had been destroyed by Puzalino's laser attack just now. Their bodies are still emitting smoke at this moment. The mechanical structure inside has been completely destroyed, completely losing its combat effectiveness. 318 Yumato Sakuzuki. Following the first wave of attacks, after successfully killing hundreds of pacifists, Puzalino did not launch another attack. He started paddling, his gaze pretending to scan the entire battlefield. At this time, all the marine soldiers on the scene saw the heroic figure of him killing hundreds of pacifists in a flash. All of a sudden, voices of praise for Puzalino sounded everywhere. It's Mr. Puzalino. Our admiral from Naval Headquarters has finally made another move. It's amazing. It's too powerful. It wiped out hundreds of pacifists at once. 703. Although it is the result of Dr. Vegapunk's research, it is very powerful, but in front of Naval Headquarters Admiral, it is still too fragile. Now we can continue to fight back against the enemies of the Whitebeard pirates and the Beast pirates with peace of mind. Finally, I don't need to be threatened by these, my own, guys anymore. That's great. Everyone quickly reorganized the formation, and immediately prepared to launch a counterattack against the enemy. We must not let those guys escape. Not bad. No matter what happens today, we must wipe out all the enemies here. The marine soldiers saw that Puzalino had an absolute crushing advantage as soon as he made a move, and their morale was boosted and they cheered endlessly. The voices of praise and recognition for Puzalino are endless. As expected of Admiral from Naval Headquarters, he killed so many pacifists in an instant. Seeing hundreds of pacifists being wiped out in an instant, the villain Leo couldn't help but admire. But at the moment when he made his voice, Puzalino's gaze immediately turned to the battleship where he and Mrs. Shirley were. Advertisement. There was a hint of doubt in the playful eyes behind the sunglasses. Oops. He seems to have spotted us. The villain Leo was shocked, and couldn't help but speak again. Mrs. Shirley at the side took a deep look at him and couldn't help frowning. Mrs. Shirley said nothing, and did not blame the villain Leo. But as an experienced person, she has already realized that the villain Leo just said something wrong. He shouldn't have shown that surprised attitude, because of the Admiral of Naval Headquarters, each holds hockey. There is no doubt that Puzalino has clearly heard the villain Leo's soliloquy through his knowledgeable perception just now. This is tantamount to exposing them directly to their opponents. In other words, even if they are still hiding in the cockpit of the marine battleship, they no longer have any hidden effect. Sure enough, in the next second, the two saw at the same time that Puzalino above the sky raised a finger towards the bottom. Ouch. I finally found you. It turned out to be hiding on the marine's battleship. It's a smart idea. He condensed a golden light on his fingertips while talking to himself in that very obscene tone. At the same time, Mrs. Shirley was also manipulating the remaining thousands of pacifists, raised their heads and opened their mouths one after another, condensing golden lasers and aiming at Puzalino at the same time. But Puzalino didn't seem to see the behavior of those pacifists. Advertisement. Still with a playful smile, he unhurriedly released his own laser attack on the marine battleship below. At the same time, the other side of the battlefield. Sakuzuki came aggressively in front of the divine beast Xuanwu. The one who came down to welcome him was naturally Yumato, who volunteered. Sakuzuki. Let me be your opponent. Yumato was carrying the mace, looked at Sakuzuki who was not far away, and raised the mace high above his head without saying a word. The 10 hammer wolf smashed down on the opponent's head. The surrounding marines are also observing the situation here. After all, Sakuzuki is also one of Naval Headquarters admirals. Seeing Yumato make a move at this time, he took the initiative to launch a thunderous blow at Sakuzuki. Most of the marine soldiers immediately raised their hearts to their throats. Look, that Kaido's daughter started fighting Sakuzuki Admiral too. Guy's daughter who is over 5.8 years old, that crazy woman. I really don't know the heights of the heavens and the earth. Don't underestimate that woman, she caused us a lot of trouble just now. That's right. At present, it seems that only Marine's Admiral can compete with it. Even if the Ghost Spider Vice Admiral made a move just now, he was almost defeated by that woman. Is it such an exaggeration? Don't you remember it wrong? It's absolutely no exaggeration. Vice Admiral, the Ghost Spider, is over there. Do you want to go over and ask him? Sakuzuki Admiral, can you hold off this witch's attack? Goo. .3196-eared macaque outburst. Under the watchful eyes of the marine officers and most of the pirates, Yumato's mace has already hit the opponent. Boom. The mace wrapped around armament hockey exuded a breath-like fluid energy and hit Sakuzuki's arm hard. Although it was Logia demon fruit power, I shot Sakuzuki just now, which affected his body to a certain extent. At this time, Sakuzuki did not directly use his head to resist Yumato's attack. His arm was in the crotch the moment Yumato attacked, he immediately turned into a form of scorching dark red lava. Zzz. White smoke rose from Yumato's mace, and the whole mace soon turned red. The scorching energy was transmitted to Yumato's hands, which made her startled. It's hot. UB*******D. Yumato angrily let go of the hand holding the mace, jumped back 2 steps in disbelief, and looked at Sakuzuki in shock, whose body was emitting hot air bubbles. Since you are Kaido's daughter, I cannot let you leave here today. The mace encased in magma passed through Sakuzuki's arm and eventually fell to the ground. And his fist also became extremely huge, forming a shape like a dog's head. While speaking, Saka's fist had already hit Yumato. She is full of power, and she didn't show any mercy to Yumato just because she was a womanizer. Hateful. You guys really push your limits, ma'am, I'm not easy to bully either. Facing Kaido's huge lava fist, Yumato was not to be outdone, wrapped around the powerful armament hockey, and took the initiative to meet Sakuzuki. Armament hockey, released from Yumato's body like a fluid. A streak of purple-black lightning also wrapped around her body at this moment. Advertisement only facing Sakuzuki, the long-established top marine powerhouse, Yumato did not give an inch. He swung his fist and punched Sakuzuki hard, boom. The two punched each other at the same time, and a powerful shockwave erupted instantly. The terrifying shockwave quickly spread in all directions with a shape and speed visible to the naked eye. The ice under the feet of Yumato and Sakuzuki also collapsed and shattered instantly. The shockwave has even affected the divine beast Xuanwu. It slammed into the defensive barrier opened by the mythical beast Xuanwu. Although it failed to break through the strongest defensive barrier of the divine beast Xuanwu, it also caused the body of the divine beast Xuanwu to shake slightly. Watching the fierce confrontation between the two, Rosen frowned. Hey, I told you not to get too close to fight here. Go over there and fight, don't interfere with me watching other people's fights, okay? Rosen said angrily to Yumato and Sakuzuki. It's a pity that his captain's words were directly ignored by Yumato. It is even more impossible for Sakuzuki to do things according to his wishes. At this time, with the further activation of Sakuzuki's lava fruit ability, the huge glacier that trapped the divine beast Xuanwu has begun to melt. The scorching heat reached a terrifying temperature, and even the seawater began to heat up rapidly. Brother Captain, it seems that Mrs. Shirley and the others have been discovered. Eyes watched the battle between Yumato and Sakuzuki, and saw that it was impossible for the two to decide the winner in a short time. Although it is the highest-end combat power of naval headquarters, Sakuzuki cannot form an absolute crush on Yumato. So there is no need to worry too much about that woman. Maybe. It's Sakuzuki who should be worried. 010602107 Filu 080131061. Thinking, Ice turned his eyes to the distant sky. Advertisement there, Puzalino was continuously releasing golden laser attacks one after another at the marine battleship below. At the same time, a large number of pacifists are also launching a counterattack against Puzalino above the sky. It's just that their attacks have no effect on Puzalino at all. Countless golden laser beams directly penetrated Puzalino's body, failing to cause any damage to him. Let them make trouble. This is a good opportunity for you to increase the bounty, Izzy. Take advantage of the opportunity. Rosen smiled and turned to look at Eyes, reminding him. But after a while, the pacifists on the ice turned around and started a new round of attacks on the marine soldiers around the Marineford battlefield and the docked marine warships. The sniper of the beast pirates, Shumfeng Ear, Eyes. The powerful observation hockey, coupled with the ability of devil fruit in the form of a 6-eared macaque. It's really scary to treat the old man as the target of attack. Ouch. Let Izzy lock Puzalino firmly in an instant. While Puzalino was speaking, there were still countless golden lasers penetrating his body. P.S. Please subscribe. Even if the opponent turns into light and dissipates immediately at this moment, Eyes is confident that he can hit that guy. It is not possible to encounter such a top-level war anytime, anywhere. Obviously, at this moment, Puzalino immediately sensed Eyes' actions through the incomparably powerful observation hockey. He subconsciously glanced at Izzy, then let Marine Admiral Kizaru also taste the power of my infinite bullet. Immediately afterwards, he raised his hands with a funny expression on his face, without any hesitation at all. Saying that, Eyes 270 started to set up the bullet, aiming and locking Puzalino in the air. I know, brother captain, 320 how about letting Marco come to me? It is not necessary to destroy all the warships, it is enough to mainly kill their vital forces. Rosen picked up the phone bug in a leisurely manner and said to Mrs. Shirley. In the fierce battle just now, many pirate ships have been destroyed. Although Rosen is not used to being nosy, but if Whitebeard and the others plan to retreat next, they still need to leave some warships for them. Otherwise, it would be tantamount to letting these guys stay here to die. I see. Mrs. Shirley nodded, and manipulated the remaining 3,000 pacifists to launch a new round of attack on the marine soldiers above Marineford. La 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 la. Since I exposed Sakuzuki's conspiracy just now, Skyad's assassination plan against him failed. Later, Iz once again exposed the secret battle plan of Marshal Sangoku of Naval Headquarters, and also exposed their conspiracy to surround and destroy the entire Whitebeard pirate group. After these two things, Whitebeard has already looked at the entire mythical beast pirates with admiration. He had been observing the situation on the battlefield just now. At the same time, he has already made preparations for all his sons to retreat. It's just that when he saw that at this moment, thousands of pacifists emerged from the open sea, constantly approaching here. And all of them are shooting at the marine soldiers. After seeing this situation, Whitebeard changed his mind. He doesn't intend for the crew to retreat, but to keep them attacking Marineford and taking back the ace. La 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 la. Advertisement. He first laughed, and glanced at Rosen, who was sitting leisurely on the head of the divine beast Xuanwu. The latter sensed Whitebeard's gaze, and also looked at him. Whitebeard, why don't you hurry up and rescue your son? Rosen asked with a smile. La 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 la. The sniper on your ship is very good, do you want to consider making him my son, Rosen? La 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 la. Whitebeard laughed and turned his gaze to Izzy, who was confronting Puzalino. Hearing this, Izzy felt a thump in his heart. He didn't speak, though, and he didn't look back at Whitebeard. Because at this moment, he is confronting Puzalino, the top powerhouse. Facing an opponent of this level, if you are not careful, you may be defeated and die. So Izzy didn't dare to be distracted, but at the same time, he also rejected Whitebeard's idea just now. It is absolutely impossible for him to leave the beast pirates and become a sniper in the Whitebeard pirates. Whitebeard, why don't you help me and ask Marco if he'd like to come by my side? It just so happens that every member of my ship is a phantom beast, W. Rosen responded with a smile. La 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 la. Advertisement. Whitebeard grinned. He knew that Rosen was only joking with himself, and of course he was joking with the other party. At this moment, thousands of pacifists pose a very serious threat to marine soldiers. Except for the experts who mastered the ability of Logia Devil Fruit, the rest of the ordinary marine soldiers could not avoid the fate of being hit by those golden lasers. The encirclement offensive that the enemy originally prepared specially for them collapsed in an instant. In just a few minutes, thousands of marine soldiers fell or were injured in this counterattack. At this moment, Marine not only lost the advantage in numbers. Even the tactical advantage has disappeared. La 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 la. Little ones, rush to me, take back the ace. Whitebeard gave an order, turned around and took the lead in rushing towards the execution platform in the distance. He is a horse, the king's, first, with a burly body 7 or 8 meters high, coupled with the supreme sharp knife in his hand. He simply swept away thousands of troops and was invincible. With the power of the shock fruit punched with the left hand, it will definitely blow away at least hundreds of marine soldiers who tried to stop them from advancing. With a slash of the right hand, the extremely powerful sword energy will cut through the sky and the earth, and send every enemy in the way to the west. Father is simply too brave, follow dad, take Ace back to the county. Ace. Here we come. Take advantage of the opportunity of Marine's defeat, and immediately defeat them in one go. .321 Phoenix versus Frozen Fruit. Seeing Whitebeard's invincibility, the morale of the crew of the Whitebeard pirates was boosted, and they followed Whitebeard and charged forward one by one. And Mrs. Shirley also manipulated the remaining 3,000 pacifists very cleverly, and began to accelerate towards the position of the Marineford Plaza. The marine battleships in the open sea and the active forces in the marine ambush have basically been wiped out. Captain Rosen, what shall we do now? Cooperate with the Whitebeard pirates to fully counter Marine? General steers thousands of pacifists forward, Mrs. Shirley asked over the phone bug. After she finished speaking, she raised her head and glanced at the sky. At this moment, Puzalino is still confronting Iz with his hands raised. His appearance is very funny. Well, this battle has dragged on for too long, and I feel a little bored. Just let Whitebeard do his thing. Rosen responded with a shrug. After Whitebeard saves Ace, the next thing is the battle between him and Whitebeard. Don't worry, 083, Puzalino will never affect you again. Izzo stared at Puzalino and said. His sense of knowledge sensed that Puzalino was trying to attack Mrs. Shirley, so he reminded him like this. Ouch. That look in your eyes is really scary. Puzalino spread out his hands, and again he looked and spoke in a very unbeatable manner. After finishing the words, he suddenly pointed to Mrs. Shirley and the villain Leo without hesitation. Advertisement. A golden laser shot out from Puzalino's fingertips and shot towards Mrs. Shirley's head. I forgot to tell you guys, I'm a tricky old man. While releasing an attack to attack Mrs. Shirley, Puzalino joked again. Hateful. Boom. Seeing that the other party, AHCC, was actually staring at him to lock onto his pressure, he still attacked Mrs. Shirley, and immediately gritted his teeth fiercely, and shot at the target without mercy. Bullets roared into the sky like a cannon. It's a pity that Izzy's attack was still too slow for Puzalino. The moment the bullet hit Puzalino, the opponent's body also turned into golden light and dissipated in the air. Hateful, unwillingly, Izzy locked his opponent's position again. At the same time, he glanced at Mrs. Shirley. Fine. He breathed a sigh of relief, because seeing that the villain Leo has helped Mrs. Shirley block Puzalino's sneak attack just now. It seems that you really want to stop our actions, Puzalino. In this case, let you experience what it's like for your naval headquarters soldiers to be killed one by your own people. Mrs. Shirley raised her head and looked at Puzalino, who was born again, with a hint of anger in her eyes. Immediately afterwards, she manipulated all the pacifists without hesitation and began to attack Marineford on a large scale. Thousands of pacifists, some of them were responsible for attacking the marine soldiers, and the other part was focusing their firepower, and began to attack the large defensive barriers that had risen in the distance and blocked the advance of Mohuzi and others. The huge explosion sound of boom 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 continued to resound around the battlefield. Every pacifist's laser attack is more powerful than ordinary artillery, and can easily blast an entire residential building into ruins. Advertisement such an attack, even by a single pacifist, is enough to destroy the entire Marineford complex. What's more, now they are issued in hundreds of ways. In an instant, the entire Marineford battlefield seemed to have turned into hell for the marine soldiers. The marine soldiers who had already lost their home court advantage and were beaten into a mess by thousands of pacifists. But before Kuzan's attack was released, suddenly a figure rushed over from his right. It was Naval Headquarters other Admiral, Aokiji, Kuzan. Caught off guard, Kuzan was kicked hard by Marco and flew out to the left in a spiral. That figure flapped a pair of white icy wings and quickly chased up. At the same time, they must also face the impact of tens of thousands of Whitebeard pirates. Phoenix, Marco. In an instant, many people fled directly, never daring to fight again. Boom. Seeing that Whitebeard was about to reach the area of the execution platform, a figure suddenly blocked his way. Facing Whitebeard's back is about to unleash his freezing attack. Phoenix. The figure also had wings, but it was in the form of a dark green flame. Iceball. With a boom, it hit the ground heavily. This moment is not just about confronting pacifists who were once one of our own. Kuzan climbed up from the shattered ground nonchalantly, looked up at Marco suspended in the sky, and nonchalantly reached out to wipe away the blood overflowing from the corner of his mouth. Seeing Kuzan appear in the sky behind Whitebeard at this time, he naturally stepped forward to protect the day without hesitation. Marco has been guarding Whitebeard's surroundings to prevent Whitebeard from being attacked by other powerful naval headquarters. 322 out of control. Hateful. Marshal Sangoku, I'm afraid the situation here is getting out of hand. What shall we do now? On the execution platform, watching Kuzan being kicked away by Marco, Whitebeard continued to approach the execution platform with the others. Sangoku's face was extremely serious. Just at this time, a voice of inquiry came from the phone in his hand. Listening to the voice, it sounds like it should be a plus for one of Admiral's candidates. Hold on to me. These enemies must not be allowed to cross the defensive barrier. Sangoku replied in a deep voice. From his point of view, it can be clearly seen that thousands of pacifists are massacring all marine soldiers. Fortunately, when the protective barrier was raised before, most of the marine soldiers had already returned to the Marineford Square, and only a small part remained outside. And these marine soldiers who were forced to stay outside the protective barrier were basically abandoned. In other words, put it more directly, originally, their sacrifice was already in the plan formulated by Naval Headquarters to wipe out the Whitebeard pirate group and other possible pirate groups. Once the enemy is trapped in the inner bay, he will order the pacifists to launch an indiscriminate attack. Be sure to completely kill all living forces in the shortest possible time. So at this moment, Sangoku's focus is not on the marine soldiers who were attacked. Almost all of his attention was placed on Whitebeard, who was constantly approaching the execution platform. Sakuzuki is held back by Yumato of the monster pirates. Advertisement Puzalino, on the other hand, was held back by Smooth Ear, Izzy and the woman who controlled the pacifists. With only one Kuzan, it is impossible to stop Whitebeard. Just at this time, Sangoku also saw a figure appearing on the battlefield. The figure was thin and small, with an orange straw hat on his back. Straw Hat Luffy. Garp's own grandson. At this time, Luffy has actively participated in the rescue of Ace since he appeared just now, and kept shooting at Marine. The key is that he is accompanied by the former 7 Warlords of the Sea member, Haishu Jinbei, and Sand Crocodile, K. Lock Doll et al. There is also a cadre of the Revolutionary Army, the S*****E King, Emporio Ivankov. Due to the participation of the Beast Pirates, the battle situation is becoming more and more unfavorable for Marine. At this moment, not only Whitebeard and others have approached the defensive barrier, but Luffy and others have also come before the defensive barrier. Cooperating with the pacifists who continuously attack the defensive barrier from a distance, these pirates also launched attacks on the defensive barrier. The sound of boom 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 is endless. All of Marineford was shaking. Fortunately, the defensive barrier is made of the world's best steel mixed with seastone. The defense is comparable to the Gate of Justice. Therefore, no matter how the pirates outside attack, they cannot shake it at all. Even Whitebeard himself did the same. It's no way to go on like this. Crane Vice Admiral returned to the execution platform at some point, and stood beside Sangoku, his gaze scanning the entire battlefield. Advertisement outside the defensive barriers, almost every battlefield is filled with blood and fire. 0. Seeking flowers. Puzalino, Sakuzuki, Kuzan, you all come back. Although I didn't expect the members of the Beast Pirates to have the ability to control our pacifists. This caused our annihilation plan to go wrong, but it doesn't affect the next action. Everyone who can retreat immediately. If you can't retreat, try to avoid fighting with the enemy, and find a safe place to hide yourself. Next, the real battle of encirclement and annihilation begins. Sabadi Archipelago, emergency shelter. Countless people's faces were extremely ugly at this time, and each expression was very speechless. Because at this moment, there is still no battle scene on the big live screen in front of them. Almost completely occupied by that annoying clown buggy. When the hell is this B******** D buggy going to let us watch the Marineford fight? Damn it. More than half an hour has passed, and I don't know what happened to the entire Marineford battlefield. If this continues, it will be meaningless at all, and we will not be able to explain to the headquarters. B********D. Who the hell can contact Marineford to find out what happened? By the way, let Marine send someone to take this B*******D buggy away. Actually holding a videophone bug and chatting to us live for more than half an hour. During the period, he kept bragging about his identity and background. This clown buggy really lives up to his name. Damn buggy. Let's watch the battle quickly. 323 buggy is killed. The angry shouting lasted for a while, and then gradually quieted down very regularly, as before. Because everyone is already feeling a little tired. I can no longer abuse and complain about buggy's behavior. But I don't know if it's because of their weakness. Suddenly, I only saw the picture on the big screen of the live broadcast, and it changed. At the same time, the clown buggy in the picture is no longer chattering like before, bragging about himself in front of the whole world. It seems that everyone has fully understood the identity of me, the legendary big pirate, Mr. Buggy. Then next, I, Uncle Buggy, will take all of you to experience this unprecedented battle of the strongest in the world. We can see that there are a large number of unidentified guys appearing on the main square of Marineford at this moment. They look like Bartholomew Kuma, one of the fabled 7 warlords of the sea. I heard it was originally owned by Naval Headquarters, a pacifist named Weapon on Earth. Originally, Marshal Marine Sangoku planned to use them to ambush the Whitebeard pirate group, trying to wipe out the Whitebeard pirate group here. But now these pacifists have been controlled by members of Rosen's Beast Pirates. Advertisement, they're attacking the Marine, it's really spectacular. The whole Marineford is in flames, there are explosions and dead Marine soldiers everywhere. Wow, it's over. Our side is under attack too. Please don't be impatient, everyone. Mr. Buggy will leave for a while, and will continue to report the latest battle situation of Marineford for you later. Boom. With a blast of rejection resounding from the big screen, the camera of the videophone bug was shaken, and then fell into darkness. Watching the big live broadcast screen suddenly go black, there is no sound or movement anymore, and everyone in the entire Sabadi Archipelago square also fell silent. You look at me one by one, I look at you, staring at each other, completely unaware of what happened. Google. Buggy the Clown, have you been killed yet? After a while, someone tried to ask. They could see clearly just now, before Buggy the Clown's live broadcast went offline, it seemed that there was an explosion at Buggy's location. It looked like someone had attacked him. Advertisement. And before going offline, Buggy also clearly mentioned that they were attacked. HMPH. Even if that guy is killed, there is nothing to regret. Not bad. We wasted more than half an hour of our time. That B*******D Buggy deserves to die. It must be Marine who is taking action against the enemy. It's really great. That nasty guy was finally dealt with by Marine. Yeah, we wasted so much of our precious time, and we all missed a lot of wonderful battles. Now this annoying damn guy is finally gone. But, why are you so happy? Although Buggy has been killed, we can't watch the live broadcast anymore. The signal of the videophone bug is cut off. Yes, Buggy was killed, and the signal of the videophone bug was also cut off. We still can't see the battle situation in Marineford. It's really a headache. 3.8. Damn B*******D. It's all because of that guy Buggy. If it weren't for him, we would have gotten first-hand information. What is the situation in Marineford now? Is there anyone who can answer this question? Or is there a way to contact Marineford directly? Hey, Marine over there, I'm a world nobleman. Let's watch the live broadcast. 324 and Kaido Alliance. Countless reporters, nobles and Marines' family members shouted for the immediate resumption of the live broadcast. The whole shelter is noisy at this moment. People who don't know think they have arrived at the vegetable market. I'm sorry sir, the videophone bug's signal was cut off at Marineford, so there's nothing we can do here. Calls to Marineford have not been answered so far. If you want to know the situation on the battlefield, I'm afraid you can only wait patiently. Facing the loud questions and orders from the nobles of the world here, the Marine soldiers in charge of guarding the phone bugs could only patiently answer them. But what they said couldn't solve the problem at all. On the contrary, it made the audience in the 07 scene explode further. Especially the aristocrats of the world. In addition, some guys with ulterior motives mixed in the team also jumped out at this moment to fan the flames and add fuel to the flames. For a while, minor disturbances began to occur in the entire emergency shelter. New World, Todo Land Kingdom. Well, well, well. Aunt Charlotte Linlin's laughter echoed in the palace. She and Kaido reached the first condition of cooperation before, promising that once the pirate groups of the two parties form an alliance, all interests from now on will be divided according to the agreed 50-50. Several other conditions were then negotiated. Up to this moment, all the conditions have been fully negotiated. Kaido, from today, our Big Mom pirates and your Beasts pirates are one family. Well, 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 well. Advertisement, I have asked Puro Ross to arrange an island for you to be stationed. Next, settle down in my Dodo Land Kingdom for the time being before reclaiming your own territory. Charlotte Linlin stared at Kaido, laughed and said again. Unnecessary. Before coming here, we had taken down a town as a temporary stronghold. Now there are our people there to deal with it. Kaido looked out the door while talking. At this time, Pei Ross has already led a group of people and walked in with bottles of fine wine. Well, 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 since you already have a temporary foothold, then I won't force you. Come and drink. Well, 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 from today, we are officially allies, Linlin. Kaido stood up, took a jug of wine from Ross Perot, and handed a jug to Charlotte Linlin at the same time. Well, 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 cheers, Kaido, wish us a happy cooperation. Laughing and just about to raise the wine bottle to clink glasses with Kaido, Charlotte Linlin suddenly glanced at Katakuri, who was silent. At this moment, the latter was lowering his head slightly and muttering silently. Katakuri, what are you thinking? Advertisement Charlotte Linlin asked curiously. It's inappropriate for Katakuri to be so indifferent at this moment when everyone should be celebrating. I'm wondering if we should get our men up to Marineford right now, Mom. After all, New World is still a short distance from Marineford. If we start now, it should be just right. As soon as he finished speaking, suddenly there were bursts of rumbling, huge explosions from the live broadcast screen in the hall. At the same time, it was accompanied by the cheers of the Whitebeard pirates, and the screams of the marine soldiers crying like mothers. This movement immediately attracted everyone's attention. Kaido and Charlotte Linlin turned their heads to watch the big screen immediately. Upon seeing this, the eyes of the two of them changed slightly at the same time, and their expressions also became surprised. Why are pacifists attacking us all of a sudden? Damn it, what's going on here? Aren't those guys on our side? The pacifist is the result of Dr. Vegapunk's research, and it is our Marine's secret weapon to wipe out the Whitebeard pirates today. Why did they suddenly rebel? Don't be stupid. How could robots be rebellious? They must be controlled by someone. Actually being controlled? How did this happen? Hey, it seems to be the mythical beast pirates. Damn it, On the big screen of the live broadcast, the screams of the marine soldiers were continuously heard, and at the same time there were waves of doubts. It's not difficult to hear through these voices that the marine is being attacked by their own people. And from the condescending lens in the air, there are thousands of pacifists, densely packed outside the Marineford Inner Bay, advancing towards the Marineford Plaza. Looking at the situation on the big screen, the faces of Kaido and Charlotte Linlin instantly sank. 325 plan postponed. Along with the big screen of the live broadcast, the screams of marine being attacked continued to be heard. Looking at the densely packed, thousands of pacifists, they are shrinking the encirclement against the marine soldiers. And Admiral Puzalino of Naval Headquarters was pinned down by members of the Beast Pirates, unable to escape at all. Another Headquarters Admiral, Akainu Sakuzuki, was also pinned down by Yumato. The rest of the Whitebeard pirates, under the leadership of Whitebeard himself, rushed towards the direction of the execution platform quickly, as if they were entering the land of no one. So far, Marine has fallen into a disadvantage in an all-round way. Look at such a situation. At this moment, everyone in the entire palace hall is holding their breath. Even Kaido and Charlotte Linlin stopped talking, and their faces were extremely ugly. They watched in silence for a while. I have been watching thousands of pacifists and cooperated with the Whitebeard pirates and the Beast pirates to bring almost all Marines back to the Marineford Plaza. And Marine's 3 admirals, Sakuzuki, Puzalino, and Kuzan were also forced to retreat back to the main square. Relying on the incomparably strong protective barrier, they reluctantly made the last resistance. After seeing this, Charlotte Linlin finally spoke. Kaido, it looks like our plan of action is going to be delayed. Advertisement, now doesn't seem like a good time to make a move. Surprisingly, Charlotte Linlin didn't have her trademark smile. Turning his head to look at Kaido, his eyes were also full of sharp and cold light. No wonder she had such an idea. Originally, they planned to take advantage of the opportunity of a full-scale war between Marine and Whitebeard pirates, and the participation of the Beast pirates, and take their own large troops to Marineford to mix it up. Or take the opportunity to expand the sphere of influence in New World and grab more benefits. But it's all built on one foundation. That is, the Whitebeard pirates and the Beast pirates suffered heavy losses and even suffered devastating blows in the battle with Marine. But now what they see through the live broadcast on the big screen is far from what they expected before. Not only Rosen's Beast pirates were not hit hard by naval headquarters, but the Whitebeard pirates did not lose as much as imagined. Even their 2 pirate groups turned around and defeated Marine's tens of millions of troops. Such a scene made Charlotte Linlin finally back down. After all, she had fought Rosen with her own hands. In his heart, he deeply knew how powerful Rosen was. Now that naval headquarters seems to have fallen into an absolute disadvantage, it is in turn surrounded by the Beast Pirates and the Whitebeard Pirates. Then, with the characters of Whitebeard and Rosen, it is very likely that Marineford will be destroyed. Advertisement: it is not a wise choice to run over to participate at this time. Following Charlotte Linlin's words, almost everyone's heart sank at the same time. Kaido, on the other hand, had a different reaction from the others. I don't think so. Kaido snorted coldly, turned around and looked at the picture on the big live screen. Oh, well, tell me, what's the difference, Kaido? Seeing his attitude, Charlotte Linlin also became curious. As an old friend who has known each other for decades, she naturally has a better understanding of the characteristics of some money in Kaido. In addition to Kaido possessing the ability of the mythical beast Azure Dragon and possessing the most powerful vitality in the world, Kaido's head is also very flexible. Many people think that Kaido is tall and burly, with 5 big and 3 thick, rough and informal appearance, and thinks that Kaido is a big old man with strong limbs and a simple mind. Actually not. Kaido is very good at scheming, and the city is very deep and straightforward. Otherwise, in the new world where there are many powerful people, it is impossible for him to pull up the beast's pirates with hundreds of core members by himself. 326 The counterattack begins. Based on the current situation, Marine's defeat is only a matter of time. The 3 admirals of naval headquarters were completely restrained by the members of the Beast Pirates, and they couldn't play the role of intercepting the Whitebeard Pirates at all. And there are several members of the Beast Pirates, including Rosen, who have not made a move. Now the mythical Beast Pirates control 5,000 pacifists to counterattack Marine's soldiers. That puts Marine at an absolute disadvantage, not to mention Whitebeard and his squad leaders. No matter how I look at it, I can't see that Marine has any chance of winning, lose. You came to explain to me, what do you think differently? Well, while talking, Charlotte Linlin turned her gaze back to the big live screen. Through the videophone bug on the Albatross at high altitude, they can see the situation of the whole Marineford Plaza clearly. Basically, no matter whether it is the inner bay or the outer sea, the whole floor can be seen at a glance. But at this moment, it can be clearly seen that thousands of pacifists have blocked the entrance of the entire inner bay. They are still constantly shooting at Marine soldiers left on the ice in the inner bay. The Whitebeard Pirates have also arrived at the 190-meter high protective barrier near the Marineford Plaza and the execution platform. As for the Marine, most of the Marine soldiers, including the 3 admirals from naval headquarters, have retreated to the Marineford Plaza, hiding behind huge protective barriers one by one. Just looking at the situation like this, it doesn't look like Marine will win. So after Charlotte Linlin made that sound of analysis and questioning, the rest of the people also looked at Kaido one after another. Everyone is curious, what difference did Kaido see? You all think that those bastards in Marine are going to lose, right? Kaido didn't answer Charlotte Linlin's question directly, nor did he pay attention to the suspicious eyes around him. His eyes were locked on the live broadcast screen, Marine Marshal Sangoku and Hero Vice Admiral Garp. Governor Kaido, based on the current battlefield situation, it is indeed the Whitebeard Pirates and the Beast Pirates who surrounded Marine. The intuitive feeling is that Marine is retreating steadily, and I can't see what they are using to counter the enemy. Advertisement. While talking, Jin's eyes fell on Rosen, who was on the head of the divine beast Xuanwu. That guy alone is enough to make Marine very difficult. Hearing that Jin was also asking questions, Kaido turned his head and took a deep look at the other party, but again, he did not directly answer the other party's doubts. Don't forget, Sangoku personally took charge of this war. It's too early to say that Marine is going to lose the war. As Kaido said, he pointed to the middle area of the big screen. Didn't you notice anything unusual? He asked everyone in the audience. Hearing his words, everyone followed his direction and looked over. At first glance, all you see are densely packed pirates and pirate ships trapped on the ice and frozen. Everyone showed some confused expressions, looked at Kaido, and shook their heads subconsciously. Kaido's face darkened, feeling a sense of displeasure in his heart. I thought these were all idiots. Do I really want to take these guys with such poor observation skills to crusade against the Beast Pirates and Whitebeard Pirates next? That's really choking. He was about to continue explaining when Katakuri stepped forward. Kaido immediately turned his head to look at the other party. Katakuri left his chair and came to the side of Kaido and Charlotte Linlin, his chin raised towards the middle area of the big screen. You're talking about those ice surfaces, right, Kaido? Hearing what he said, Kaido's eyes lit up, immediately, and a trace of surprise arose in his heart. No wonder it has been said that Katakuri is one of Charlotte Linlin's most valued sons, because he is very stable and reliable. Not only powerful, but also quick thinking. Now it seems that it really is a well-deserved reputation. Finally, there is someone who can see what the problem is. Kaido snorted coldly. Advertisement? Well, you mean, the Marine will attack the ice inside the harbor next? This is indeed a very vicious plot. Well. After his words fell, Charlotte Linlin immediately laughed too. Because she also saw the problem. The entire battle that took place in Marineford today, Charlotte Linlin can be said to have seen it from beginning to end. Before the Whitebeard Pirates arrived in Marineford, Sangoku announced the true identity of Fire Fist Ace in front of the whole world's cameras. She has been there. The original Marineford Inner Harbor was originally a piece of Wang Yang. It's just that in the battle between the Whitebeard Pirates and Marine Admiral Aokiji just now, in order to prevent the entire marine fort from being destroyed by the tsunami. Admiral Aokiji activated his Devil Fruit ability, freezing the entire sea. At this moment, almost all members of the Whitebeard pirates and the Beast pirates are already standing in the frozen inner bay of Marineford. Although it seems that they have forced Marine to retreat steadily, they have to rely on strong and tall protective barriers to resist the attack. But in fact, looking at the current battle situation from another angle, we can actually draw a conclusion. That is the Whitebeard pirates and the Beast pirates, who seem to have the upper hand, but in fact they have been trapped on the ice. Until this moment, they have not been able to advance even half a point. Because no matter whether it is Whitebeard or whoever makes the shot, Marine's solid defense barrier cannot be shaken at this moment. In other words, a little more direct. That is, now Marine only needs to completely destroy the ice in the inner bay. Then, at that time, most of the members of the Whitebeard pirates and the members of the Beast pirates who rely on these ice surfaces to gain a foothold will fall into the sea in an instant. Ordinary people are outside the scope of the discussion. But among the Whitebeard pirates, there is a lot of demon fruit power. If these people fall into the sea, there is no need to say more about the consequences. And as for the Beast pirates, it's even more serious. All phantom beasts, each with demon fruit power. Once they lose their footing on the ice, they will become reservoir dogs, one by one. At that time, I'm afraid it will be Marine's turn to fight back against them. Point 327 The finishing blow. Yes, Lin, you finally see the problem. Kaido nodded, glanced at Charlotte Lin, and returned to the live broadcast screen. And at this moment, Sangoku on the execution platform gave an order to Marine Admiral Akainu Sakuzuki. Although far away, Sangoku's voice was still vaguely recorded. Sakuzuki, since you're here, it's up to you to start that plan. Destroy them all now at once. Sangoku stood on the execution platform and issued an order to Sakuzuki below through the phone bug. Hearing the faint voice from the big screen, everyone in the audience all looked terrified. All of them pricked up their ears, and at the same time fixed their eyes on the live broadcast screen. I see. At this time, Katakuri suddenly realized something in his heart. Then they saw Sakuzuki take a few steps forward, and then a large amount of hot red lava began to emerge from his body. Let me finish you scum. Sakuzuki's voice fell, and with a bang, a huge, unknown thing with a flame tail rushed into the sky at a super fast speed. And following the appearance of this action, another huge fireball immediately flew up from Sakuzuki's body. Followed by the third, fourth, fifth, the dense fireballs charged into the sky like cannonballs and disappeared into the depths of the thick dark clouds, forcibly opening up a passage in the sky with no end in sight. What it is? Seeing this weird scene, everyone in the audience was a little confused. The faces of Kaido and Charlotte Lin were also a little dignified. As expected of the Admiral of Naval Headquarters. Advertisement Katakuri sighed. It seems that he intends to use that trick to destroy all the ice in the inner bay. I have to say that if these meteorites were to fall down like this, their power would undoubtedly far exceed that of shells. Hearing Katakuri talking to himself like this, most of the people present turned their heads to look at him curiously. Katakuri, you mean, what that B******** D Sakuzuki is launching as a meteorite? No way, what kind of existence is that guy? He can actually emit meteorites directly from his body? And he can also launch them directly into the sky like cannonballs? This kind of power is simply unheard of, but why launch it towards the sky? Looking at the big screen of the live broadcast, one meteorite after another shot from Sakuzuki's body into the sky. Most of the people in the entire palace are a little confused. Sakuzuki is the Logia demon fruit power, and his lava fruit is known as the most powerful Logia. You should have seen it just now. When he fought Yumato, he could melt the extremely thick ice under their feet with a single punch. That's why the man would choose to shoot at this time. Katakuri explained. They have been paying attention to the situation on the Marineford battlefield just now. Naturally, he clearly saw Sakuzuki's shot. Lava fruit is so powerful that it can melt the entire ice surface in an instant. At this moment, the other party launched such a large-scale attack. You don't even need to think about what will happen next. As long as there are no accidents, the ice in West Bay will be directly pierced and melted. Then there is the picture of members of the Whitebeard pirates and the Beast pirates falling into the sea. Advertisement, Logia with the strongest attack power. 0. Seeking flowers. It seems that this Sakuzuki and the other Marines have been deliberately acting before. They deliberately showed incompetence in front of the Whitebeard pirates and the Beast pirates, pretending to be retreating steadily. The purpose of doing this is actually to attract all the enemies and make them willingly run into the trap deliberately arranged by Marine. The next step is to wipe out all the enemies in one fell swoop. It's really a very vicious plan, and it's almost perfect. As expected of Marshal Marine, the resourceful General Sangoku. Pei Ross smiled solemnly and praised a few words. In his opinion, there is no one other than Marine's Marshal Sangoku who can formulate such a perfect battle plan. This plan is indeed very vicious. Just look at the 5,000 pacifists Marine deployed ahead of time on the outskirts, and the damage done to their own people can be seen in Madara. Although their individual combat effectiveness is not that strong, but with so many numbers dispatched at the same time, even Admiral from the headquarters dare not underestimate them. It is indeed a perfect weapon for encircling and suppressing large-scale enemies. Katakuri also said, they could see clearly just now. Those thousands of pacifists turned around and attacked the Marine soldiers. In less than 10 minutes, they had already caused at least 20,000 to 30,000 Marine casualties. This is because more than half of the Marine officers and soldiers had already started to retreat intentionally when Sangoku issued the encirclement and suppression campaign plan, and returned to Marineford Square in advance. Otherwise, Marines' casualties would definitely not be only 20,000 to 30,000. Originally, these pacifists were specially used to deal with the Whitebeard pirates and the Beast pirates. 328 Outbreak, Meteor Volcano. If it wasn't for Rosen's Beast pirates to control those pacifists, I'm afraid the two bastards, Whitebeard and Rosen, would definitely not be feeling well today. Even the Whitebeard pirates will lose at least 80% of their vitality. Jin has completely figured out Kaido's thoughts at this time. He couldn't help but clench his fists, and looked sternly at the big screen, Rosen who was sitting on the head of the divine beast Xuanwu calmly. Hateful. Why can Luo, 00, sends crew control so many pacifists at once? What devil fruit ability is this? Cracker couldn't help asking questions, feeling very unwilling and dissatisfied. That doesn't matter anymore, then let's watch a good show. Well. Charlotte Linlin laughed, and looked at the sky above the big live screen with sharp eyes. At this moment, muffled, rumbling, sounds have already begun to be heard in the sky. It was as if something was falling from the depths of the dark clouds in the sky. No need to think about it, it must be the meteorites that Sakuzuki launched just now. Advertisement sure enough, after about 10 seconds or so, they really saw that huge meteorites with strong flames fell from the sky to the ice below at a super fast speed. At the same time, the members of the Whitebeard pirates and the Beast pirates on the ice in the inner bay, as well as some of the surviving Marine soldiers, were also stunned and shocked. Their exclamations sounded from the big screen. Look, what's that? It seems to be a meteorite. Oops, it's falling towards us. Damn it. Is that B******** D Sakuzuki's move? Not good. Leave the ice quickly and retreat immediately. If we are attacked here, we will be finished. Retreat quickly. Quickly. Get back to the boat. Get off the ice. Hurry up. Damn. Is this the real counterattack from Naval Headquarters? Unexpectedly, so many meteorites were launched at once, like a meteor shower. Stop talking nonsense, run away. On the big screen of the live broadcast, the horrified shouts made Charlotte Linlin and Kaido watching in front of the screen smile. This also made Charlotte Linlin feel a little worry. Let's set off now. If we rush over now, we can just catch up with the clearing. Advertisement and imperceptible cold light flashed everywhere. Unexpectedly, this guy actually saw through Marine Marshal Sangoku's strategic intentions at a glance, and directly and accurately judged Sangoku and Marine's plan to annihilate the Whitebeard pirates. Kaido smiled happily, grabbed his wine gourd, turned around and clinked glasses with Charlotte Linlin. Charlotte Linlin grinned grinningly, turned her head and glanced at Kaido. We, the Beast's pirates and the Big Mom pirates, are the real winners in this war. Well. She thought to herself that Kaido really has amazing insight and the city is really unfathomable. Now it seems that we have a reason to start again, Kaido. The good show has finally begun. After all, the two parties are now in a 2.3 cooperative relationship. Will I be sold by Kaido? Of course, this was just a passing thought. The two looked at each other, and each drank a big sip of wine, and then gave orders to their subordinates at the same time, telling them to prepare for sailing. In terms of scheming, it seems that it is indeed inferior to the B******D Kaido. However, I ignored the fact that Marine has the advantage on the battlefield, and just judged the outcome of this war based on the simple and short-lived battlefield situation I saw just now. 328 War requires sacrifice, Naval Headquarters, Marineford. Facing the shower of meteors and fire formed by a large number of meteorites falling from the sky, everyone on the battlefield was dumbfounded, their expressions extremely serious. Most of them have never seen such a scene. Right now, almost everyone is a little overwhelmed. It's over, these meteors and fire showers are really all directed at us. If they were smashed down by them like this, the ice surface would be pierced in an instant. If the ice surface is broken through, we will immediately fall into the sea. This is Marine's true intention. But, damn it, it's too late to retreat. 07 is really too despicable, actually lured us into this absolute, and then launch such an attack. Are you going to die here? I'm really not reconciled. Hey, Marine, is this crazy? They still have their own soldiers here, why did they launch such an attack all of a sudden? I'm afraid those Marine soldiers are just objects to be abandoned. In order to annihilate us, you don't even let your own companions go, it's really disgusting. What a ruthless approach. Advertisement. The members of the Whitebeard pirates, talking and shouting loudly, kept running towards the outside of the harbor. However, their speed has never been able to run faster than the falling speed of meteorites. On the other side, the expressions of the remaining Marine soldiers on the battlefield also changed drastically at this time, which was unbelievable. We are still outside the battlefield. They actually launched a destructive attack directly? Is this going to kill us all at once? Damn it, lousy, I'm a Marine. It's not really going to happen, is it? Is Sakuzuki Admiral making a mistake? What the hell is going on? My comrades are still outside, and they are going to launch such a large-scale attack. Is that B******** D Sakuzuki crazy or something? Lousy, I'm here to attack Whitebeard, but I didn't plan to die here without knowing why. I don't want to be killed by my own people, damn it. What the hell is going on? Is this an order from Marshal Sangoku? Marshal Sangoku actually intends to kill us too. No way, this is a lie. Shouldn't be Mr. Sengoku's order, I'm afraid it's Sakuzuki. That be ***** D should make his own decision. That's right. That's most likely the case. Sakuzuki. That guy defied Mr. Sengoku's orders before. It is said that his arm was destroyed by Rosen because he disobeyed Marshal Sengoku's orders without authorization. Advertisement. Damn be ***** D Sakuzuki. Red Dog. You be ***** D. We have no grievances against you, Red Dog. Why do you even plan to kill us? Damn it. I don't want to die here. Marshal Sangoku, please quickly open the protective barrier and let us in. Hurry up and open the defense barrier. The surviving marine officers and soldiers stared wide-eyed, unable to understand why Marshal Sangoku would issue 12 such combat orders. They didn't believe that Sangoku ordered the attack and turned all their anger on Sakuzuki. For a moment, the group of marine soldiers shouted loudly towards the protective barrier in the direction of the execution platform. Their voices were naturally heard by Sangoku, Garp, Suru Vice Admiral, and the 3 admirals of naval headquarters. Needless to say, there are other marine soldiers who are relatively close to the protective barrier. It's just that at this moment, the expression on Sangoku's face did not change in any way. It was as if they hadn't heard those calls at all. War requires sacrifice. Crane Vice Admiral slowly closed his eyes. 329 Yumato broke out, mouthing the wrath of God. Seeing a large number of meteorites with fiery flames in the sky, they are about to land on the ice surface of the inner bay. As long as they successfully land, they will definitely cause a devastating blow to everyone. But at this moment, suddenly, a figure appeared in the sky like a white lightning. Immediately afterwards, the color of the world changed, and the cold moonlight sprinkled from the sky. Everyone looked up curiously, and suddenly felt as if their bodies had received some terrible resistance, and all their actions slowed down. At the same time, they also saw a round moon rising in the sky. The power of the sun. It is Garret who has transformed into the form of the lunar jade rabbit. As Garret casts the power of the moon and adjusts the shape of the moon to the full moon state, the whole world is buffed with deceleration. I saw that the meteors and meteorites that were falling at an extremely fast speed began to slow down visible to the naked eye, and finally stopped slowly in midair. It looks like it's floating there. Such a miraculous scene stunned everyone on the battlefield. Those meteorite residences, actually, have stopped? I can't move my body anymore. I feel like I'm carrying a huge mountain on my back. I feel exactly as you do, bro. It's that woman from the Beast Pirates. She's showing that power again. It seems to be called Garret, right? That woman has a bounty of more than 1 billion Baileys. She is also a ruthless character, not losing to Kaido's daughter at all. What the hell is going on with this mythical beast pirate group? The strength of each member is so terrifying. Advertisement. Surprisingly, he blocked all of Marine Admiral's attacks by himself. What an incredible power. The members of the Whitebeard pirates were all pleasantly surprised when they saw the meteorite suspended in midair. On the other side, the marine soldiers near the protective barrier were also very surprised at this time. Saved? I didn't expect that it was the members of the beast pirates who rescued us. Damn it, they are really planning to kill us. Even Marshal Sangoku didn't respond to our call for help just now. Marine treats his own people like this, even pirates are worse. Damn, I don't want to continue this battle. It's not because of what happened just now, but because the beast pirates are too powerful. I don't want to fight anymore, not because I'm dissatisfied with Marshal Sangoku or Sakuzuki Admiral, but because the enemy is too strong. I can't fight. Totally treat everyone as cannon fodder, and sacrifice is also sacrifice, without any regard for the friendship as a companion. It seems that this has angered everyone. Hey, let's run away now, or just join the Whitebeard pirates. Located on the ice in the inner bay, the marine soldiers who were almost attacked indiscriminately by Sakuzuki just now were surviving with the help of Garret. At this time, one by one, they are sending out their own complaints. There are even a few marine soldiers, encouraging each other, planning to join the Whitebeard pirates or the Beast pirates. What the hell are you bastards talking about? Although we were almost killed by Sakuzuki Admiral's attack just now, the purpose of Sakuzuki Admiral, isn't it to implement absolute justice? Hearing what the marine soldiers said, a marine vice admiral of the Titan tribe couldn't help but scold them. Which of the pirates who came here today is not a vicious one? Especially those 2 Whitebeard and Rosen. Advertisement. In order to annihilate these world-class villains like them, Marine has put in a lot of effort and carefully arranged such an encirclement circle. If we can wipe out the Whitebeard pirates and the Beast pirates here, so what if we sacrifice a few of our lives? The meteorites in the sky are not frozen or suspended there, they're just infinitely decelerated. Every Marine soldier should have been mentally prepared since the day he joined the Marine. Be aware of death and live to death. The skin hurts so much, it feels like my body is going to be melted away. It is still in a state of falling. HMPH, it seems that the woman's ability is no more than this. Jiao Hao. Even if it can be delayed for a while, it is no more than that after all. For a time, their morale was restored. In this way, although the meteorite will not fall down immediately, the enemy will also not be able to leave immediately. When looking at the members of the Whitebeard pirates and the members of the Beast pirates, the eyes revealed the light of hatred again. Look. Well said. Those meteorites with blazing high temperatures will eventually all fall to the ground. Sakuzuki Admiral's attack is absolutely impossible to resist so easily, just wait and see, woman. Even the marine soldiers who complained and said angry words before and proposed to join the Whitebeard pirates felt very reasonable at this time. That's right. When that woman's ability was displayed, it not only had an effect on the meteorite, but also had a deceleration effect on us and the pirates. It's just like this, I can clearly feel the terrible meteorite's high temperature. Another Titan, Vice Admiral, also spoke. After hearing the words of the two Vice Admirals, the other marine soldiers immediately looked at me, and gradually everyone stopped beeping. .330 fighting the Holy Ape, full firepower. The marine soldiers who regained their morale began to mock Garret one by one. Because at this moment, the meteorites in the sky are indeed still falling to the ground little by little, but because of the blessing of the power of the sun that Garret has acquired, their speed has been infinitely slowed down. Are you actually planning to use meteorites to melt the ice and let us all fall into the deep sea? This kind of behavior is really vicious enough. But, have you ever asked me about it, Sakuzuki? I will never let you succeed. Not long after the voices of the marines sounded, a voice suddenly resounded through the entire battlefield. Immediately afterwards, everyone saw that Yumato's figure soared into the sky and twined with purple-black lightning. The mace in her hand burst into an extremely dazzling purple-black light. After she flew into the air, she swung her mace and launched a frenzied attack on the meteorites that filled the sky. Boom boom boom. Following Yumato's attack on the meteorites in the sky, the terrifying meteorites with extremely hot and high temperatures were directly smashed into countless fragments. Those fragments, which were the size of fingernails and gravel, were scattered on the ice below. Although it has been completely shattered, it still carries a very terrifying high temperature. Advertisement: there was only a soft, zzz sound coming from the ice. White smoke rose continuously, and the tiny fragments of meteorites melted the ice surface into small holes one after another. But that's all. Soon the movement they produced disappeared completely. The ice layer has not been damaged too much, and it is still extremely strong. Seeing this scene, the marine officers and soldiers on the Fangbing surface and hiding behind the huge protective barrier were stunned for an instant. What's going on? That woman, Kaido's daughter, doesn't seem to be affected by the slowing effect. What's the situation? It doesn't make sense. Why can she move freely? Isn't the deceleration effect of the moonlight indiscriminate? Damn it, all the meteorites in Sakuzuki Admiral were crushed. It was actually cracked by the enemy in an instant. Sure enough, the fellows of the beast pirates are very thorny. As Yumato's voice fell, several figures appeared beside her, namely Cavendish, Rockwell, Ghostakin and others. It's just you who are affected. Their speed is so fast that it is almost invisible to the naked eye. At this moment, everyone has a relaxed and playful smile on their faces. Advertisement: who told you we'd be affected by attacks from our own people? You. Hearing their voices, Yumato flew down from the sky carrying a mace and came to them. Let you all stay outside alone to die, HMPH. Yes, none of us are affected by the deceleration effect. The marine soldiers standing on the ice were all puzzled. Now, die here honestly. If you want to blame your marine marshal for abandoning you completely. The ghost agent said with a cold face, while walking towards the enemy viciously. Daughter of Kaido, why aren't you affected by the slowing effect? It's impossible. Each is a member of the mythical beast pirates. He looked at the marine soldiers in front of him, as if he was staring at his prey. Such eyes and expressions made these marine officers and soldiers feel deeply afraid. Even Vice Admiral, a Titan who had vowed to fight endlessly to safeguard the absolute justice of marine, felt a little bit of fear in his heart at this moment. But before he got close to the Titan Vice Admiral, the latter had already raised his fist fiercely, hooded his face and slammed the Ghostman agent's head from above. .331 Next, Cavendish. Even if you want to die, at least kill one of you. The Vice Admiral of the Titan race roared and slammed down the ghost agent with a fist. Boom. His enormous fist slammed heavily on the ice, forcibly punching a huge hole in the thick ice. But the ghost Jin has long since disappeared. He raised his head in doubt, trying to search for Ghost Jin, but at this very moment, he suddenly felt a heavy blow to his chest. In an instant, the huge body of Vice Admiral of the Titan clan smashed towards the rear protective barrier. With a boom, he slammed heavily on the protective barrier. The incomparably strong protective barrier trembled slightly. With only this little strength, do you dare to say that you want to get rid of me? You might as well go up together, so as not to waste our precious time. The ghost agent glanced at the enemy who was kicked away by him with disdain, and curled his lips. His eyes fell on the remaining enemies, ignoring the ordinary marine soldiers directly, but targeting the provocative opponents on the few remaining Vice Admirals of the Titan race. Hearing the enemy provoking him like this, the Vice Admirals of the Titan tribe couldn't bear it immediately, and angrily raised their weapons one by one and chopped down at the ghost agent. It's a pity that they are still deeply affected by the deceleration effect produced by Garret's power of the sun. Advertisement: in the eyes of the opponent, the movement is even slower than that of a snail. Not surprisingly, those Vice Admirals from the Titan race were quickly dealt with by the ghost agent. Like kicking a football, kick them hard and smash them on the protective barrier. After Vice Admiral of the Titan family was kicked away, only the ordinary marine soldiers were left on the scene, where you looked at each other. Well, agent, play here slowly. Let's go over there and have a look. Cavendish shrugged. These enemies have lost the ability to move freely, basically equal to standing and fighting for others. The ghost man Ah Jin can easily get rid of all of them by himself. There is absolutely no need for the remaining members to take action. Just when Cavendish was about to leave, suddenly there was a muffled boom from the muzzle above the protective barrier in front of him. Then a shell hit them. Shua, before the cannonball got close to him, an invisible sword energy flew out, splitting the cannonball in two. 0. Advertisement, boom 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 boom. Cavendish raised the corners of his mouth and smiled playfully. Suddenly, streaks of white sword energy were released from his body, like lightning, hitting all the incoming shells almost at the same time. P.S. Please subscribe. These are all Marine soldiers stationed in the turret above the protective barrier, and at this moment they finally managed to load and fire the shells. The Marine soldiers hiding in the bunker lost their artillery and immediately became helpless. Boom. These guys actually destroyed our muzzle. Snort. Following the firing of the first shell, the sound of artillery firing was heard from the muzzles in all directions. But, damn it. Following Cavendish's powerful sword energy, all the muzzles hidden behind the protective barriers were immediately destroyed. Looks like we have something to do. Immediately afterwards, Cavendish jumped up and launched an attack on the muzzles located on the protective barrier in all directions. Boom. None of the shells exploded, and all of them were split into two by Cavendish's sword energy. 332 Conqueror's Coil plus Thunder 8 trigrams, and at this moment, on the execution platform, Sangoku's face was also very gloomy and dignified. He glanced at the full moon in the sky through his glasses. The body can become so dull that woman's ability is indeed very tricky. If the enemy launches a counterattack now, Marine will be in danger. Kuzan, can you still use the trick just now? Sangoku looked at Kuzan worriedly and asked anxiously. This time it's in the middle, I'm afraid I can't do it. Hearing Sangoku's inquiry, Kuzan first raised his head to observe the sky, then shook his head helplessly. The reason why he was able to create an ice layer that covered almost the entire marine fort just now was to isolate Garret's moonlight. That's because of Whitebeard's cooperation, just in time for Whitebeard to take advantage of the shockfruit tsunami to strike. Now that there is no seawater in the sky, it is almost impossible to create an ice layer similar to the level just now. Even if the water vapor in the air is barely frozen, the thickness of the ice layer does not meet the requirements, and it will collapse quickly. But, damn it! Advertisement. Sangoku clenched his fist hard. And at this moment, he heard Whitebeard's signature laughter outside the protective barrier. La 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 la. It seems that Marine has run out of options for the current situation. Little ones, destroy the protective barrier for me and get Ace back. After Whitebeard finished speaking, he first raised the juvenile knife in his hand, then raised it high, and then fought forward. Boom. An incomparably huge sword energy emanated from his immature knife, and slashed towards the protective barrier tens of meters high in front of him. Boom. The protective barrier was hit by Whitebeard's sword energy, and a clear sword mark instantly appeared. But that's all. It was not destroyed directly, it's really solid. La 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 la. Whitebeard laughed and struck again. Another sword chi slashed towards the protective barrier ahead. Advertisement. At the same time, he also used armament hockey to wrap his left fist, as well as the power of shockfruit, and sent a punch to the front. The incomparably powerful sword energy, combined with the terrifying fist pressure, flew towards the protective barrier just hit in front at the same time. Boom. Two loud bangs. However, to Whitebeard's surprise, his attack still failed to break through the protective barrier. Grandpa, let me try it. I don't know when. Yumato has come to Whitebeard's side. She swung a huge mace, purple-black lightning and fluid armament hockey bloomed all over her body. La 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 la. When is it a woman's turn to show off in front of me? Whitebeard glanced at Yumato beside him, eyes 0.2 flickering slightly. I thought this is Kaido's daughter, the momentum is good. HMPH, women are also very scary when they are serious. Show me, old man. Thunder 8 trigrams. Purple-black lightning flashed all over Yumato's body, and with an indomitable attitude, he raised his mace high and smashed it down on the defensive barrier in front of him. 333 Early execution. Under everyone's eyes of surprise and expectation, Yumato thundered 8 trigrams, and the huge mace ruthlessly bombarded the protective barrier. There was a muffled boom. Immediately afterwards, everyone saw that the defensive barrier was sunken inward as if visible to the naked eye. But only to that extent. After a large part of the defense barrier was dented, it was still extremely strong, and there was no intention of collapsing at all. It's even worse than the damage Whitebeard did to these defensive barriers just now. Yumato stepped back and looked at the defensive barrier in front of him in surprise. Others on the ice were also slightly disappointed. Sure enough, Kaido's daughter can't do anything about these defensive barriers. Are you kidding? Even if Daddy Whitebeard can't break the barrier, how can Kaido's daughter do it? It seems that we really have no way to break through this layer of defensive barriers, so now we can only stand in a stalemate with Marine here? 07. Damn. When will we be able to get Ace back if this goes on like this? It seems that the time for public execution is getting closer. Members of the Whitebeard pirates are talking to each other. And at this moment, they heard a majestic voice from behind the defensive barrier. Public execution of Ace immediately. This voice was none other than Marine Marshal Sangoku's. Hearing Sangoku's words, everyone in the audience was moved at the same time. What's going on? Isn't it time for public execution? Why is Ace being executed now? Damn B********. D. Marine is planning to execute Ace early. What are we going to do? We're completely trapped here by the barriers. Just go over it. No, it's too high, and if you climb up rashly like this, the Marines behind the defensive barriers can use us as living targets. Advertisement, damn. Can we just watch Ace be executed? This kind of thing, hate. Everyone, hurry up and think of a way. Ace must not be killed by Marine just like that. An order from Sangoku almost made the entire Whitebeard pirate group boil. Through the extremely strong defensive barriers, the Marine officers and soldiers successfully blocked the progress of the pirates including Whitebeard. Now that Ace is to be executed in advance, everyone's mood is disturbed. For a while, even Whitebeard was caught in a difficult situation. Joes, go and gather the foreign ships from the bottom of the sea. Marco looked solemn, and issued an order to Joes. The latter got the order, did not dare to neglect, and immediately turned around and walked towards a relatively empty ice surface. Immediately afterwards, he inserted both hands into the ice, and the power of the diamond fruit was activated, directly cutting the ice into a huge circle. Roar! Diamond Joes raised a small iceberg dug out of the ice with both hands, and directly smashed it towards the defensive barrier ahead. Then, through the phone bug, they contacted a foreign ship ambushing on the seabed. Little Aussie, it's your turn to appear. Marco turned around and waved to Little Aussie who was a huge figure not far away. Boom, boom, boom. Little Aussie walked towards this side with heavy steps. But before he got close to Marco, a small figure suddenly appeared in front of Marco. Marco was a little surprised, because he didn't notice anyone approaching at all just now. Taking a closer look, I found that it was a small guy. It doesn't look as high as his own thigh, but this guy is very energetic, giving people a feeling that he is not easy to provoke. Aren't you a member of Mr. Rosen's ship? Advertisement? Marco recognized each other at a glance. Yes, my name is Leo. The villain Leo immediately introduces himself to Marco. What are you doing here again? Hearing the voice of the villain Leo, a figure flashed over. It was Yumato who attacked the defensive barrier just now but failed. Aren't you planning to deal with the defensive barrier again? Hee, what you said, big sister, is not bad at all. Leo, you just said, you broke the door of justice? I observed for a long time just now and found that these 193 defensive barriers seem to be made of similar materials to the Gate of Justice. Rosen? When our beast pirates came over just now, they were blocked by the Gate of Justice, and I blasted it with one punch. The villain Leo raised his head to look at Marco, blinked his innocent eyes, and responded with a smile. What surprised them was the conversation they had just heard between Yumato and the villain Leo. Yumato crossed his hips, looking down at the villain Leo. That's what Mr. Rosen meant too. Marco was a little unbelievable, and couldn't help asking. What's so strange about that? Yes, I don't need you here, let me come. On the other hand, Marco and the others were stunned, staring at each other. Yumato waved his hand immediately after listening to the other party's words. Yumato subconsciously looked at the mysterious beast Xuanwu in the distance. The villain Leo responded immediately, none of you can break it, so I'll come over and try. Episode 334 Reappearance, the ultimate power of the Skyhorn Ant. Seeing the earnestness on his face, Marco couldn't tell the truth from the false for a moment and was speechless. Aren't you joking, kid? Diamond Chaos also stepped forward, looking down at the villain Leo with a disbelieving expression on his face. At this time, other members of the Whitebeard pirates also gathered around in surprise and curiosity, staring suspiciously at the villain Leo. The Gateway of Justice is the Marine's first line of defense, huge and towering into the sky. The material it uses is exactly the same as the defensive barrier at this moment. Even a small thing like a defensive barrier, everyone here can't do anything about it, let alone the Gate of Justice. Even if Whitebeard tried his best, he might not be able to break through the door of justice. Such a small person, how could he possibly have the power to shatter the gates of justice? Do not make jokes. Boy, aren't you bragging? Foil Vista stared at the villain Leo with a playful smile. That's right, this kid is just bragging, so ignore him. Surprisingly, Yumato also helped the Whitebeard pirates speak, pointing to the villain Leo next to him and curled his lips. Why don't you believe me? I can literally blow these defenses down. The villain Leo waved his fist seriously. His figure is really too small, this action not only looks imposing, but also a bit funny. Suddenly everyone couldn't help laughing, Seeing that everyone was laughing at him, the villain Leo was so angry that he was at a loss for words. La 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 la. Advertisement, Marco, let him come here. Just when the villain Leo didn't know how to argue and everyone was still laughing, Whitebeard spoke. Hearing Whitebeard's voice, everyone turned to look at him and consciously stepped out of the way. Boy, can you really break through the defense barrier? Whitebeard's eyes fell on the face of the villain Leo. Now that Ace is about to be executed by Marine, there is no time to delay. So Whitebeard has no time to waste here with anyone. Yes, I have no problem at all. Being questioned by the legendary big pirate, the strongest man in the world, the villain Leo was a little nervous. But still nodded very seriously, la 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 la. I believe that everything you said is true, after all, it was the guy who the kid invited on board, definitely not some ordinary person. In that case, I will trouble you, la 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 la. You little ones, you are not allowed to judge people by their appearance. Now everyone get ready. Once Leo penetrates the defensive barrier, immediately go and take back Ace. Whitebeard turned and headed towards the defensive ramparts behind the city. The sound reaches all over Marineford. Sangoku, who was behind the defensive barrier, was shocked by the sound, and his eyes subconsciously fell on the defensive barrier in front. At this moment, each of them is still under the influence of Garret's power of the sun. The body cannot move freely. The same is true for the two executioners responsible for executing Ace. Just now Sangoku publicly announced the early execution of Ace. First of all, this is indeed the original plan. Secondly, Sangoku also intends to use such news to disrupt the morale of the Whitebeard pirates. Advertisement, but I didn't expect to hear a very bad situation just now. It seems that among the beast pirates, someone has the power to violently break through the defensive barriers. This made Sangoku couldn't help but think of the previous events. Marine's subordinates reported that the Gate of Justice was violently destroyed from the outside. If this is true, then it is not difficult to imagine the situation they will face next. Execute Ace immediately. Don't hesitate. Sangoku shouted orders to the two executioners beside him. Understood, Marshal Sangoku. The two executioners answered immediately. However, their movements are still in the very slow process of raising the knife. Not even the slender and sharp execution knife could be raised 30 centimeters above the ground. You have to find a way to stop that weird moon in the sky. Otherwise, once Whitebeard's people break in, Marine will become a lamb waiting to die. Crane Vice Admiral raised his head slowly, looking at the full moon in the sky exuding infinitely soft lunar power. And that figure suspended high above the sky, condescending like a fairy descending to earth. Of Zhao, of course I know. But now Kuzan's ability can no longer be used, everyone is greatly restricted by the slow effect. Sangoku clenched his fists tightly, trying to break free from the terrible pressure on his body with brute force. But it was found that it was impossible to do it. If he could move freely, he could directly transform into the form of a Buddha. He only needed a shockwave. He was confident that he could hit the member of the mythical beast pirate group in the sky and knock down his opponent 7 times. Oh, it seems that there is no way. The old man can only do it himself. Just when Sangoku and the others were helpless, a figure suddenly walked out of the crowd as if nothing had happened. 335 The 5 emperors are here, the day of the decisive battle is coming. Sangoku and the others looked at each other subconsciously. Puzalino. Sangoku's eyes froze slightly. It seems that you are not affected by that slow effect. Crane Vice Admiral was also secretly happy. Don't worry, that woman will be dealt with soon. After Puzalino finished speaking in a mean tone, his body turned into a burst of golden light and disappeared on the spot. And at this moment, a muffled sound of dong came from the defensive barrier. Immediately afterwards, the entire land and all the defensive barriers began to tremble violently. This sudden movement attracted most of the audience's attention. Crack, after the violent trembling, there was a sound of something breaking on the defensive barrier. Oops, Sangoku was secretly awe-inspiring. At this time, on the lenses of his glasses, slight cracks began to appear on the defense barrier in front of him. This time I really come to whatever I want, all staff. What Sangoku originally wanted to say was that the whole crew was ready for battle. But before he could finish his words, facing the defensive barrier in front of the execution platform, there was a loud bang, and it fell apart and collapsed. The collapsed defense barrier reveals a huge gap. Standing behind are Whitebeard, Marco, Diamond Jazzy, Foil Vista, and other members of the Whitebeard pirates. In addition, there are Yumato, the villain Leo, Rockwell, the ghost Qilin, the sun Prometheus, Thundercloud Zeus. These are all members from the mythical beast pirates. And farther afield, thousands of pacifists. Advertisement. Each of them is still under enemy control. At this moment, every pacifist's mouth opened to condense a golden laser, aiming at the direction of the defensive barrier. Looking at that posture, it is obvious that he intends to blow down all the defensive barriers. How is this going? Seeing that the impenetrable defensive barrier was broken directly by the enemy from the front, all the marine soldiers were stunned. All of them stared wide-eyed, all with inconceivably shocked expressions. The defensive barrier is made of the same material as the Gate of Justice, so it is indestructible. Even the strongest attack force in the world cannot shake it. Who the hell broke down the defenses? Could it be that Whitebeard guy? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Even Whitebeard, absolutely impossible to have that kind of power. That's right. The defensive barrier is impossible to break through. The powder of seastone is mixed into steel, which is specially designed to prevent the attack of demon fruit power. Since Whitebeard didn't do it, who else in this world can do this kind of thing? This is a joke. It seems to be a member of the beast pirates. That little guy, his name seems to be Leo. Little Leo? How is this guy possible? Stop joking. That's not what you said. The so-called concentration is the essence, not to mention that Rosen's beast pirate group will not recruit the weak to board. Maybe that villain Leo really has some special skills. Looking at the defensive barriers that were torn apart in front of everyone, and the enemies appearing in front of them one after another. The marine officers and soldiers kept making guesses. None of them believed that someone could break through the defensive barrier directly from the front. Just when everyone was stunned and at a loss, AHCF, Beard laughed out loud. La 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 la. Sangoku, is my son Ace okay? Whitebeard looked up, laughing and looking at Sangoku on the execution platform. At the same time, his eyes fell on the face of Ace beside Sangoku. At this moment, the two executioners in charge of executing Ace still moved slowly, even the speed of the snail was much faster than them. Advertisement until now, the execution knives in their hands have not been successfully lifted. It can be seen how serious the influence of Garret's power of the sun is on them. Whitebeard, Sangoku responded with a low voice. This is bad, he used to be the captain of the handsome pirates. It's okay if you don't look at it, Sangoku's pupils shrank suddenly. It is one of the members of the beast pirates, combatant Caendish. Yo, long time no see, Kizaru. He subconsciously raised his eyes to look at the sky, hoping that Puzalino could successfully defeat the woman and let all the marine soldiers lift their movement restrictions. Are you planning to sneak attack the beauties of our beast pirates again this time? I can't let you get away with it. As a senior, then I won't let you, I'll make a move first. This made Sangoku couldn't help feeling deeply worried. Oh, your speed seems to have improved compared to before. The enemy appeared fiercely in front of us, and almost everyone on our side was still under the restriction of slowness. The figure was dressed in white clothes very elegantly, holding a very unusual-looking knife in his hand. Young people nowadays are really scary, as Cavendish said, he stabbed Puzalino with a sword. The last time I let you run away, I couldn't tell the winner. This time, let's have a good fight, Mr. Puzalino. Puzalino's mouth became an "oh" shape, and he looked at Cavendish with surprise on his face. Because he saw Puzalino in the sky, he was intercepted by a figure. Cavendish gracefully turned around and bowed to Garret, holding his sword and looking back at Puzalino. Miss Gallet, I will protect your beauty. 336 red hair pirates, let's go. An island in the New World. Boss, our ship has been coated and is ready to sail. On the pier, Ben Beckman came back and reported to Shanks the coating situation of the ship. Finally finished. Then let's go now. Shanks looked up into the distance, showed a smile, and boarded the ship first. At the same time that the entire crew of the red hair pirates was dispatched to Marlin Bender. On the other side, Toto Land Kingdom, on the pier of Cake Island. Beasts pirates and Big Mom pirates have also completed most of the preparations before sailing. At this time, the crew is busy carrying the last supplies to the ship. Almost all supplies such as shells, well. This time, the beast pirates will never escape again. Charlotte Linlin strides aboard her Mother Queen singing while eating dessert. After she finished speaking, she turned her head to look at the divine beast Qinglong not far away. At this time, Kaido is also boarding the ship in a hurry. These two New World's top powerhouses, the Sea Emperors who dominate New World, officially joined forces today to jointly defeat the Whitebeard pirates and the Beast pirates. Take the opportunity to head to Naval Headquarters Marineford and plan to reap the benefits. Advertisement on the head of the divine beast Xuanwu. Rosen yawned a little drowsily. Then he stood up and stretched greatly. Mrs. Shirley, the Whitebeard pirates are really slow, please help them speed up. I've been waiting a little bit and almost fell asleep. Rosen picked up the phone bug and said to Mrs. Shirley. Mrs. Shirley, who was controlling more than 3,000 remaining pacifists, heard Rosen's order from the phone bug, and without saying a word, directed the pacifists to move quickly towards the Marineford Plaza. Boom boom boom. One after another golden laser beams continuously bombarded the defensive barrier ahead. Because just now the villain Leo used the ultimate of power, the form of the Skyhorn Ant. Under his attack, the internal structure of these so-called impenetrable defense barriers has already been destroyed at this moment. A random laser attack can easily smash them into pieces. Soon, all defensive barriers have been completely smashed. Instead, all the pacifist attacks began to attack the marine soldiers on the Marineford Square, one by one standing there like wooden stakes. La 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 la. Little ones, call me all. Kill the big square and destroy the execution platform. Get rid of all the marines now, take back the ace. Whitebeard laughed, and swung the knife forward. With a sound of boom, the last half of the defensive barrier blocking the way was also wiped down. At this point, all the obstacles that blocked the progress of these pirates were gone. Advertisement seeing such a situation, the Whitebeard pirates cheered unceasingly, brandishing their weapons one by one and charged forward quickly, trying to take all the marine soldiers to master in the shortest time. 0. Seeking flowers. Damn it, what's going on here? Although my body is limited in movement, I can't move as freely as before. But it happened at this time that suddenly one after another of incomparably cold breath spread along the ground in front of him and quickly spread towards this side. However, my devil fruit ability has not disappeared because of this. The icy breath continued to spread, forcing the members of the Whitebeard pirates to retreat. Call, crack. Kuzan reminded Dao Zhang. Kuzan among the crowd in the distance exhaled an extremely cold breath. If you dare to go forward again, I will not show mercy. Everyone step back a little, watch out for your feet. But, damn it, immediately after the sound of bing, his body fell to the ground and shattered into countless ice crystals on the spot. Being frozen for such a moment, he fell straight to the left. A fast-running pirate just stepped onto the Marineford Plaza with his right foot when he suddenly froze completely. Watch out, it's Aokiji's frozen fruit ability. Since he stepped on it with one foot, the center of gravity of the pirate's body has not stabilized. Isn't that guy already restricted by the members of the Beast Pirates? Why can he still attack? 337 Fight again. Kazarov's Cavendish. After Kuzan's warning was uttered, the freezing breath spreading from the ground finally stopped at the edge of the Marineford Square. The gap between the barrier and the defensive barrier formed an obvious trace, like a warning line that prohibits stepping in. Sure enough, the members of the Whitebeard Pirates were all at a loss as they looked at each other. La 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 la. Today, old man, I'm going to take away my good son Ace. Let's see who of you can stop me. Just when everyone was at a loss as to what to do, Whitebeard stepped forward. The juvenile knife in his hand fell to the ground, making a muffled, dong dong dong, 107. Accompanied by this extremely rhythmic muffled sound, Whitebeard's foot stepped onto the main square of Marineford. In an instant, the cold breath froze his feet, but within 3 seconds, there was a crisp, click, sound on the foot that was frozen by the frost. I had the experience that my companion who just witnessed his own side fell to the ground due to his unstable center of gravity under the terrible freezing breath, causing him to be torn apart. At this moment, when they heard the sound from Whitebeard's feet, everyone in the audience was moved at the same time. Especially the members of the Whitebeard Pirates, each with their heart in their throat. Father. Marco looks worriedly at Whitebeard's feet. La 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 la. Whitebeard let out his trademark playful laugh. Immediately afterwards, the frost covering Whitebeard's feet completely shattered under everyone's gaze. Whitebeard's body was intact and unaffected. Not only that, even the frozen ground under Whitebeard's feet was torn apart at this moment, revealing cracks like spider webs. Advertisement then all the frozen layers completely shattered. La 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 la. Aokiji boy, come and try to block the old man's footsteps. Whitebeard laughed and took another step forward, planting his own right foot on the ground in Marineford's main square. Kuzan not far away had a serious expression on his face, but he didn't speak, and he didn't continue to shoot. Little ones. Move me, Whitebeard greeted, and tens of thousands of members behind him rushed to the Marineford Plaza immediately shouting. In the sky, Puzalino almost turned into a streak of golden light, flashing rapidly. Each flash would send out thousands of attacks. Golden light. As his opponent, Cavendish has also become a phantom that is difficult to see with the naked eye. Only hundreds of sword chi remained in the air, facing Puzalino's golden laser beam. Garret, who was in a higher position, watched the battle between the two with a calm expression. In the past, she might be worried about Cavendish. After all, the opponent is Naval Headquarters Admiral, sparkling fruit ability user Puzalino. Now, though, Garret isn't worried at all, because during the more than half a month they went to Marineford, their strength has been greatly enhanced through refining the body refining pill. Even if Cavendish still can't surpass Puzalino, there is basically no danger in a one-on-one fight with that guy. It will take at least 10 days before the two of you decide the outcome, right? I'm going down to help. As Garret said, he swooped down towards the battlefield below. Advertisement: she can now perfectly control her moon lion form, and she has not changed into that form at this time. But the speed is so fast that ordinary people's naked eyes can hardly see it clearly. Ouch. I can't let you run away just like that. Puzalino saw that Garret was about to leave, and immediately turned around and released a golden laser at her back. The mannerisms are relaxed and calm. It's completely different from how he dealt with Cavendish, who seemed to be struggling just now. Unexpectedly, in the face-to-face confrontation with me, can you still draw a hand to deal with Garret? Could this guy? Did water on purpose? Watching Puzalino's actions, Cavendish secretly felt awe-inspiring. Only then did he realize that there was still a big gap between himself and Puzalino. I won't let you succeed. With a whoosh, Cavendish exerted the power of the Kunpeng to ultimate, and caught up with Puzalino's attack first. A sword was slashed out, and there was a crisp sound of ding, and the golden laser that attacked Gallo 4.2 was successfully intercepted by Cavendish. Oh, it's amazing to say. Your speed is really fast. Puzalino looked at Cavendish meanly, and finished speaking with a playful smile. Suddenly, his body continued to rise rapidly towards the sky. D. What are you going to do? Cavendish was a little confused, so Hengjin looked warily at Puzalino in the sky. Of course, to stop this thing. At the same time as Puzalino's words sounded, the whole person burst into boundless golden light. 338 on the execution platform. This extremely dazzling golden light completely enveloped the entire world in an instant, and completely replaced Geralt's moonlight. It's terribly bad. D. You actually used this trick to break Geralt's power of the sun. Cavendish came back to his senses in surprise, and hurriedly lowered his head subconsciously to look at the ground. Sure enough, it was seen that Puzalino successfully used the golden light released by himself to replace Geralt's power of the sun. The marine soldiers on the ground, who were originally restricted in their movements, immediately regained their mobility one by one. Hit them hard. Execute Fire Fist Ace immediately. Sangoku felt that the pressure on him was suddenly released, and the mobility of his whole body was fully restored. He immediately gave combat instructions to the entire battlefield without saying a word. At the same time, he also ordered the two executioners beside him who were still in a dazed state to execute Ace immediately. He doesn't need to say more. Seeing the pirates who had rushed to the Marineford Plaza and were about to slaughter their own side, every Marine 07 soldier was much more nervous than Sangoku. After all, it's about your own life. As the movement restrictions on everyone were lifted, they did not hesitate to do their best and launched a counterattack against the enemy. Ouch. Finally caught up. In the extremely dazzling area, where the opponent's figure was completely unclear, Puzalino's mean voice sounded again. Can you imagine turning yourself into a little sun-like existence to break Geralt's move, Kizaru? How long are you going to hide? On the divine beast Xuanwu, Rosen looked up at the golden glow in the sky with a playful smile. My old purpose is to do exactly this. Pretend to attract that woman's attention, and then take the opportunity to use golden light to replace her ear splendor. But it seems that you discovered it, Rosen, advertisement. Apparently hearing Rosen's words for knowledge, Puzalino looked down at him and laughed. Cavendish, don't let Ace die. Rosen and Puzalino looked at each other and smiled slightly. Then he calmly picked up the phone bug in his hand, and gave some instructions to the other end. In fact, whether it is Kuzan or other marine admirals, how powerful these guys are, Rosen is very clear in his heart. In this world, apart from myself, there are probably only a handful of people who can say that they are sure to win naval headquarters and admiral. Of course, this is the current situation. With the potential of the devil fruit phantom beast species obtained by every member of Rosen's ship, combined with the body refining pill, it may not be possible that they will not exceed the 3 admirals of naval headquarters in time. It's just that it hasn't reached such an amazing level yet. It is precisely because they know how powerful the 3 admirals of naval headquarters are. Therefore, Rosen was not surprised that Puzalino was able to break Garret's power of the sun. If Puzalino can't handle Garret's abilities, that's where it gets really weird. Clear. In the sky, through the phone bug, Cavendish received Rosen's order and immediately gave up the pursuit of Puzalino. He looked up at Puzalino and said with a playful smile, "You have to maintain that posture to remove the effect of Garret's power of the sun. Now let me see how you can stop me." After speaking, he turned around and turned into a phantom like lightning, and swooped down towards the execution platform below. The distance of hundreds of meters is nothing to the power of Kunpeng, who has the ultimate speed. It is just half a blink of an eye. Oops. Sangoku on the execution platform watched Cavendish rush down and immediately realized something was wrong. Through the incomparably powerful sense of knowledge, he, Garp and Crane Vice Admiral realized almost at the same time that if they maintained their posture at this moment, the enemy would successfully defeat the 2 executioners and prevent the public execution of Ace. Hateful. Sangoku clenched his fist hard. Advertisement. Garp also immediately entered the fighting state. Both of them have the same idea. Cavendish must be stopped. But before they could really react, in just a split second, the 2 executioners beside Ace fell into a pool of blood. Dang dang. Twice. Then came the sound of the long execution knives in their hands falling to the ground. Cavendish, 2 top marines, facing Cavendish's speed, didn't even have time to make a move. A cold sweat slid down his cheek. No, that guy is probably faster than Puzalino Admiral. He's simply terrifying. It's Cavendish of the mythical beast pirates. This scene made everyone in the audience stunned. It can be called an astonishing speed like teleportation. In an instant, the entire battlefield boiled. Look. And Garp next to him just wrapped his right fist around armament hockey with 313. There, Cavendish is holding the demon sword Murasama, and he is posing in a pose that he thinks is very chic and handsome. That guy actually successfully boarded the execution platform. Can't even Vice Admiral Garp and Marshal Sangoku stop that guy? What kind of speed is this? After a while, the marine officers and members of the Whitebeard pirates came back to their senses. The eyes behind Sangoku's glasses rolled slowly and glanced to the side. Comparable to Puzalino Admiral's speed, it's so fast, I can't react at all. Sangoku was still there, keeping his fists clenched and staring at the sky. What a speed, this guy is simply terrifying. 339 top armed color, Garp the fist. The marine soldiers stared incredulously at Cavendish on the execution platform. They never expected that even Vice Admiral Garp, the marshal and hero of the headquarters, could not stop their opponents. The pirates of the Whitebeard pirates also reacted fiercely. But most of them were cheering. Brilliant, Cavendish. Successful. Finally someone successfully approached the execution platform. To be able to stand on the execution platform in front of Marine Marshal Sangoku and the legendary Vice Admiral Garp is simply unbelievable. Is this a member of the Beast Pirates? It's really powerful? Great, Mr. Cavendish, take Ace back in one go. Hey. Although they said they helped us, at least Ace is a member of our Whitebeard pirates. Shouldn't we do it ourselves to get Ace back? That's right, we must work harder and rush to rescue Ace immediately. Wait for us, Ace, go over and save you right away. Attack. Kill all marines here. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The members of the Whitebeard pirates saw that Cavendish successfully prevented the executioner from attacking Ace, and all of them were encouraged. Under the leadership of Whitebeard and the various captains, they charged forward and were invincible. On the other hand, the marine soldiers were first affected by Garret's power of the sun, which caused them to be greatly frightened. I haven't been relieved yet, and now I see Cavendish successfully invaded to the position of the execution platform. Fire Fist Ace is just one step away. The enemy may succeed in rescuing Fire Fist Ace at any time, which makes the morale of all marine soldiers very low. Not to mention, at this moment, the thousands of pacifists are still under the control of another member of the Beast Pirates. At this time, it is still approaching the main square of Marineford. Moreover, they are still continuously releasing golden laser attacks, causing great damage to Marine's vitality. Gradually, the Marine side began to show an obvious decline. Cavendish, who put on a handsome pose on the execution platform, got his wish and received a lot of praise. Only then was he satisfied, picked up the phone bug and smiled lightly at the other end. "Captain, I have lived up to your promise." And at the same time as Cavendish's voice sounded, a dazzling dark golden light burst out from behind him. Advertisement at the same time, a huge figure appeared behind Cavendish. Cavendish looked back and saw Sangoku, who was transforming into a Buddha form. At this time, Sangoku's whole body glowed with a dark golden light, and his whole body turned into the form of a big Buddha, shining golden light. After completing the transformation, he punched Cavendish mercilessly. Shockwave. Sangoku, who was so angry, came back to his senses and directly transformed into the form of a Buddha, and punched Cavendish with a punch. At the same time, Garp, who was behind Sangoku, suddenly jumped out first. "Give him to me." Garp entangled the iron fist of the top armament hockey, and hit Cavendish with a hood and face directly. There was a boom. Before the fist arrives, the fist wind has arrived first. Fortunately, Cavendish is by no means an ordinary person, and he jumped away before Garp's punch hit him. Garp's punch hit the ground beside Ace. The terrifying power actually directly shook the area where Ace was located and broke it apart. Just like that, Ace, who was still bound by the seastone chains, uncontrollably followed the broken half of the execution platform and fell to the ground. Garp. Seeing Garp smash the execution platform with one punch, Sangoku was so shocked and furious that he couldn't speak. I don't know if Garp did it on purpose. Besieged by two of you top Marines at the same time, the pressure is really a bit high. Mr. Sangoku, Mr. Garp. But thank you, Mr. Garp. I will take Ace away first. After all, our captain said that he cannot be allowed to die. After Cavendish finished speaking with a smile, he had already appeared beside Ace, who was falling rapidly towards the ground. But before he touched Ace with both hands, suddenly a figure flashed over from beside him. Your opponent is an old man, have you forgotten? Oh, you have revealed your flaws. Puzalino appeared beside Cavendish strangely, raised his finger and pointed at him lightly. Advertisement: a golden laser hit Cavendish with lightning speed. The latter obviously did not expect that Puzalino would appear suddenly. Being successfully hit like that, Ben flew upside down to the left in an instant. Your opponent is me. The moment Puzalino hit Cavendish, he was also hit hard with the mace on the head. This mace was of course made by Yumato. However, the moment Puzalino's body was hit by the mace, it turned into a burst of golden light and quickly dissipated. Then it appeared in an open space more than 10 meters away. Ouch. It's so dangerous, so dangerous. You almost got it. He smiled meanly. It seems that your companion has been killed by the old man. Otherwise it wouldn't make you so angry. Looking at the furious Yumato, Puzalino laughed again. Snort. Narcissists are not so easy to kill. You better worry about yourself, Xuanwu. As soon as Yumato's words fell, a white figure entwined with lightning came behind Puzalino. It was Garret, who had entered the moon lion form. I didn't expect you to be able to move freely while covering the world with golden light. We were careless, but then you'll be very sad, Mr. Puzalino. While talking, Garret continued to shoot tools at Puzalino. And Yumato swept the audience and saw Cavendish crawling up from the ruins in the distance. He was slightly injured, but he didn't seem to be seriously injured. She immediately rushed towards Sakuzuki. Red Dog, we haven't decided the outcome with you just now, keep fighting. Yumato brandished a mace, rushed towards Sakuzuki like crazy, and smashed a large pit with a diameter of tens of meters where the opponent was standing with a boom. 340. The rescue is successful. Ace returns. The few people here quickly formed a group. Everything happened in a flash. At this time, Ace, still under the shackles of the sea stone, kept falling towards the ground. The sea stone chains on his body restrained the power of devil fruit. In this state, Ace is just an ordinary person. Falling from the execution platform tens of meters high will definitely end in pieces. Ace. At a critical juncture, among the suddenly chaotic crowd, dozens of Marine soldiers were thrown into the sky by some kind of force. Immediately afterwards, a thin and small figure jumped up and caught Ace in the air at the last moment. Boom. The two hit the ground at the same time. Luffy. Are you okay? The thin figure who catches Ace is Luffy the Straw Hat Kid. Taking advantage of Whitebeard, the villain Leo and others breaking down the defensive barrier just now, Luffy came from another direction. With Murloc Jinbei, Sand Crocodile, Lock Doll and other strong men, they swept the army all the way, and finally came here at 157. Just in time to see Ace fall from the execution platform. Luffy, who has the ability of Rubber Fruit, jumps over to catch his sworn brother without even thinking about it. Relying on Rubber Fruit's physique, he successfully counteracted that terrifying impact. Cough cough. Ace, are you okay? It's great to meet you. Luffy climbed up from the ruins, excitedly grabbed Ace's hands, trying to remove the sea stone chains on his hands. But at this time, they were surrounded by hundreds of Marine soldiers and several Marine vice admirals. Ace has been rescued successfully. Advertisement. Mrs. Shirley, help Whitebeard and them. Rosen saw the scene in the distance clearly. Seeing that Ace had been successfully caught by Luffy, he stood up and stretched himself, commanding Mrs. Shirley and said, Captain, Ahaj, Rosen, you can actually command these pacifists yourself now. You can make them do exactly what you want them to do. Mrs. Shirley in the phone bug answered, is that so? Hearing what the other party said, Rosen immediately became interested. Yes, I have changed their dreams through the succubus, making them think that you are their only master. So smart, how should I do? Rosen rubbed his palms together, eager to try. Just issue the instructions directly in your mind, they can be accepted. Attack the Marines surrounding Luffy right away. No one is left, kill them all. Rosen immediately issued orders to the more than 3,000 pacifists in his mind. Sure enough, he saw in the next second that the more than 3,000 pacifists really aimed their attacks at the thousands of Marine map kings beside Luffy and Ace according to their own ideas. Boom 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 boom. One after another, the golden laser cannons flew towards the Marine soldiers. After a violent explosion, the Marine soldiers surrounding Luffy and Ace were actually less than half left. Vegapunk as F******G genius. Seeing such an effect, Rosen couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Boom. Boom boom boom. Rosen is like a child who got a fun and fresh toy, constantly manipulating the pacifists and attacking the Marine soldiers on the Marineford Plaza. Advertisement as golden laser cannons hit the target area, Marine soldiers were constantly injured and fell to the ground. At this time, Ace, Luffy and others, who were preparing to break out of the siege, saw that the enemy had been dealt with, and immediately ran away towards the open sea. La 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 la. Sangoku, it looks like you're going to lose today. Whitebeard stood upright on the large square, naturally exuding a domineering aura. Little ones. Ace has been rescued. As soon as the words fell, Whitebeard raised the saber in his hand, and sent out a powerful slash towards the Marine soldiers rushing forward. His targets are naturally Luffy and Ace. Incarnate as a golden Buddha, he jumped down condescendingly and struck out with a single palm. In an instant, the power of this shock wave overturned all the more than 100 pirates to the ground. Who? Hearing his voice, Luffy turned his head and glanced behind him, and sure enough, he saw that Garp had chased them not far behind. Prepare to retreat. Absolutely don't let any pirate escape. The other members who received Whitebeard's order stopped chasing Marine and began to retreat in an orderly manner. Some of the weaker pirates were even fainted by Sengoku's palm. Old man, I will never sit back and watch you leave Marineford. The terrifying shockwave rushed out in front of him, leaving a shocking trace on the ground, and hit a large number of members of the Whitebeard pirates who were retreating in the distance. Garp shouted and yelled as he ran fast after Luffy and Ace. If you want to escape, you have to step over my dead body. The tyrannical sword energy instantly sent dozens of Marine soldiers flying. Seeing such a scene, Sangoku on the half-collapsed execution platform let out a loud shout. At the same time, Garp also jumped down from the execution platform. This is the path you have chosen, 341 Murloc Karate versus Strongest Iron Fist. Grandfather, don't meddle in our affairs, Luffy gritted his teeth and shouted. D-boy. Stop right now. Garp leapt with all his strength, accelerated suddenly, and caught up between the two brothers first. At this time, Luffy is pulling Ace to escape, because the latter's hands are still bound by Seastone's chains, which restricts his movement. Garp saw this point and planned to interrupt Luffy's action of pulling Ace. Boom. At the moment when Garp stepped down hard in the air and was about to hit Luffy's arm, an astonishing airwave suddenly struck behind him. Murloc Karate, 5,000 arabesque tiles are punching. Behind Garp came the voice of Haishu Jinbei. Immediately afterwards, I felt an astonishing airflow, the disturbance struck quickly. This was caught off guard. If Garp continued to attack Luffy, he would definitely be hit by Jinbei's Tang Sao Wajung. Hateful. Jinbei, are you going to fight against this old man too? Garp was forced to change his tactics and gave up chasing Luffy and Ace to face the incoming punches. Boom, sound. He swung his fist hard, easily crushing the punch from Jinbei's Murloc Karate. Advertisement, but even with such a short delay, Luffy and Ace ran some distance. Hateful. Stop for old man, I said that you are absolutely not allowed to escape. Garp turned his head and found that the two brothers had run away again, and hurriedly planned to chase again. Sorry, Grandpa, Ace, I will definitely take him away today. Luffy yelled back at him. Stop! Just as Garp was about to exert his strength, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him, blocking his way. On the other side, Sangoku sent out shockwaves, not to stop the shrimp soldiers and crab generals of the Whitebeard pirates. His real purpose is to stop those thousands of pacifists. If it weren't for the sudden rebellion of the pacifists today, it would be absolutely impossible for Marine to suffer such serious casualties. Maybe they have successfully wiped out the Whitebeard pirates and the Beast pirates. Now they are posing a serious threat to the Marine Corps. Sangoku turned into a golden Buddha form and ran towards the distance quickly. Raising both hands at the same time, each sent out a shockwave. Boom. The terrifying shockwave was aimed at the more than 3,000 pacifists who had approached the edge of the Marineford Plaza this time. As Sangoku's shockwave was sent out, hundreds of pacifists were hit by his attack in an instant, and they were directly destroyed. Advertisement, Rosen, who was manipulating the pacifists to attack the Marine soldiers, turned his head and glanced at the golden Buddha form. 0. Ask for flowers. Grandma Crane, it's very dangerous here, let us escort you to a safer place. Crane Vice Admiral refused the request to leave the execution platform, staring at the situation of the entire battlefield with his eyes, commanding the Marine soldiers to respond flexibly through the phone bug in his hand at any time. Rosen stared fixedly at Sangoku, who was in the form of a Buddha, and his eyes were full of eagerness to try. Don't worry, I'm not that simple yet. Rosen stood up from the head of the divine beast Xuanwu, and jumped off without saying a word. Whether it's Rosen or Whitebeard, as long as the two of them are involved in the battle, where in the world will there be a safe place? Let them be manipulated by you. He was like a cannonball, rushing along the surface of the water towards Sangoku's position. Buddha's Sangoku. Interesting, an ear-piercing sound sounded. Since Sangoku can be as famous as Garp, Whitebeard and others, the strength should be good. On the execution platform, 2 Marine Vice Admiral Ghost Spiders and Doberman appeared beside Crane Vice Admiral. His eyes sank, and a playful smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Point 0. Then there was a whoosh, do not make jokes. Mrs. Shirley. Among the many top players in Naval Headquarters, if anyone has not competed with him, then Sangoku can definitely be counted as one. 342 The pressure of Garp the Fist. From the moment Ace was rescued, the battle in Marineford became absolutely intense. Whether it's Marines or pirates, everyone is fighting against each other. No one noticed that there were several figures standing not far from Crane Vice Admiral at this moment. The reason why no one noticed their existence was because each of them had entered a state of invisibility. Marineford is at the same time as the fiercest fighting is breaking out. 10,000 meters under the sea, the Fishmen Island. A coated pirate ship is sailing fast. It is located in a terrifying dark place 10,000 meters deep in the sea. Although it is protected by coating, if any accident occurs, you can only be buried in the sea. Because of this, every time I pass by here, I feel very scary. On the deck, Legilu teased while nibbling on ham. Speeding through this deep ocean is red-hair pirates, Redverse County. In the darkness where the light of Yangshu Eve cannot shine, there are all kinds of ferocious sea beasts and sea kings hidden, which is indeed a huge trouble for ordinary people. But I don't think there will be sea kings who are so short-sighted and come to provoke us on their own initiative. Usopp laughed and replied. At the same time, he glanced at the darkness in the distance outside the ship. That's true, after all, we red-hair pirates are not ordinary characters, hee. After finishing speaking, Legilu took another bite of the ham. Well, we could actually go straight through the red line. Why do you have to go to the bottom of the sea? Crossing above the red line requires an application to the world government. In this special period, if we let them know that we are going to Marineford, the suspicious characters of those guys in the Holy Land Mariajoy will definitely not agree. It's true, if you can pass directly above the red line, you can save a lot of time. The crew on the deck talked to each other, but Shanks, the captain, and Ben Beckman, the deputy captain, sat aside and fell silent. Shanks leaned against the side of the boat with a half-smile. Advertisement Ben Beckman, on the other hand, is resting with his eyes closed. It's time to float. If you go further, you will reach the dangerous area where the light of Yangshu Eve cannot shine. After a while, Ben Beckman opened his eyes. You heard the words of the deputy captain, hurry up and act, little ones. Usopp laughed and yelled at the rest of the boat, and the Red Firth began to float rapidly towards the sea. Just as their ships disappeared at the edge of Yangshu Eve's light coverage, 2 huge fleets of pirate ships also slowly appeared on the other side of the Fishmen Island. Garp was about to continue chasing Luffy and Ace with all his strength, but was blocked by a figure. He looked up and found that it was Sand Crocodile, Lock Dar, one of the former 7 warlords of the sea. Get out of the way, G-Lock Doll. Garp clenched his fists and shouted in a serious voice. Although it will be very difficult to fight with you, I cannot let you pass through here. Lockdar, with a cigar in his mouth, responded indifferently. Hateful. You guys. You really don't know the heights of the heavens and the earth. Garp clenched his fists angrily. Since you insist on stopping this old man, I can only knock you down here. I'm sorry, Mr. Garp, I can't let you pass here, old man. It is imperative that Ace and Luffy are safely evacuated. Just when Garp was about to attack Crocodile, the voice of Murloc Jinbei also sounded in front of him on the left. Jinbei, I will never show mercy to your subordinates. Garp looked back at the opponent, roared loudly, and without saying a word, he punched Lock Dar, who was blocking the way in front of him. Boom! His terrific punch hit Clock Doll's body hard. K. Lockeater's body, as if it had been bombed, turned into a cloud of dust and dissipated in the air. Advertisement, but soon his body was reassembled by countless sands. Snort. Garp didn't wait for Lock Doll's body to regroup before punching again. The powerful fist pressure instantly shattered Lock's body into countless gravels. Don't forget that the old man is also here. The Murloc Jinbei took a stance and hit Garp. With a the palm wind that could flatten a whole mountain hit Garp's body, but it couldn't shake the opponent's body at all. On Murloc Jinbei's cheeks, a cold sweat could not help but slip down. But this time before he could use his attack, Garp somehow appeared in front of Jinbei, and his huge fist directly hit Jinbei's cheek. Seeing this situation, the other captains immediately greeted their subordinates. Boom! He changed his posture and performed Murloc karate again. It's really scary. Is this the Iron Fist? Garp, who pushed Roger into a corner. The power of the fist is as heavy as a mountain. Seeing that Marco was about to succeed in the sneak attack, Garp's fist had already hit the 2.5 Marco wrapped in the regenerative inflammation in a blink of an eye, punching him back to his original shape. Marco, who was sent flying and returned to his original shape, looked at Garp in front of him in disbelief, got up and wiped the bloodline off the corner of his mouth. Everyone come with me. Make sure you get Ace and Luffy back safely. As expected of the legendary Vice Admiral, Marco muttered to himself solemnly. Cough cough. Seeing that Lakadar and Jinbei couldn't stop Garp at all, Marco turned into a phoenix form and rushed towards Garp wrapped in the flame of regeneration. Block Garp. Jinbei was instantly sent flying by this punch. P.S. Please subscribe. At this time, the members of the Whitebeard pirates around also noticed the situation here. Nice. Garp must not let Garp take the ace back again. 343 at last. Sangoku of Buddha. Since there are 2,000 or 3,000 pacifists on the periphery, they are besieging marine soldiers. In addition, on the battlefield at this moment, there are still members of the Beast Pirates, restraining Marine's main force. For example, Sakuzuki was pinned down by Yumato and could not escape at all, and Puzalino was besieged by Caendish, Garret and others. Kuzan is also suppressed by the villain Leo and the ghost agent, unable to support others. The remaining vice admirals of naval headquarters, such as the more powerful Dion Momoshage, Cake, etc., were also restrained by Thundercloud Zeus, Sun Prometheus, etc. Not to mention, there are Sniper Izzy and his like in the periphery to suppress from a long distance. Plus, there was Whitebeard, the most powerful man in the world. With no one holding Whitebeard down, he was able to flex his muscles and keep killing all sides of the battlefield. Almost all Marines, including those vice admirals, none of them are Whitebeard's generals. This greatly disperses the pressure of 07 from the Whitebeard pirates. At this moment, more than a dozen captains of the Whitebeard pirates surrounded Garp one after another. Everyone's purpose is the same. That is to create the best conditions for the two retreats of Ace and Luffy. I finally rescued Ace, and I absolutely can't let you take him away again. That's right, it doesn't matter if you die here today, Ace must be allowed to retreat successfully. Everyone go up together, he is only one person. Although this may seem a little unfair, but if the opponent is you, then there is no way. We can only besiege you together, Mr. Garp. More than a dozen team captains surrounded Garp at the same time, and each of them displayed their strongest attack. Not to kill Garp, just to be able to keep Garp here. But just when they were about to contact Garp, a voice suddenly sounded behind them, stopping the actions of these team leaders. My sons, step back, Whitebeard came striding in the distance. While speaking, the juvenile knife in his hand emitted a series of extremely powerful sword energy. The marine soldiers who were trying to intercept him were knocked into the air. Advertisement hearing Whitebeard's voice, more than a dozen captains and a large number of members of the Whitebeard pirates moved out of the way. And Garp also became serious. Soon Whitebeard was in front of Garp. Whitebeard. Garp clenched his fists and stared at each other through gritted teeth. La 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 la. Garp. The two of us haven't done anything for many years. Let me, old man, fight with you today, la 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 la. Marco, you take the rest of the people and retreat back to the ship immediately, waiting for my order. Whitebeard turned to look at Marco. I see, father. Marco knew that this was Whitebeard's old man buying them time to retreat, so he didn't dare to be negligent, and immediately greeted the rest of the captains, turned around and killed a bloody road, and began to retreat to the seaside. Soon, with Whitebeard and Garp as the center, no one else existed within a few hundred meters. Look, it's Vice Admiral Garp. Vice Admiral Garp is going to play Whitebeard, what a rare spectacle. I didn't expect Vice Admiral Garp to take action against Whitebeard himself. Looking at the entire naval headquarters, I'm afraid only Vice Admiral Garp can stop that man. Everyone retreat a little further, so as not to be affected by the battle later. Retreat quickly. While the fight here was extremely fierce, in another direction, Rosen had already arrived in front of Sangoku who had turned into a golden Buddha. Boom. Just as Sangoku once again sent a shockwave to the pacifists ahead, trying to destroy these huge threats. Suddenly a fist hit his palm fiercely, advertisement. After the two figures confronted each other, they took half a step back at the same time with the violent explosion. Sangoku looked down in surprise, just in time to see the man with a playful smile on his face. Rosen. Seeing the other person's face clearly, Sangoku's face suddenly sank. Immediately afterwards, without further ado, he raised his hand and slapped Rosen. Shockwave. Each of these peerless murderers is extremely difficult. It is not difficult to imagine that if ordinary people were to bear this shockwave from Sangoku today, they would either die or be injured. I haven't had time to say a few words to you, Mr. Sangoku. Buddha's Sangoku, the battle history is astonishing. This is because his physical fitness at this moment has already far exceeded the imagination of ordinary people, and his physical strength is comparable to that of the undead creature Kaido. In the air, 3 white claw marks instantly appeared. Coupled with the support of thousands of pacifists, it is absolutely detrimental to Marine to continue to delay the time. But the astonishing destructive power set off a storm around his body, cutting everything like a knife like a sword. So Sangoku won't have any nonsense. Are you in such a hurry to fight? The huge sharp claw marks sliced through the sky and headed towards Sengoku's golden Luffy. Rosen grinned grinningly, feeling his blood boiling. After dodging Sengoku's attack, he counterattacked his opponent with one paw. Rosen smiled playfully and easily dodged a blast from Sengoku. Yo yo yo. 467, Pale Claw. Let me be your opponent today. As long as there is the slightest hesitation, they will launch a storm-like attack on their side. Even if he wasn't hit directly, Rosen felt a slight itching on his skin. Even so, he could still feel the influence of those wind blades on himself. 344 White Tiger versus Great Buddha, boom boom boom. In the blink of an eye, Rosen's attack hit Sangoku's body with a thunderous gesture. The huge golden Buddha couldn't withstand the attack of the three claw marks, tang tang tang, took 3 or 4 steps back. After standing still, Sangoku looked at Rosen in bewilderment. He obviously never expected that his opponent would be so powerful. I underestimated you before, Rosen. Sangoku pulled himself together. After speaking, he slapped Rosen again. Relying on the astonishing high speed of the sparkling fruit, Puzalino successfully avoided Cavendish's one-shot attack. But he didn't get entangled with Garret and Cavendish this time. On the contrary, it actually appeared on the periphery of the Marineford Plaza, above the frozen inner bay. I couldn't stop you just now, but this time I can't let you continue to attack Marine. It has already caused a very serious impact. Puzalino, who appeared above the inner bay, looked down at the pacifists standing in a row, like walking turrets, constantly attacking the Marine soldiers. 8-foot Chong Guyu. He opened his hands, and countless golden laser beams burst out from his whole body, covering the nearly 3,000 pacifists like a storm. Whether it is Sangoku or Puzalino, these top powerhouses can see it. Advertisement. What affects the entire battle situation today is not only the participation of the beast pirates, but also the betrayal of thousands of pacifists. So they must be resolved first. Whoosh, whizzing. As soon as she saw Puzalino's appearance, Mrs. Shirley, who was hiding in the dark, had already acted, manipulating a series of pacifists to try to avoid Puzalino's attack. Some of them managed to escape before the golden laser hit them. But a large part of the remaining ones were not so lucky, and their heads were pierced by Puzalino's attack one by one. Boom boom boom. Following Puzalino's 8-foot Chong Guyu, golden laser beams hit the heads of countless pacifists. There were explosions one after another, and pacifists fell down one by one. In just half a minute, Puzalino directly killed at least 2,500 of the 3,000 pacifists left. For the remaining 500, it was Mrs. Shirley who tried her best to manipulate them to escape, and only then did she avoid the fate of the entire army being wiped out. As expected of the Admiral of Naval Headquarters, the combat power is really beyond the reach of ordinary people. Mrs. Shirley curled her lips and quietly commanded her succubus, trying to manipulate Puzalino's will, rewrite the other's dreams, and make the other party one of my own. But before she could take any real action, a golden laser shot down towards her head like lightning. Needless to say, it was naturally because Puzalino, through the powerful observation Hockey, had predicted Mrs. Shirley's attack on himself in advance. Advertisement. In the nick of time, Lady Shirley evades Puzalino's attack. I saw that golden laser light piercing through the tens of meters thick ice layer with ease, leaving only an unfathomable fist-sized ice hole. Mrs. Shirley, who avoids Puzalino, knows that the strength gap between herself and the opponent is too large, and it is impossible to successfully counterattack her opponent. So he did the opposite and ignored Puzalino. Instead, he manipulated the remaining 500 pacifists and continued to launch a new round of attacks on the Marine soldiers who had just adjusted their formation in the distance and were about to launch a counterattack against the Whitebeard pirates. Boom boom boom. Although there were only 500 pacifists left, the attacks they launched at the same time were still not to be underestimated, and they still posed a very serious threat to the Marine soldiers. Ouch. There are still so many left. If you don't solve, good, all of you, I won't do it. Seeing the remaining pacifists start threatening the safety of the rest of the Marines, Puzalino immediately talked to himself meanly. Then he opened his hands again. Just when he was about to make a move and use the 8-foot Chong Guyu to launch a large-scale attack again, suddenly a figure quickly attacked from behind him. The figure's speed was extremely fast, like lightning. In the blink of an eye, he arrived behind Puzalino from 1,000 meters away, and a sword stabbed towards the heart of Puzalino's back. 345 Fierce battle, heated. Oft. At the same time that the sword pierced Puzalino's back, the opponent's body also turned into golden light and dissipated in the sky. Instead, Puzalino's body was on the other side, gathered together by countless golden lights. I was chased by you. After Puzalino reappeared, he turned to look at the menacing Cavendish. While talking cheaply, she also spread her hands helplessly. Your opponent is me, and you are planning to run away before the winner is decided. I can't let you do that again this time. Cavendish pointed at Puzalino with the demon sword Murmura in his hand, and saw the astonishing fluctuations of murderous intent emanating from the sword, as if a ferocious beast crawled and was about to launch an attack. 633's murderous intent made even Puzalino feel a trace of dread in his heart. Because at this moment, the knife gave him an unprecedented feeling. Your weapon is very special. Puzalino could tell at a glance that this was definitely not an ordinary sword. While talking, a golden lightsaber appeared in his hand. Old man, I am also a master of swordsmanship. Advertisement. He laughed. Ms. Shirley, you can continue with your mission, just leave it to me here. Cavendish ignored Puzalino, but turned to remind Mrs. Shirley below. Then I'll leave it to you. Lady Shirley nodded. Manipulating 500 pacifists, they quickly rushed in another direction and continued to besiege the Marine soldiers. That's not okay, the old man said that you can't continue to threaten Marine. Puzalino pointed a finger at Mrs. Shirley. Before he could unleash the laser attack, there was a Swish, sound in the air, and an astonishing sword energy had struck from the side. As I said, your opponent is me, Mr. Puzalino. Cavendish didn't talk nonsense, he stabbed out with a sword and didn't hit the opponent, and immediately changed his move. Kunpeng's power was exerted to ultimate, launching a stormy attack on Puzalino. Facing such a terrifying opponent, even Puzalino did not dare to be distracted at this moment. He had no choice but to wholeheartedly compete with this terrifying young man. Advertisement on the other side, AHFA. Rosen also had a fierce confrontation with Sangoku, the Buddha who turned into a golden Buddha. The fierce confrontation between the shockwave and the pale claw caused the ground to tremble continuously, and violent explosions shook the sky one after another. The battle movement here is naturally more attractive than the battle between Puzalino and Cavendish. At this moment, countless pairs of eyes are looking at this side. Marshal Sangoku and the beast Rosen actually fought directly. Vice Admiral Garp is fighting Whitebeard over there too. Marine legend Vice Admiral Garp and Marshal Sangoku, these two heavyweights actually fought in person. What will happen to this war? Whether it's Vice Admiral Garp or Marshal Sangoku, they are all strong men of the same era as Whitebeard. They are all living legends. Any one of them is enough to shake the whole world. And the mythical beast Rosen is the representative of the strongest in the new era. Even the strongest creature, Kaido of the beasts, is no match for that kid. Will the battle between those four destroy Marineford? It's not just the four of them. Sakuzuki Admiral over there also fought fiercely with Kaido's daughter. The power of Sakuzuki Admiral alone is enough to destroy Marineford. If it weren't for Kuzan Admiral's ability to release frozen fruit at the other end, I'm afraid we would have been roasted by the high temperature in the air. Speaking of it seems that the surrounding temperature is indeed rising. Damn it, how can we end this kind of war? 346 Conquer the naval headquarters and defeat the Marine Admiral. Marine officers and soldiers watched the fierce confrontation on both sides of the battlefield, causing the entire Marineford square to start to fall apart. The sky trembled constantly, as if it would be torn apart at any moment. Everyone's faces were extremely ugly. Even these experienced Marine elites showed fear in the face of this kind of battle situation. The ever-changing battle situation on the Marineford battlefield made most people feel shocked and at a loss. The members of the Whitebeard pirates quickly retreated to the beach while watching the battle between the real strong men. The Marine soldiers tried to pursue them, but they were restrained by the attack of 500 pacifists and could not form their formation. And at this moment on the other side of the battlefield, Buggy the Clown just finished his solo show in front of the live camera. The violent fighting movement finally made him recover from his boasting. Oops. I didn't expect the battle to turn out like this. Even the two guys, the beast Rosen and the Buddha Sangoku, fought together. The hero Garp and the world's strongest man Whitebeard also started a fierce confrontation. If you stay here, I'm afraid you will be killed. Hey, let's hurry. He originally wanted to say to retreat quickly, but when he turned his head, he saw the group of subordinates who followed him escape from impelled down, all staring at him with big eyes. The two words that came to his mouth were finally swallowed by Buggy. Captain Buggy, is this going to take us to show off? Oh, it's finally time to attack Marine. As expected of Captain Buggy, we are finally making our name? Kill Marine. Make a name for yourself. That's right, kill Marine. Make a name for yourself. So which Marine should we attack first? Ordinary characters will definitely not make us famous. We must choose a heavyweight opponent, Captain Buggy. Just the hero Garp. I heard that he was the one who pushed the Pirate King Roger into a corner several times back then. That's right. If we defeat Garp, we will definitely become famous, and from now on, no one in the world will not recognize us. Advertisement, shall we move, Captain Buggy? The group of murderers who just escaped from the large undersea prison impelled down seemed to have no idea what they were talking about. Every word you say, everyone is looking at Buggy the Clown expectantly. Their enthusiasm left Buggy the Clown feeling a little speechless and ashamed. Being praised by so many people, it has reached a high level, and now the Clown Buggy can't hold back that face, saying that he is actually too timid to fight those strong people at all. He twitched his cheeks, so he had no choice but to bite the bullet and smile. Ahahaha. It is of course necessary to attack Marine, and we will definitely do it. But now is not the most suitable time. The Clown Buggy changed the topic, followed by his eyes. What does Captain Buggy mean? How about that? The subordinates looked at Buggy expectantly and asked. You have all seen that unprecedented fierce battles are erupting in the entire Marineford battlefield. At this time, what we have to do is of course broadcast the footage here so that the whole world can see this rare battle. The Clown Buggy pointed to the violent explosions in the distance behind him. That's where Sangoku and Rosen fought. Explosions came and went, and the strong wind howled like a knife like a sword. Even though they were thousands of meters apart, when the strong wind touched everyone's skin, it still produced a tingling sensation. It can be seen how intense the battle over there is. Obviously separated by such a long distance, you can still feel the terrible impact and destructive power. Attack those top powerhouses in Marine or Pirates? Do not make jokes. If ordinary people were involved in a battle of this level, their bodies would be smashed to pieces in an instant. The Clown Buggy kept complaining inwardly. Advertisement. 0. Ask for flowers. Captain Buggy, what should we do? Yeah, it does look like it's going to be pretty intense, so what are we going to do? Captain Buggy means let's go and join the fight? Does Captain Buggy mean to take us to conquer naval headquarters? Captain Buggy is taking us to the naval headquarters. That's great, Captain Buggy. Yossi, conquer the naval headquarters, defeat the Marine Admiral. Without saying a few words, this group of vicious impelled-down prisoners began to make up Buggy's remarks again. Asterisk. Buggy turned around with a depressed face, not knowing how the ears of these guys listened. Listen to me now. We don't need to participate in the battle, at least not at this time. You just follow what I said, use this video phone bug to record everything you see and hear, and then broadcast it to the whole world. By the way, don't forget to tell the whole world when it's broadcast. This is the wise decision of the great legendary pirate, Captain Buggy. After receiving Buggy's order, everyone immediately cheered, and each of them was really honest and started to act according to Buggy's instructions. Some are in charge of capturing angled shots with a videophone bug, and some are in charge of commentary. Everyone seemed so engaged that they had no memory of taking a shot at Marine. Call. Finally got rid of them. After giving orders to this group of well-developed limbs and simple minds, and finally dismissing them, Buggy was relieved. Looking back at these people to make sure they didn't notice him, Buggy hurried away. If I continue to stay, I will really let me attack Whitebeard or Garp. Isn't that sending Lousy to death? Buggy flew forward quickly while thinking, but as he was flying, he was suddenly hit hard by a certain force. He lost his balance and fell to the side uncontrollably. 347 Yumato lost. Damn it. UB*****D. Buggy got up angrily, and found that it was Luffy and Ace who bumped into him. After a little astonishment, he became even more annoyed. Luffy. Why are you everywhere? Oh, it's Buggy, so you're not dead yet. But I don't have time to catch up with you right now, I'm going to take Ace and get out of here quickly. While talking, Luffy looked back at the battlefield behind him. Marine's powerhouses were basically intercepted. Occasionally, individual Marine Vice Admirals or Rear Admirals break through the blockade and pursue them, and they will be immediately intercepted by the captains of the Whitebeard pirates. At this time, 810, and the two brothers seemed to be safe. Then run away slowly, I won't follow you. Buggy curled his lips and flew in the other direction. I thought that if I followed these two unlucky guys, I would be easily attacked by the strong Marines, so it would be better to run away as soon as possible. Just when Buggy turned around and was about to leave, he suddenly saw a submarine not far away from the sea surface slowly emerging from the sea. That is. Buggy the Clown turned his head to look suspiciously and curiously. Luffy and Ace also caught the eye. Is this the Whitebeard pirate's ship? Luffy blinked. No, it doesn't look like our ship. Luffy, explosive force, untie the mirror from my hand. As Ace said, he looked back worryingly at Whitebeard who was fighting fiercely with Garp in the distance. He, like Marco, knew that Whitebeard's body was getting worse day by day. Advertisement now, with that dying body, and having to fight against Garp's level of strength, he was very worried that Whitebeard's body would not be able to bear it. I know, but now, I can't find the key to open the chain. Luffy came back to his senses and looked down at the shackles on Ace's hands. Hawkeye, Hawkeye, Hawkeye. Just as his voice fell, a heavy panting sound came from behind them. The two looked back at the same time, and found that it was a guy wearing an executioner's costume and glasses running towards them, panting. Isn't this guy Mr. 3? Buggy recognized each other immediately. The guy running towards them at this time is none other than Mr. 3. Mr. 3, a senior cadre of the Barlock Work Agency and one of the former departments of Sand Crocodile, Clogodar. Buggy called out the other party's name, but the other party didn't mean to stop, but just glanced at them lightly. Luffy and Ace watched Mr. 3 run past them curiously. I thought that the other party just ignored them and would run to the beach and leave by boat. Unexpectedly, after running a few steps, Rule Tino retreated again. Mr. 2 sacrificed himself to allow you to come to Marineford. Today, I will help you too. As he spoke, he raised his finger. Fingertips melted into various shapes. After a while, it took the shape of a key. Oh, I almost forgot that you have the ability to melt fruits, Mr. 3? Luffy was pleasantly surprised when he saw the key shape formed by the other party's fingertips. Using this, you can open the shackles on Ace's hand. As soon as Mr. 3 finished speaking, before he could actually act, the key in his hand suddenly began to melt rapidly. Advertisement. When everyone saw this strange situation, they didn't understand why. Well, hot. Suddenly Luffy screamed and jumped up. I saw the ice under their feet, and I don't know when it started to melt. Hot magma burst out from under the feet, forming the terrifying Lava King Yang. Seeing that Mr. 3 was about to die in Sakuzuki's hands, this guy turned around and fell directly into the sea, exposed after the ice melted without even thinking about it. Could it be that even Kaido's daughter? His melting fruit creates a wax that is stronger than steel. Following Luffy and Ace, they sank into the deep sea together. It was Admiral Sakuzuki of Naval Headquarters. Buggy panicked and ran away in fright. This sudden scene made Luffy and others startled. They never expected that Sakuzuki would catch up so quickly. You two, one is the remnant of Roger, the Pirate King, and the other is the son of the Revolutionary Dragon. Buggy looked back and saw a man with scars all over his body, slowly emerging from the burnt ground. Sakuzuki, whose half of the head was blown away, came out without saying a word, and the scorching magma fist slammed down on Luffy and Ace. The shield appeared less than 2 seconds before it was completely melted. But at this moment, because 0.5% of the scorching hot magma burned through the ice layer, Luffy and Ace couldn't stand on their feet, and fell directly into the sea. It's Sakuzuki. Mr. 3 watched Sakuzuki's fist come down. Without even thinking about it, he directly used his own fruit ability to create a shield. What's the matter with this guy? Wasn't he intercepted by Kaido's daughter just now? But the disadvantage is the fear of high temperature. Today, no matter what, it is impossible to let you leave. You must be killed here. 348 Thunder 8 trigrams. At the same time, a figure wrapped in purple-black lightning also chased from a distance. You be ********* D. How dare you leave my old lady behind? Look at the trick. Thunder 8 trigrams. Yumato has some bloodline on his head and body. Needless to say, both of them were injured in the fight with Sakuzuki just now. No one seemed to be getting any benefits, but halfway through the fight, Sakuzuki suddenly melted the ground and disappeared. I thought he was going to run away, but I didn't expect that he ran to chase Ace and Luffy. After Yumato found out about this situation, he immediately chased after him. She chased after 07 angrily, and without saying a word, she used Thunder 8 trigrams again directly at Sakuzuki. Sakuzuki turned his head sullenly, and before he could react, he was hit hard on the head by Yumato's mace. Suddenly his head turned into magma and tore apart. Boom! Yumato rushed forward and kicked the remaining half of the opponent's body hard. Panting and raising his head, he saw the submarine appearing on the sea not far away, and several crew members jumped into the water. Immediately afterwards, a strange-looking man appeared on the deck. It was a man wearing a thick hat with leopard print Madara points on his head and a long-sleeved trench coat. Advertisement. He also held a sword in his arms. Hurry up and save Luffy's boss and his big brother. Don't delay. The man ordered to his men. Yumato didn't know this man, but when he heard that he wanted to save Luffy and Ace, he couldn't help but look at him with admiration. Hi, who are you? She curiously asked about the other party's background. But without waiting for the other party to answer, he suddenly felt that the danger was imminent. Sakuzuki, who recovered, punched Yumato in the back angrily. In a hurry, Yumato could only turn around and fight. The two people came and went, and quickly blasted the ice in the vicinity to pieces. The sea was boiling, and the waves were surging. The submarine parked on the sea swayed like a weed in the wind. What a terrible fight. I didn't expect that the battlefield in Marineford would be so intense. Is that a member of the Beast Pirates? Looking at the figure fighting in the distance, Trafalgar Law felt deeply apprehensive. Soon his men rescued Luffy, Ace and the owner of Mr. 3. Must get out of here immediately. If we stay any longer, even we will suffer. Advertisement. Looking down at the three people who had fallen into a coma, Trafalgar Law immediately issued an order. Clang! Rosen's pale claws slammed into Sangoku's body. Dazzling golden light and sparks shot out from the body of the golden Buddha, but Sangoku's body was intact. So your Buddha form is actually like this, Rosen grinned, and his fighting spirit became more enthusiastic and high-spirited. Unexpectedly, it turns out that Sangoku's golden Buddha form not only possesses powerful attack power, but also can release shockwaves that destroy everything. And even the defense is extremely terrifying. Unexpectedly, even his own strongest attack, the Pale Claw, could be resisted, leaving no trace at all. This made Rosen extremely excited. Only such an opponent is worth fighting for. He charged towards Sangoku again with excitement on his face. His figure was like lightning, and his whole body was wrapped in a strong wind. As the storm like a sword swept across, the White Claw activated again. Shockwave. Sangoku also did not back down, raised his palm and aimed at the incoming Rosen, and released another shockwave attack. Boom! After the two forces collided fiercely, another amazing explosion broke out on the spot. A huge mushroom cloud soared into the sky, sending all the people and things in all directions flying out of the hospital. After this reckless move, it was Sangoku's turn not to retreat but to advance, and took the initiative to launch a new round of attacks on Rosen. 349 Ace rescued, all evacuated, boom 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 boom. Explosions sounded one after another, and the movement was more intense than when the battle started. Both of them were hitting fast and shooting with all their strength to defeat the opponent in the shortest possible time. The more the battle progressed, the more surprised Sangoku felt in his heart. This kid's strength is stronger than what I predicted before. And this is just the normal Rosen, he hasn't changed into the form of the White Tiger. He already possesses such strength at such an age, and he must not be allowed to continue to grow, otherwise it will be a serious threat to the entire world government in the future. I must be here today, even if I risk my life, I must be here to capture the beast Rosen. Sangoku secretly made a heavy determination for himself in his heart. After this determination was made, the speed and strength of his shots became faster and stronger than before. Dazzling golden rays of light bloomed from the whole body. The top arm colors and Conqueror's Haki are also continuously released. The two people fight as the center, and at this moment, no one can approach within a radius of 500 meters. The fierce battle made the whole Marineford tremble. The other side, Garp and Whitebeard just came off an intense duel. The two are facing each other at a distance. Garp, it looks like you're getting old. It's only been a while, and it's already gone. La 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 la. Whitebeard put the juvenile knife aside with a boom, opened his hands, and laughed loudly, ready to unleash the power of shock fruit. Garp on the opposite side looked solemn. Time is not forgiving, Whitebeard. Isn't your fighting power not as good as before? But fortunately, you are so old. If you were 20 years younger, Marineford's loss today would be even more tragic. Advertisement, as Garp said, his fists wrapped around the top armament hockey. He is well prepared to deal with Whitebeard's thunderous offensive. But just as Whitebeard was about to attack, Marco landed beside him. Papa, Ace and Luffy have been rescued by Trafalgar Law of the Heart Pirates. The battle here, it's time. Marco reports to Whitebeard what the crew noticed just now. The submarine that suddenly appeared by the sea belongs to the Red Heart Pirates. Captain Trafalgar Law, nicknamed the Surgeon of Death. Hearing that he saved Ace and Luffy, Whitebeard grinned. La 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 la. Did you hear that, Garp? Today's battle, lousy, my Whitebeard pirates won. The ace you plan to execute, my good son, has now been rescued. Marco. La 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 la. Immediately issue an order to let everyone return to the ship immediately. I will kill all Marines who dare to block our retreat. La 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 la. Knowing that Ace has been rescued and today's goal has been achieved, Whitebeard is in a good mood. After speaking, he clenched his fists wolfishly. Suddenly, two groups of white air shields were formed on his fist, and then the air shattered into white cracks one after another. The entire sky and the ground trembled continuously, and even the sea began to tremble violently. Hateful. Hearing that Ace and Luffy were rescued and escaped from Marineford successfully, Garp clenched his fists hard. The principle and justice of being a Marine made his expression look very angry. Advertisement, but as a grandfather, he felt relieved in his heart. Surprisingly, Garp did not react to Whitebeard's attack, still standing there with fists clenched. When Whitebeard really unleashes the power of shock fruit, the earth begins to crack, the sky is torn apart, and the sea is rough with huge waves. Garp finally came to his senses as if suddenly. Backquote, although Ace has been rescued by you bastards. But the old man is going to keep you here today, Whitebeard. Fistbone meteorite. As he spoke, he opened his posture, his pair of iron fists were completely entangled by the top armament hockey. Then give it a try, Garp, la 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 la. Whitebeard squeezed his hands together violently. Suddenly centered on himself, the earth was squeezed and cracked by an invisible force. The sky also seemed to be shattered. In an instant, the sky collapsed and the earth shattered, and the turbulent huge waves spread out to the open sea. Everyone hurry back to the boat. Don't delay, money is good. Seeing this situation, Marco immediately ordered all members of the Whitebeard pirates to return to the ship. Retreat quickly. Daddy is going to destroy Marineford. If you do that, the whole Marineford will sink. But if you use that trick and Marineford sinks, how can you return it? Anyway, let's go back to the ship right now. If we continue to stay here, it will also be affected. Hurry up and retreat. Don't hesitate, go and stir. Damn Marine, get out of the way. Get out of the way for lousy. Ace has been rescued, all personnel must evacuate immediately. We are here today. 350 Whitebeard. A new era begins. The members of the Whitebeard pirates, after learning that Ace had been successfully rescued, were all unwilling to fight again. They all retreated to the seaside according to Whitebeard's order. The group closest to them had even begun to return to their own ship. At this moment, the Marine officers and soldiers naturally noticed this situation. Firefist Ace has been rescued, what should we do now? It seems that Whitebeard is going to destroy Marineford completely. If we continue to fight, we will all be killed. But, damn it, that man has no worries now. Yeah, I didn't carry out large-scale destruction before because I was afraid that his sons were still on the island. Now that Ace has been rescued and the other crew members are retreating quickly, Whitebeard can finally let go and fight. That is the strongest man in the world, we will all die here. Damn it, are we going to retreat? I don't want to just die here. Useless bastards. What nonsense are you talking about? Today's war, Marine, must not lose. Let me immediately chase down the fleeing pirates. They must not be allowed to retreat smoothly. Bombardment. Immediately mobilize all the artillery that can be used to attack those pirate ships. We must not let them escape. Report, report. Our artillery has been completely destroyed by that Cavendish of the Beast pirates just now. There is no longer any long-range fire to use. Damn it. Then go directly to melee with them. In short, we must not let these pirates escape. That's right. Our Marine can't afford to lose that person. If the Whitebeard pirates manage to escape today, our Marine's face and the world government will be ashamed. Rush forward, absolutely not allowed to retreat. Under the personal leadership of a group of Marine Vice Admirals, a large number of Marine soldiers who were already timid rekindled their fighting spirit at this moment. As Vice Admiral added, Marine is betting on the name of absolute justice today, betting on the majesty of all Marines in the world, representing the world government and the Whitebeard pirates to fight. If they lose this war today, their Marine and world government will no longer have any face in front of the whole world from now on. But just as these Marine soldiers were trying to chase down the retreating members of the Whitebeard pirates, suddenly the ground beneath their feet cracked open. Amidst the loud noise of rumbling, a huge gully stretching across the entire island appeared in the main square of Marineford, Ada. This gully forcibly isolated and blocked all the Marine soldiers on the side close to the fortress of the naval headquarters building. It separates them from the members of the Whitebeard pirates. Advertisement, big, the earth, is actually broken. Marineford is split in two, Whitebeard did it, damn, there's no way to go after those guys now. This ravine is too wide, more than 100 meters long, it is impossible to jump over it. Don't stand still, even if you can't chase after me, you still have to shoot me, you must not let them escape easily like this. Immediately encircle from the bath, a warship that cannot fight. Hurry up and act. Give me action, chase, attack. Shoot, shoot, bang 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 bang. Marines' muskets, shoulder-mounted rocket launchers, handheld cannons and other hot weapons launched a fierce attack on the members of the Whitebeard pirate group at the other end of the huge ravine. But at the moment when they just opened fire, they were suddenly attacked by countless thunderbolts. Those thunderbolts fell from the sky, and their power was astonishing. In just a moment, all the weapons in the hands of most marine officers and soldiers were destroyed. And also paralyzed their bodies. Hee, have you forgotten that I'm still here? In the sky, a thundercloud with lightning floated over. It is one of the members of the Beast Pirates, Thundercloud Zeus. There's me too, don't forget my existence, burn you. Sun Prometheus also launched a fierce attack on the marine below. The monstrous raging flames blazed, beating the marine soldiers until they howled and fled in a panic. Whitebeard, you are too unkind. Your people have retreated, we are still here. The ghost agent punched the smoker. Smoker turned his head and said something to Whitebeard in dissatisfaction. Before meeting Rosen, he definitely didn't have the courage to say such disrespectful words to the strongest man in the world. But now it is different. The ghost man agent got the power of the phantom beast devil fruit, and he fought in the form of a holy ape. Advertisement. Although this strength may not allow him to defeat the strongest man in the world. The ghost agent had never imagined such a thing, but it was enough to give him the confidence to talk to Whitebeard on an equal footing. You don't have to look up to this kind of world-class powerhouse like before. La 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 la. My little devils of the beast pirates, it's time for you to retreat too. The next battlefield will be dominated by me, old man. La 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 la. As Whitebeard spoke, he activated his shock fruit power again. Finally, even he couldn't keep calm anymore. Whitebeard, are you really going to destroy Marineford? The era that belongs to you and me is long gone. Quite a number of marine officers and soldiers could not stand still, and they fell directly, and their lives and deaths were unknown. If you do that, you won't be able to escape yourself. The strongest man in the world, after he has no worries about the future, every time he makes a move, he carries the might of destroying the world. Today's war will surely be the beginning of a new era. Even the marine fort right in front of them, located behind the execution platform, has been completely collapsed by the shock. La 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 la. Whitebeard laughed, unleashing shock fruit's power again. The ground further cracked, revealing bottomless gaps. La 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 la. In just half a minute, the damage he caused to the entire marine exceeded the damage caused by more than 5,000 pacifists before. Marineford, which was already torn apart and fragmented, became shaky again under the ravages of this force. Hateful. Garp looked at the hellish scene in front of him. Watching one after another marine soldiers fall into the abyss before his eyes and disappear. This is just the beginning. Garp, 351 mysterious voice, Blackbeard arrives. Damn it. You madman. Watch as Whitebeard once again unleashes the power of shock fruit to further damage Marineford. Garp's face became extremely ugly. He had already figured it out. Whitebeard was going to pull all the marines to stay together, creating a chance for his own crew to escape. Seeing Whitebeard's attack getting more and more crazy, Garp can only grit his teeth and fight the opponent. Sangoku, who was fighting Rosen on the other side, also noticed the situation here. Hateful. If that man wants to destroy Marineford, even Garp may not be able to stop him. Unless I and Pu join forces, Sangoku was extremely worried. But he couldn't spare a hand to support Garp at this time. Rosen's offensive in front of him is getting more and more fierce, and the degree of difficulty is not weaker than that of Whitebeard. It has been heard for a long time that Whitebeard's physical condition is getting worse day by day, and now he is on the verge of death. Looking at his current behavior, he should be planning to drag the entire Marineford marine to be buried with him. This time it's really tricky. On the other side of the battlefield, Xuanwu, who was pinned down by members of the Beast Pirates, glanced towards the battle circle where Whitebeard and Garp were fighting. The expression also looked a little dignified. He himself was fine. It doesn't matter if the whole Marineford sinks into the sea. It doesn't matter whether it's freezing the sea or growing frosty wings to fly away. But if the opponent is Whitebeard, even if he tries his best, he may not be able to save everyone. Advertisement. As long as the opponent's shock fruit power is activated, the frozen sea will be crushed instantly. Ouch. Whitebeard is going to take everyone to be buried with him. It's really scary. Puzalino, who was restrained by Cavendish, glanced at Whitebeard in the distance, and saw through Whitebeard's plan in an instant. Hearing this, Cavendish's face darkened, and he turned his head to look over there. Whitebeard, is he really planning to destroy Marineford? He saw the members of the Whitebeard pirates, most of whom had returned to the ship. Under the impact of Whitebeard's terrifying force, the frozen ice surface of the inner bay has become torn apart, and more than half of it has been shattered. At this time, only Marco, Diamond Jazzy, and Foil Vista are left on the ice, and some Whitebeard regiment captains. Old Marco looked worriedly at the burly figure in the distance. Dad actually intends to stay and let Marine be buried with him. This. Damn it, Marco, how can we sit back and watch something like that happen? Let's go to support Papa, take Papa and retreat together. Stop talking nonsense. The reason why Dad did this is to create an opportunity for us to retreat. Although Marine has lost tens of thousands of effective forces, the rest are all truly elite. Damn, Dad, how could we leave him here alone? The remaining members of the Whitebeard regiment on the ice stood blankly looking into the distance one by one, facing Garp alone in a group of Marine Vice Admiral Rear Admiral Commodore Izzy. And at this moment, on the execution platform, 0, seeking flowers, 0. Advertisement crane, Vice Admiral and others basically evacuated from that dangerous place after Whitebeard shot down the Marine fort just now. It seems that today is not a good opportunity to grab shock fruit. Tisk ha 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 ha. Towel. The entire Marine fort battlefield is like hell. Whitebeard launched a mad attack, which was successfully stopped by Garp. On the empty execution platform, a rough laughter suddenly sounded. Yes, Captain, we will not stay and be buried with you. Whitebeard's shock fruit power unleashes without hesitation and can destroy the entire Marine fort in an instant. The same is true for Rosen and Sangoku on the other side. After hitting the back, Rosen even directly turned on the form of the White Tiger of the Beast, and fought fiercely with Sangoku of the Golden Buddha. 0. I didn't expect that the guys from the Beast Pirates would come here to intervene. It doesn't make any sense to stay now, let's retreat temporarily. Captain, looking at the current situation, if you don't retreat, I'm afraid you will be buried here. Then we can only give up on you. Not far away, the Marineford Fortress building collapsed further. Tisk ha 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 ha. Tisk ha 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 ha. These bastards are really disgusting. The sound just fell, and suddenly the execution platform also. Bang, and it became torn apart. 352 The terror of Garp. This battle lasted for 3 full days and 3 nights, but the two sides were still tied. On the morning of the 4th day, Rosen suddenly stopped attacking. Sangoku on the opposite side noticed something and stopped immediately. Both of them naturally turned their heads to look around at the disintegrated Marineford. Sangoku didn't want to fight anymore. He withdrew his gaze from looking around and looked towards Rosen. Do not fight. That's it for now, Marshal Sangoku. Continuing to fight, I'm afraid it won't do us any good. Rosen looked at Sangoku with a playful smile and suggested. Sangoku clenched his fist tightly, turned his head and glanced at 223 in the direction of Garp. At this time, Garp was wrapped around the top armament hockey like a crazy beast, constantly attacking Whitebeard. And Whitebeard is also majestic, exuding a powerful hockey all over his body. Shock Fruit cooperates with the armed color and constantly counterattacks Garp's attack. Both played very seriously and intensely. Although Whitebeard's physical condition has been rumored to be very bad, but at this moment he does not look like a sign of decline. Whether it was punching or dodging, they were both calm and unbreakable. It seemed that the two of them could hardly tell the winner in a short time. But those two were close to winning and losing, and the surrounding environment did not allow Whitebeard to continue to destroy so willfully. Otherwise, as Rosen said, it will do no one any good. I agree with you, you stop Whitebeard, I'll stop Garp. Today's war ends here. After briefly weighing the pros and cons, Sangoku made his decision. After he finished speaking, both of them rushed towards Whitebeard and Garp in the distance like lightning. Boom 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 boom, with 4 intense explosions sounded. The 4 figures are also separated with one touch. Sangoku and Garp fell tens of meters away, while Whitebeard and Rosen emerged from the billowing smoke. Advertisement, Sangoku. Why did you stop me? After landing, Garp frowned and looked at Sangoku beside him. He was fighting Whitebeard just now. If Sangoku hadn't blocked him, maybe that punch just now could have hit the head of Chuichi Beard. Enough, call it a day, Garp. Sangoku didn't explain, and he had changed from the form of the Golden Buddha back to normal after the words fell. As an old partner and comrade in arms for many years, Garp immediately understood what the other party was thinking after being slightly taken aback. The armament hockey wrapped around his body and the released Conqueror's hockey also slowly subsided. He and Whitebeard have been fighting for days and nights, and there is still no winner. At this moment, Marineford is already in pieces. Fire Fist Ace has already been rescued. Most of the members of the Whitebeard pirates have also boarded the ship. Now on the battlefield, only Whitebeard and his several captains are left. The rest are members of the monster pirates and Captain Rosen. No matter which one it is, even if it is taken out alone, it is a difficult bone for Marine. What's more, so many of them gathered together. The fierce fighting for many days in a row resulted in serious casualties among Marine soldiers. Although there are no accurate statistics, but among the 100,000 elite Marines, perhaps less than half of them are left. So the meaning of Sangoku is very clear, and you don't need to say more about Garp to understand it in seconds. If this battle continues today, it will not do Marine any good. Hateful. Garp squeezed his fist unwillingly, looked up at Whitebeard. Old man, I almost killed you, Whitebeard. You paragraph mark paragraph mark paragraph mark paragraph mark oh. It's up to me to say that, if Rosen hadn't stopped me, I would have punched you to death just now. Advertisement, looks like you're getting old, Garp. It's true that time doesn't forgive people, la 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 la. Whitebeard laughed. Of course, this sentence is just a joke. It's between him and Garp and Sangoku to be able to understand each other's jokes. Beat Garp. How can it be done so easily? If that man could be easily defeated, the Rocks would not have been defeated by Garp back then, leading to the disbandment of the entire Rocks pirate group. As for the One Piece Roger, it is impossible for him to be cornered several times by that man. Even defeating is not easy to do, let alone killing. That is simply a fantasy. People from the outside don't understand the powerhouses of that era, and many people always think that Garp just mastered taijutsu and conqueror's haki. Because there is no devil fruit, there is a big gap between the real top players in the world. But in fact this is a wrong perception. Only those who have actually fought against Garp will understand how troublesome that man is. It just so happens that Whitebeard has fought Garp countless times. He knows Garp's part better than anyone except Sen 4.9. Of course Whitebeard hoped that he could do what Rox and Roger couldn't do before. It's a pity that he has been waiting for decades for this ultimate battle. It's been many years, and he hasn't played hands with people so freely like this moment. As the man who knows his body best, Whitebeard knows his time is numbered. This time in Marineford's battle, he had already made up his mind to stay here. It is unexpected to be able to stand still without falling down now. The battle with Garp was considered to have fulfilled half of his life's wish. It's a pity that I couldn't play against Sangoku. 353 4 Emperor's Shanks, finally here. UB******D. Since you are not convinced, let's fight again. Garp folded his arms, looking defiantly at Whitebeard. Leaving aside the friendship as an old rival for decades. Today is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. I have an unprecedented probability of capturing Whitebeard with my own hands. Of course Garp will not let go of such an opportunity easily. In the face of absolute justice, there is no saying that victory is invincible. As long as Whitebeard can be defeated and captured, it doesn't matter if he is in poor health or old. None of this is a reason to let Whitebeard go, la 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 la. 07. Hit and hit. Whitebeard slammed the saber in his hand on the ground, and hit the ground with a boom. He opened his arms and was about to strike again. At this moment, a Marine colonel hurried over from a distance and reported to Sangoku. Mr. Sangoku, I haven't had a chance to report to you just now. The door of justice was opened, and many pirate ships broke in. The other party's tone was a little hasty. After so many days of fierce fighting, Naval Headquarters has suffered heavy losses in combat power. Now there are a large number of pirates appearing again. For ordinary Marine soldiers, this is simply a bolt from the blue. Of course, these words immediately attracted the attention of Rosen and the other four. Pirate ship? Advertisement? Are there a large number of pirate fleets appearing? Whitebeard, is this your ambush? Sangoku grimaced and looked up at Whitebeard. Garp beside him also immediately darkened his face, clenched his iron fists tightly. Whitebeard didn't respond to either of their concerns, but narrowed his eyes slightly. At this moment, he is also thinking in his heart, who is here? Because those pirate ships were not the reinforcements he had arranged in advance. Is it the guys who plan to take advantage of the chaos and come to Marineford for a piece of the action? La 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 la. It seems that this war has really attracted a lot of good people. So, what are you going to do next, Sangoku, Garp? Whitebeard laughed playfully, and glanced to the left and right in the distance. On the Marineford battlefield at this time, except for them who had stopped fighting, the rest of the people were still fighting. But there are not many who can stand. Marine Admiral Aokiji, in cooperation with Vice Admiral Doberman, Ghost Spider, Hua Shaoshan and others are fighting with the villain Wangiran Agent, Sun Prometheus, etc. of the Beast Pirate. Although it is not as intense as it was a few days ago. But at this time these people still did not stop. On the other side, there is another Admiral Sakuzuki, playing against Kaido's daughter Yumato, Kazuki Hiyori and others. It is worth mentioning that Hancock, the Queen of Pirates, had already found an excuse to leave Marineford after seeing Luffy being rescued by the Red Heart Pirates. This also leaves Kazuki Hiyori free to deal with other marine powerhouses. The remaining one, Admiral Puzalino, is still fighting with Cavendish, Garret and other members of the Beast Pirates. Advertisement: the two sides have been fighting since a few days ago and it is still hard to tell the outcome. Since you say that, it means those who are not you. Sangoku's face became more serious. Looking at the eyes of Whitebeard and Rosen opposite, they became even more dignified. This also means that the person who came is not a member of the Whitebeard Pirates. Ordinary pirates usually have no time to escape when they meet them. Everyone stop me, Whitebeard was talking about some good people, and the man wouldn't bother to tell a lie. Marine's majesty and combat power in the world cannot be doubted. If the war with Whitebeard and Rosen continues, Marine will be doomed. Fortunately, we have reached a tacit agreement with Rosen to stop. At this time, the one who dares to take the initiative to come to Marineford to do things is definitely not a character like 963. His words surprised everyone. It seems that you have encountered new troubles, Dr. Sangoku. Then, will the sale continue? One by one looked over in disbelief. Rosen stretched playfully, changed back to the normal form from the beast-wide tiger form, looked at Sangoku as if nothing had happened and asked. Sangoku quickly thought of something, and several figures appeared in his mind. Could it be them? Without any hesitation, Sangoku issued an order to all the marine soldiers who were still fighting. 354 The Redhead's decision. Mr. Sangoku, what do you mean by stop? It's already reached this point. If we don't take the opportunity to catch these guys today, what's the face of our marine and world government? Alternate Admiral raised his concerns in a bemused manner. Yeah, Marshal Sangoku, you've already fought to this extent. If Marine can't win, wouldn't it be a joke for the whole world? And if the world government blames it, who will take the responsibility? All responsibility rests with me. That's it for today. Everyone, stop fighting immediately. Sangoku gave the order again in a deep voice. In an instant, the entire Marineford battlefield was shattered, and almost every Marine took the initiative to stop. And every Marine soldier in the combat force naturally gathered towards Sangoku and Garp's position. In the audience, there was only one person who was still fighting desperately with the enemy. And this person, without a doubt, is Akainu, Sakuzuki. Sangoku looked sullen, glanced at Sakuzuki in the distance and didn't stop him. Whitebeard, you better get out of here at once. And you, Rosen, the truce between Marine and you begins now, but the truce is only valid for 3 months. After 3 months, if we meet you again, our Marine will never keep our hands. Sangoku looked at Rosen and Whitebeard and said in a deep voice. I really look forward to the day when you don't hold back. Rosen shrugged. Have you all heard what Mr. Sangoku said just now? W. Do Mr. Sangoku a face, come back quickly, stop making trouble. Advertisement. He greeted his crew through the phone bug. Soon, a large group of people, such as Ghost Akin, Leian Zeus, Kazuki Hiyori, Yumato, Villain Leo, Rockwell, etc., gathered behind Rosen as if teleporting. These people and Rosen seem to form an insurmountable iron wall. Anyone who tries to touch them will be crushed and crushed mercilessly. So many top powerhouses appear in one screen at the same time. Even though they had put down their hostility temporarily, they still brought a strong sense of oppression to the Marine soldiers. Even Sangoku, Garp and others cannot ignore this invisible psychological pressure. La 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 la. Boy, go drink with me, Whitebeard offered the invitation. Both of them knew that Sangoku was talking about the scene. Marineford Summit War, Marine's loss far exceeds that of the Whitebeard pirates. And Rosen's Beast pirates had 0 damage. The 3-month truce is supposed to restore Marine's strength. But whether it's 3 months or 3 days, it doesn't matter to the two of them. Anyway, if Marine intends to go to war, he can accompany him anytime. Whitebeard, I have one more battle with you. Rosen and Whitebeard turned around at the same time, in front of all Marines, and left as if nothing had happened. La 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 la. Are you going to fight me now? Don't worry, I heard that you have a good wine collection on board, and it's not too late to find a place to drink slowly after drinking. Rosen laughed. La 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 la, then it's settled. Drink to your heart's content first, and then have a good fight with you. Advertisement. Marco and the others, who were waiting anxiously in front of them, saw the old man and the young man walking back side by side, talking and laughing, and they all greeted them one after another. At the same time that the Whitebeard pirates and the monster pirates were about to retreat from Marineford. Naval Headquarters Marineford, in the direction of the Gateway of Justice. About 20 minutes earlier, the 4 Emperors Shanks, Redvers, passed through the breached Justice Gate. It seems that the battle here is really fierce. Even the legendary Gate of Justice has been destroyed like this. On the deck of the ship, Usopp looked at the Gate of Justice hundreds of meters high with some amazement. Only a small part of it was damaged. Legilu looked towards the direction of the stern and couldn't help asking. Usopp also asked. You can actually destroy the Gate of Justice head-on. What a powerful destructive power it takes to be able to do it. What the boss means is that the Big Mom pirate group and the Beasts pirates are behind us at the same time, and the opponent is also Kaido of the Beasts and Big Mom. If there is only one of our ships, it may be a loss to intercept them. Thinking about it, only that man possesses such terrifying destructive power. And you make guesses one by one. Who on earth has this kind of power? Can actually directly destroy the Gate of Justice? If I remember correctly, this thing is made of sea stone mixed with the best steel, right? Could it be Whitebeard? Ben Beckman said meticulously. Only 2 people, Ben Beckman and Shanks, did not participate in this discussion. Zhao Wangchao, speaking of which, boss, we are already here, shall we continue to let those guys behind us go? No need for Lu. Almost everyone guessed it was Whitebeard. Since we have already arrived here, let's wait until we officially arrive in Marineford. Shanks smiled. Yeah, those guys have followed all the way, do you want to stop them here? 355 The 4 emperors arrived together, suppressing the oppressive power of the era. Hearing the words of the Deputy Captain Ben Beckman, everyone on the deck was slightly startled. Immediately afterwards, the crew all burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha. Boss, so you were worried that you won't be able to beat him? Is this true? Boss, this is the first time I've seen you meet someone I'm afraid of? It seems that our leader is also afraid sometimes, ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. Shanks heard the ridicule from the crew. Instead of being angry, he actually laughed too. Your deputy captain is right. I'm indeed worried about a direct conflict with those guys behind me. After all, they have dozens of boats, and we only have one. If it is sunk, we will have no boats to ride on, ha 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 ha. Shanks generously admitted his inner concerns. After speaking, he laughed even more happily. Look at Shanks also laughing loudly. Everyone on the deck laughed more heartily than him. Everyone didn't seem to feel any shame because of Shanks' fear. Instead, he just took this matter as a very funny joke. If outsiders saw their behavior here at this moment, they would definitely feel very incomprehensible. But that's one of the reasons why the Red Hair Pirates are known as the 460 Bandits. There is no intrigue or secret among their crew members. The communication between the crew and the crew, even the crew and the captain, is full of manly sincerity and magnanimity. To the roar of laughter from the crew of the Red Hair Pirates, soon the ship had crossed the Gate of Justice and entered the calm belt. And soon after the arrival of the Red Hair Pirates, a huge fleet also appeared in the hazy sea fog ahead. The fleet is rapidly approaching the gates of justice. I saw 4 Emperors Charlotte Linland's, Queen's Mother singing, and Kaido of the Beasts, Sacred Beast Blue Dragon, leading the way. Dozens of huge pirate ships followed behind, carrying tens of thousands of pirates, passing through the gate of justice mightily and quickly. Well. Advertisement, this is Naval Headquarters Marineford. Why is the gate destroyed? It seems that Marines suffered a big loss today. Well. Charlotte Linland sat on her throne, munching on dessert while glancing at the broken gate of justice. Mom, you can still detect the movement of the battle in the direction of Marineford, but it's not as intense as before. Reported by Cracker. Well, looks like we came just in time. This time we must completely defeat the beast pirates. Let that be ***** D. Rosen pay the price. Charlotte Linland said, turning her head to look at the sacred beast Azure Dragon, not far away. Kaido's burly body stands at the bow. At this time, his face looked a little domineering and even ferocious. But he didn't say a word, and he didn't know what was going on in his heart. Mr. Sangoku, the enemy is rapidly approaching Marineford. Judging from the pirate flag, the people coming belong to the 3 forces. 4 Emperors, Red Hair Pirates of Red Hair, Shanks. 4 Emperors, the Beasts Pirates of Kaido of 100 Beasts. 4 Emperors, Big Mom, Charlotte Linland's Big Mom Pirates. All the top big pirates from New World, Marineford, who had just watched Rosen and Whitebeard leave Sangoku in the Grand Plaza, received an update from his staff. Hearing that the people who came were those 3 guys, Sangoku's expression became extremely serious. But there was no flustered emotion as imagined, because Sangoku had already expected that it might be these people who came. Kaido of the Beasts, Charlotte Linland, these sea emperors who dominate the New World, how could they easily miss what happened in Marineford? It's just that people didn't expect that even Shanks came. Move all the wounded and disabled to the rear, AHBD. Others, everyone be alert. Advertisement. Sangoku issued an order in a deep voice, demanding that all the wounded be moved to a safe place immediately. Then he picked up the phone bug and reported the latest situation to all Marine soldiers. Now tell me about the new crisis that Marine is about to face. The Sea Emperors from the New World, Kaido of the Beasts, Charlotte Linland, and Shanks the Red, took their crews and broke into Marlin Bando. We are expected to appear in front of us in 3 minutes. I know that all of you have experienced days and nights of fighting, watching countless comrades in arms, companions, and even relatives fall one after another. This makes you physically and mentally exhausted. But now we don't have time to grieve. Marineford faces life and death. We must muster the courage to keep fighting. In order to maintain the absolute justice of Marine. To maintain the face and dignity of the world government. We must not back down today. Damn it. These vile and shameless bastards, invading when our Marine has just fought Whitebeard and is really exhausted. That's despicable. Damn. After finally surviving the terrifying offensive of the Whitebeard pirates and the Beast pirates, I didn't expect to face 3 equally powerful enemies. I want to go home. I don't want to continue fighting. But when they heard that they were going to fight a powerful enemy again, the Marine officers and soldiers who were still standing in the broken and uneven Marineford Square were all frowning. What should we do now? With Marine's current combat strength, it is simply impossible to deal with the attacks of the 3 Sea Emperors at the same time. Marine doesn't have the strength to face the attacks of those powerhouses. We shouldn't have declared war with the 3 of them. Everyone, cheer me up and get ready to fight. Sangoku's voice was full of majesty. Wait to die. How can you experience it? Me too. I don't want to fight anymore. If this fight continues, Marine will be wiped out. Shameless. I will die here today. Everyone will die. That is the Sea Emperor of New World, red-haired Shanks, Kaido of the Beasts, Charlotte Linland. Each one is world-class. Garp next to him also clenched his fists, looking like a rainbow. Why is this happening? It's obvious that the Whitebeard pirate group has already caused us a lot of trouble. Now that Marine has suffered a lot, why did those 3 guys come here? 4 Emperors Shanks, Kaido of the Beasts, Charlotte Linland. The 3 of them actually came to Marineford? Episode 356. The terrorist threat of the new era. Panic spreads in almost every Marine. On the entire battlefield, there was no high-spirited fighting spirit as imagined, only endless sighs and self-pity. After several days and nights of fierce fighting, these Marine soldiers have all seen the terrifying strength of the Royal Regiment from New World. Now there is only endless fear in their hearts. The fighting spirit and aura of the beginning have long been lost. Sangoku. Crane Vice Admiral came to Sangoku's side at some point. Looks. Everyone is depressed. Well, there is no way to do this. Who could have predicted that the battle would end like this? Not only was Fire Fist Ace successfully rescued, but the encirclement we carefully set up was also easily cracked because of the intervention of the Beast Pirates. Thousands of pacifists in turn attacking Marine is the real cause of our heavy casualties. What's the use of saying that now? Most importantly, everyone must cheer up immediately. Sangoku clenched his fists and spoke solemnly. Thankfully Rosen and Whitebeard chose not to continue the fight. He secretly rejoiced in his heart. If Whitebeard and Rosen had continued to fight today, then the 5 royal groups of New World would have arrived. Not even Marineford can afford to go to war with these guys at the same time. Let me tell. Give me the phone bug, Sangoku. I'll tell them. While Sangoku was silent, thinking of countermeasures to boost morale, Garp walked over. As he spoke, he took the phone bug from Sangoku's hand. With no worries about Ace and Luffy, there is only absolute justice left in Garp's heart at this moment. Boys, advertisement. Listen to me, it doesn't matter if it's Shanks the Redhead, Kaido of the Beasts or Charlotte Linland today. Marineford is naval headquarters. Any villains who dare to commit crimes, come and be one. Picking up the phone bug from Sengoku's hand, Garp said loudly to everyone in the audience with a sinking dantian. A certain sea area in New World. The huge news ship is parked in the middle of the blue sea. Countless newsbirds flew in all directions carrying newspapers. With the news of Marineford continuing to report these days, the whole world now knows the news of Marineford's defeat. Unexpectedly, Kawako of Roger of One Piece was successfully rescued. Marine really lost face this time, not only let Fire Fist Ace be rescued by the Whitebeard pirates and the Beast pirates, but even those two pirates were able to escape unscathed. It's really embarrassing. People are disappointed. Shame. Naval headquarters has suffered a heavy loss this time. I heard from news reports that Marineford lost more than 50% of its troops this time. That must be tens of thousands. This mythical beast pirate group is really terrifying. They are performing all the time. If it weren't for their participation, the Whitebeard pirate group might have been wiped out by Marineford. Mythical beast Rosen, that guy is simply the new era's One Piece. After the open and honest invasion of Marineford, there has never been a pirate group that can retreat unscathed in history. This beast pirate group is really terrifying. I can't imagine what kind of existence a pirate group whose members are all creatures from myths and legends. The beast Rosen, will he destroy this world? Have you heard? Looks like Whitebeard promised to fight Rosen. Is there such a thing? I don't know. Haven't you heard of it? Why do I seem to remember that at the beginning of the Marineford Summit War, those two men had already made an agreement? Whitebeard is the strongest man in the world, and the beast Rosen has the strongest attack power in the form of a white tiger. If those two men fight, the world will be destroyed. Will there be a whole new war? Damn. What will this world turn into? Ordinary people are too powerless. Sabaody Archipelago. At the emergency shelter, most people are paralyzed at this time. Advertisement. The signal of the live broadcast on the big screen was completely interrupted about 2 days ago, and it could never be restored. Before the live broadcast signal was interrupted, everyone here could clearly see the picture of the Marineford battlefield. Fire Fist, Ace, the bloodline of the former One Piece King Roger, and the son of the revolutionary monkey. D-Dragon were rescued by mysterious people at the same time. 0. Seeking flowers. Immediately afterwards, the Whitebeard pirates retreated, and the strong Marines fought the final battle with the Beast pirates and Whitebeard at the same time in Marineford. Dark sky, landslide and tsunami. In the end, the live broadcast screen stayed at the scene where Marineford fell apart. Up to now, 2 full days and 2 nights have passed, and there is still no news. Because I don't know what's going on outside. These Marine family members, world nobles and others can only stay in the emergency shelter of Sabaody Archipelago. One by one anxiously waiting. The battle at Marineford. What's going on? Does anyone know what's going on? Among the crowd, someone whispered something. I don't know what's going on at all. Marine needs to face Whitebeard and the beast Rosen at the same time, and there are so many mythical creatures with abilities. This final battle must be very dangerous. I wish I could watch the live broadcast now. Waiting anxiously here, every day is like living in hell. Damn it. How long do we have to wait? Don't worry. Marine will definitely win. After all, Marineford has assembled more than 100,000 Marine elites, and there are 3 top combat forces guarding it, Marshal Sangoku, Hero Garp, and Marine. That's what I said, but the members of the Beast Pirates are too powerful, especially the Beast Rosen, whose strength has already surpassed the admirals of naval headquarters. Yeah, didn't you all see that? Admiral Akainu Sakuzuki has lost an arm, which is the masterpiece of the Beast Rosen. So you guys mean, is Marine going to lose this fight? No, won't it? In that case, wouldn't the world be destroyed? In the crowd, Marine's family members and the nobles of the world, the more they talked, the more ugly their expressions became. If Marine fails, then they will probably be unlucky too. If those vicious pirates defeat Marineford, they will never let them go. When everyone was at a loss, a large amount of newspapers suddenly fell from the sky. 357. The 4 seas are shocked. In the emergency shelter of the Sabaody Archipelago, many albatross newsbirds suddenly appeared in the sky above the place where the live broadcast was placed. At the same time, countless newspapers and reports fell among the crowd like fragments. What is this? A newspaper? A report from the World Economic News Service. Why is there such a thing now? Didn't all the reporters from Morgans gather here? Morgans is the king of the New World's underground world. He has a lot of means to get big news. Look quickly, what the hell is this? The unidentified melon-eating crowd among the crowd bent down and bowed their heads to pick up the newspapers on the ground after being stunned. 320. Are these the newspapers from the newsbird at headquarters? Is the latest news coming? Obviously Marineford's live broadcast signal has been completely interrupted. How did President Morgans obtain the information? A reporter from the World Economic News Agency looked up at the sky and grabbed a newspaper that had fallen from the sky to his side. After carefully reading the above content, his expression changed instantly. What? Among the crowd, many people also saw the contents of the newspaper at this time. In an instant, the whole crowd began to boil, and the shock and agitation spread rapidly in all directions like a tide. The Marine at Marineford has failed. Whitebeard and the Mythical Rosen, with their crews, are retreating. More than half of the Marine casualties, Marshal Sangoku was forced to reach a truce with Whitebeard and the Beast Rosen. Fire Fist Ace was rescued. One Piece King Roger's bloodline has not been executed, he is still alive. Advertisement. It turns out that everything is true, and everything we think has become reality. Damn. Is the news about that fellow Morgan's reliable? How did he get the information? Marineford's video phone bug signal should have been cut off, this is probably fake news. The official phone bug signal has indeed been cut off, but that doesn't mean that the civilian phone bug signal will be cut off. Yeah, don't forget, that guy Morgan's has countless newsbirds in his hands. All those albatrosses can fly, and they can directly observe the situation on the scene from the sky above Marineford. Is this really the case? Doesn't that mean the contents of these news reports are all true? This is big news. I guess the whole world knows it by now. Damn, is Marineford really defeated? So what do we do now? Marine has reached an agreement with the Whitebeard group and the Beast Pirate group, and now they should not attack us anymore. The Whitebeard pirates lost a lot in this war, and only the Beast pirates can retreat unscathed. That mythical beast Rosen, I've never heard of it being a slave to ordinary people. If you say that, the Whitebeard pirates have never recorded any casual attacks on ordinary people. What will happen in the end? But the blood of that pirate king Roger is still alive. Didn't Whitebeard say that he would support Fire Fist Ace to become the new One Piece? The world will still be in great fear? Marine will fail? This is impossible. Will no one protect us nobles in the future? You can consider paying some protection fees to the Beast Pirates. Since Rosen never takes action against civilians, he probably won't do anything to us, right? Brother, your suggestion is not bad. Later, we will take the initiative to contact the Beast Pirates to test their offer. Join if you can't beat it, this might not be a way. But, damn it, has it fallen to the point of relying on pirates for protection? This time, Marine really suffered a crushing defeat. Advertisement people in emergency shelters come from all over the world, and people from all walks of life have zero. In addition to Marines' family members and world nobles, there are active Marines, ordinary businessmen, journalists from all walks of life, and so on. Everyone has a different reaction after seeing the report in their hands and the news that Marine lost in the battle against the Whitebeard pirates and the Beast pirates. Don't make jokes about 3.4. Naval Headquarters is the face of the world government, the most violent organization. Now we all know the result of the battle. Marine was defeated by the Whitebeard pirates and the Beast pirates. And when the crowd is boiling, everyone in every different group is expressing their views and concerns. That's right, the pirates are all about money. As long as you give them enough money, the Beast pirates will definitely agree to protect us. Even the nobles of the world who are greedy for life and fear of death have already decided to seek the protection of the Whitebeard group or the Beast group. Don't worry, we are nobles, we have plenty of money, as long as we have money, we can let those top pirates protect us, don't be afraid. Has there been any new reports? What news this time? Look, something has appeared in the sky again, could it be bad news again? For a while, no one spoke. Thousands of copies of the latest newspapers fell from the sky and soon fell into the hands of the people. Can't wait to open them up and check them out. It's okay if you don't look at it, but after seeing it, everyone's face turned completely pale like ashes. Suddenly, the space was once again flooded with newspaper stories. It seemed that he was completely stunned by the content reported in the newspaper in his hand. It fell. Hurry up and see what news is reported. What is the world government using to fight back against the pirates now? Using the head to fight back. What will the world be like? Woo 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 woo. Couldn't the world government take some new action to fight back against those hateful pirates? Damn bastards. 358 The five emperors gathered together, and the situation was surging. This. What the hell is going on here? After a long while, someone in the crowd suddenly spoke in a crying voice. The other three royal groups of New World, Red Hair Pirates of Shanks, Beasts Pirates of Kaido, Big Mom Charlotte Linlin's Big Mom Pirates. These three top pirate groups actually appeared in Marvondo at the same time? This time it's really no longer fake news, the newspaper even has pictures of the fleet of pirate ships. What's going on? Marine probably didn't fight those three pirates. Does 07 matter if there is no war? Marineford's Summit War has already attracted the attention of the whole world. Now the three imperial regiments are going to find out. Those three top pirate groups must have seen the real battle situation of Marineford, knowing that Marine suffered heavy losses in the contest with Whitebeard and the Beast Rosen. Is that why they all go out and show up at Marineford at the same time? Is this really going to take out naval headquarters? A Rosen and a Whitebeard, both of them are sea emperors of the New World. Just the Beast Pirates and the Whitebeard Pirates have caused more than half of Marineford's casualties, and Sangoku had to stop fighting. Now there are three New World Sea Emperors. Marineford is really dangerous this time. With the current combat power of naval headquarters, it is simply impossible to withstand the siege of so many emperors at the same time. This world is about to end. Is the Marine of the world government going to be completely wiped out? Damn it, isn't it? Isn't it? The world of pirates? Damn it, why did such a thing happen? It was already expected. Okay, Marine's crusade against the Whitebeard pirates should have known that this would lead to such a result. Advertisement. Although the Sea Emperors of the New World seem to be in a hostile relationship at ordinary times, once they face the threat of the world government, they will easily unite and fight against the enemy. In other words, today's situation is completely created by the world government and Marine. If you don't die, you won't die. World government and Marine failed to provoke those Sea Emperors, and now they are jointly counterattacked by them. What's the matter with us ordinary people? It's not the big pirates we provoked. Yeah, it seems that it really has nothing to do with us. But, damn it, I don't want to stay here any longer, I'm leaving. I also want to find a place to hide. The feeling of panic is not only spreading in Sabah archipelago. In fact, at this moment, almost every sea area and every island in the world is filled with a similar emotional atmosphere. Ordinary people have nothing to worry about in the face of chaotic times. There was nothing to do but sigh and tremble. However, are the facts really as dire as they imagined? Naval Headquarters, Marineford. Whitebeard and Rosen came to the beach side by side. 3 Moby Dicks, 2 of which had been destroyed in the battle, but Whitebeard's own flagship was still intact. The two were about to board the ship when pirate ships with clear flags appeared on the distant sea. Advertisement la 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 la. The group of brats finally appeared. Whitebeard stopped and turned to look in the direction of the sea. Red hair. At a glance, Rosen recognized the Red Firth sailing at the forefront. That is the flagship of Red Hair pirates. Riding the wind and waves, the Red Firth approached here at an extremely fast speed. And not far behind them, there are another huge pirate ships with very distinctive features. The 2 leading ships are the Queen Mother singing and the divine beast Qinglong. La 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 la. Kaido and Linlin are here too. They're all familiar faces, la 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 la. Whitebeard held a young knife in his hand, and did not board the ship and leave immediately. Instead, he looked like he was waiting for the big pirates on the opposite side to come and fight. The same is true for Rosen, who stood on the shore and waited for the arrival of the other party's ship. At such a time, it would be regarded as an act of cowardice to board a ship and leave .359 and Kaido comes to pick up the leaks. Boss, the battle here seems to be over. On the deck of the Red Hair pirate's ship, everyone gathered and stared ahead. This distance is enough for them to see the situation on the shore clearly with their eyesight. The main members of the Whitebeard pirates, together with all the members of the Beast pirates, are waiting for them at this moment. Instead of chasing the pirates, Marine stood on the large square in the distance and paid attention. Such a strange scene naturally aroused the speculation of Shanks and others. Is there a truce? Shanks' eyes subconsciously fell on the Beast Rosen. It seems that it is because of the intervention of the Beast pirates. Ben Beckman spoke indifferently. Similarly, the Beast's pirates and the Big Mom pirates following the Red Hair pirates have also discovered this situation at this time. Mom, it looks like Whitebeard and Rosen have made a truce with Marine. It looks like they are just about to leave. Perrault held the binoculars in his hand, reporting what he had observed with some hesitation. Charlotte Linlin, who was eating dessert, paused for an instant. A truce? Advertisement? Well. The Whitebeard pirates and the Beast pirates must have suffered heavy losses, right? Under such circumstances, Marine chose to cease fighting, so they must have suffered considerable losses. Kaido, looks like we're going to get a big deal today. Well. Thinking of Charlotte Linlin laughed with delight. Their ships are relatively far away, and it is still impossible to directly see the situation on the shore. Can only be seen through a telescope, so Charlotte Linlin hasn't really seen the specifics yet. But the Beast's pirates next door is different. At this time, Kaido was also standing on the bow of his own beast Qinglong, observing Marineford with a telescope. He had long seen the Whitebeard pirates standing on the shore in neat rows with high morale. I also noticed the Beast Rosen beside Whitebeard and the members of the group of Beast pirates. Just looking at these guys, each of them is in high spirits, one can tell that the situation is not good. Why do these bastards look so calm and relaxed? They don't look like they just went through a war at all. The expected heavy casualties of the crew of Whitebeard and Rosen did not occur at all. Charlotte Linlin, who was eating gourmet desserts, heard Kaido's words, stood up instantly, and took the telescope inside the Ross Paraphon to look forward. Advertisement: it wasn't possible a month ago, and it's certainly not possible now. I am not sure that I can defeat that young man at all. It was like being hit by a bolt from the blue. He was a man who had fought against the mythical beast Rosen with his own hands. Then her face darkened immediately. How come Rosen and Whitebeard are still intact? Dinos, Marine, these guys are so useless. He looked past Whitebeard and Rosen, and looked beside them. Hateful. After some observations, Kaido put down the binoculars, hurriedly picked up the phone bug and shouted at Charlotte Linlin. P.S. Please subscribe, please subscribe, please subscribe. The power of the divine beast White Tiger is simply too powerful. Seeing that Whitebeard and Rosen were intact, standing by the seaside and looking at this direction playfully at this moment, Charlotte Linlin's head buzzed heavily. Every detail is deeply engraved in Kaido's mind. The more you look at Charlotte Linlin's complexion becomes more and more ugly. Damn, that battle is still vivid in my mind. Linlin, our intelligence looks wrong. 360, you are the redhead, right? At this moment, not only Whitebeard and Rosen are intact, but also the cadres of the Whitebeard pirates and all the members of the Beast pirates. Everyone is so fierce, it doesn't look like they have been seriously injured. Just look at the way each of them is in full swing, as if they are waiting for their own side to send them to the door. Under such circumstances, do you want to take the opportunity to defeat the Whitebeard pirates and the Beast pirates? This kind of thing is just a fool's dream. Who said before that Marineford would hit Rosen's monster pirates hard? Charlotte Linlin felt that she had been deceived, and a cold and dark aura emanated from her whole body. Her face was like that of an evil witch, full of evil aura that made people tremble. Even the cadres of a large group of Big Mom pirates who are their own children, feel terrified at this moment and dare not answer. Perrault opened his mouth to speak but stopped. He wanted to say that this was your own judgment, Mom, but he didn't dare to say it. Just looking at Charlotte Linlin's appearance at 210 now, one can tell that she is on the verge of going berserk. If you stimulate her again, something bad will definitely happen next. None of them wanted to PS off Big Mom over the ocean. Seeing that no one answered her, Charlotte Linlin became even more annoyed, but luckily she didn't run away directly. She raised the binoculars and looked in the direction of Marineford again. It is discovered that at this moment, Shanks Red Firth has arrived at the seaside and is slowly docking next to Whitebeard's Moby DK. The guy with the red hair is definitely not going to help Marine. There's no way he's on our side. Whitebeard is safe now, and Rosen hasn't been hurt as expected. Mom, do we have to move on? Noticing that the anger on Charlotte Linlin was not as strong as before, Katakuri took half a step forward and asked softly. There is no doubt that they have little chance of winning if they continue to move forward now. B. That thought came up uncontrollably in his mind, and made Katakuri feel sick and disgusted. AHFI. That kind of thing just can't be done. If we turn around and retreat now, won't we become the joke of the whole world? Charlotte Linlin squinted at Katakuri. Advertisement. Those eyes full of evil and violence made people shudder. Seeing those eyes that looked like an evil witch, and that face that made people feel the fear from the heart, Katakuri immediately fell silent and didn't dare to speak anymore. Of course the Kaido of the beasts on the opposite side noticed the situation here. But he also didn't say anything. Neither stopped Charlotte Linlin, nor ordered his own pirate group to retreat. Whitebeard, it looks like we're late. Shanks stood at the bow and looked down, with a gentle and playful smile on his face. He originally thought that after he arrived in Marineford, he might have to spend a lot of talking to prevent the Marine and Whitebeard pirates from truce. It is even very likely that one's own side will have to participate in the battle to do it. I didn't expect to see that the war had stopped as soon as I arrived. Just looking at the calm appearance of Whitebeard and Rosen, and looking at the devastated Marineford behind them, one can guess what happened to Marineford. La 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 la. Red-haired boy, are you going to attack me too? My head is right here. If you want to take my head, then just let it go. La 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 la. While speaking, the terrifying Conqueror's haki emanated from Whitebeard's body. In an instant, countless invisible air blades were born in the air, sweeping and spreading in all directions. Boom 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 boom. The air trembled inexplicably. More and more intense. Shanks is calm and composed, with a smile on his face. There was a flash of lightning in the air between him and Whitebeard, followed by flames. Apparently, Shanks' Conquerors were going up against Whitebeard's Conquerors. Following the release of the Conqueror's haki of these two top powerhouses, within 2 seconds, a large group of weaker pirates behind Whitebeard were directly stunned. One by one fell to the ground, unconscious. Is this the captain of the Red Hair Pirates? Amazing haki. Yumato slung his mace over his shoulder and eyed Shanks blatantly. Advertisement and the members around Rosen are also looking curiously at the members of the entire Red Hair Pirates opposite. There is quite a tense momentum between the two sides. This confrontation lasted for a while. Shanks suddenly took the initiative to put away the Conquerors, smiled playfully, and gave Rosen a meaningful look. No, I'm not interested in taking your head. I just plan to see how the battle here is going. It's a good thing now to see that you've ended the war. If you continue to fight, I'm afraid it will be of no benefit to both of you and Marine. After all, there are guys with other good deeds coming here. Shanks' initiative made Whitebeard put away his Conquerors. Rosen was a little eager to try. Do you want to play a game? The fleet of Beasts pirates and Big Mom pirates appeared in sight, and they were getting closer and closer. If he is his own name, it will be immortal in this world. You're as meddling as ever, red-haired boy. The crew also took control of the pacifists, inflicting huge losses on Marine. But such movements are far from enough for Rosen. La 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 la. Are you Rosen? Today he brought the whole Beast pirate group to make a big fuss in Marineford. At the same time, the bounty offered by each of their members will also increase. Shanks smiled, eyes falling on Rosen's face. No need to guess, those two guys definitely came here for me. It looks much younger and more courageous than the one on the reward order. There is no doubt that starting today, the name of the mythical beast pirates will resound throughout the world. Redhead Shanks. Whitebeard said, looking past all their members to the distant sea. I heard that your swordsmanship is superb, comparable to that of Mahawk. 361 The Redhead's purpose. Huh, she is as aggressive as the rumors say. Shanks looked at Rosen's expectant expression, smiled and did not respond. His gaze first scanned the faces of the other members beside Rosen one by one. I gradually felt surprised in my heart, because through the perception of observation haki, Shanks realized that each member of these mythical beast pirates is a first-class powerhouse. If you pull out any one of them, you can dominate the new world and become a powerful party that no one can ignore. Even each of them gave Shanks the feeling that they couldn't be easily defeated. After some observation, Shank's eyes finally returned to Rosen's face. It's a pity that you already have your own pirate group, otherwise I would very much like to invite you to my ship. Come on, Rosen. Shanks smiled to himself. So, want to play a game with me? If I win, I promise to be a guest on your ship. Rosen responded with a tone full of ridicule. It's okay to compete at any time, but today is not suitable. The corners of Shank's mouth turned up, meeting Rosen's eager gaze. In fact, he also had some thoughts in his heart that he wanted to compete with Rosen. On the way to Marineford, he had already learned that Mihawk had lost to this kid. This shocked Shanks. Just how powerful is the power of the divine beast White Tiger to defeat the world's #1 swordsman in his hands? Isn't it suitable? Advertisement? Forget about it. Of course Rosen knew what the purpose of Shank's visit was. The people who came here from a long distance mainly intend to stop the war, not to be competitive. Therefore, he did not force the opponent to fight with him. Anyway, defeated Mihawk in front of the whole world, and Shanks is not bad. Fighting Shanks is best fought in front of the whole world. At least let Morgan's news agency know the news. Only in this way can one's influence spread throughout the world in a faster and more efficient manner. And the person Rosen wants to challenge most now is the strongest man in the world, Edward Newgate. The battle with Whitebeard is, of course, best fought in front of the whole world. It's really boring. It's also 4 emperors. Compared with the others, your aura is far worse than that of the others. Yumato waved his mace, showing a lack of interest. She had planned to see a good show. Who knew that Shanks didn't agree to Rosen's challenge? This is completely different from the other sea emperors in my impression. Like Whitebeard, when faced with Rosen's challenge, he readily agreed. I prefer to make friends than to fight and kill. Shanks looked at Yumato and smiled. Hearing his words, Yumato curled his lips indifferently, but Rosen agreed in his heart. Advertisement 0. Seeking flowers. Shanks is bold and righteous, and when he traveled around the world, he didn't make enemies everywhere like other pirates, but kept getting acquainted with all kinds of strong people. His popularity is the best among the sea emperors in New World. This is also an important reason why the fruit of face can play a role. While everyone was talking, Sangoku and Garp came to the beach with 3 admirals from naval headquarters. Behind them, a large group of marine soldiers followed. Obviously, as Marine's legendary Vice Admiral, Pooh has successfully stabilized the loose Marine's morale. Otherwise, they probably don't have the kind of spare time to bring people here to join in the fun. Noticing their approach, the members of the Whitebeard pirates immediately tensed up. Shanks. What are you doing in Marineford? Sangoku ignored the members of the Whitebeard pirates and came directly not far away, staring at Shanks and questioning him. Today's Marineford is devastated and scarred, and naval headquarters has suffered heavy losses. Although the core combat strength is still there, no serious trauma has been suffered. But Sangoku no longer intends to continue the war. There's especially no need to start a war with Shanks the Redhead. That's why he came to ask in person. P.S. Please subscribe. 362 Meeting of the World's Strongest Combat Forces. I'm here to stop the war between you Marine and Whitebeard. But now it seems that there is no need for that anymore, isn't it, Marshal Sangoku? Shanks responded with a smile. It's your words, I believe these words are true. But what about Kaido and Charlotte Linlin guys? You came here together. Crane Vice Admiral followed suit and asked. At this time, the Beast's pirates, as well as the Big Mom pirate group, have approached to a very close distance. Looking from here, everyone can clearly see the characters on the deck of the opposite ship with their eyesight. Isn't that what I came here for? Kaido and Charlotte Linlin followed us from New World to Marineford. The target of those 2 guys is probably them, Shanks said, turning to Whitebeard and Rosen. Hearing this, Sangoku's heart skipped a beat, but his face was calm. He had already guessed that there was such a possibility, and now he confirmed the purpose of the Red Hair Pirates and the other 2 emperors at the same time. With 197 in Sangoku's head, a plan was quickly born. Of course, it's too early to plan those things, because he still doesn't know what Kaido's purpose is. The opponent's goal may not be the Whitebeard pirates or the Beast pirates. Marine can also be their target. After all, not long ago, Marine sent a large number of troops to encircle and suppress the Beast's pirates. The whole world knows about that now, although Kaido disappeared for a while after a fight with Rosen. But he certainly wouldn't be ignorant of the news. Therefore, to say that the Beast's pirates came to take advantage of the fire and attack Marineford and Marine today, this motive is absolutely exaggerated. Whitebeard, it looks like your head is really valuable. There have been many attempts to behead you. Rosen was listening to the conversation between Shanks and Sangoku, and couldn't help laughing. His gaze was fixed on Kaido and Charlotte Linlin who were approaching in the distance. At this time, the 2 people on the Queen Mother singing and the Divine Beast Azure Dragon were also staring at him with burning eyes. It can be seen that the flames of hatred in the eyes of the 2 people. It looks like I'm going to burn myself to death in the air. La 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 la. The old man's head is here, no matter who plans to take it today, I will accompany it to the end. Whitebeard Hockey responded. These words made the hearts of all around Marines sink suddenly. A look of fear appeared in the eyes of many Marine soldiers. Whitebeard, you have agreed to a truce. Even if you want to fight anyone, you must leave Marineford. Marine will never allow anyone to make trouble here today. Although Marine has ceased fighting with you, don't take us too seriously for Lay. Advertisement. When Sangoku heard what Whitebeard said, his heart also tightened, and he clenched his fists and couldn't help shouting at him. He wasn't worried that Whitebeard would backtrack and fight Marine again. It's not about worrying about the safety of myself and Garp at all. As Marine Marshal, what Sangoku is really worried about is naval headquarters and the tens of thousands of Marine soldiers who are still surviving here. Each of these guys in front of him is peerless, especially those two, Whitebeard and Rosen. Released alone, it has the power to destroy the world. What's more, these two bastards seem to be united at this time. That's even trickier. After several days and nights of continuous battles, Marineford had already been torn apart, almost completely smashed and sunk into the sea. Now it is impossible to endure another battle between the world's top powerhouses. If Whitebeard or Rosen and others are allowed to make a big fuss here, then the entire naval headquarters will really be completely ruined. Trademark la 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 la. If anyone insists on taking action against me and my good sons, of course it is impossible to sit idly by. It's not my style to sit and wait, la 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 la. Whitebeard laughed, a gleam in his eyes. How can it be repaired? Sangoku clenched his fists hard, a little speechless. He didn't bother to talk to Whitebeard anymore and looked towards the sea ahead. The huge pirate ships have come to the front, the speed is getting slower and slower, and they are gradually approaching the shore. On the left and right sides, Kaido of the Beasts and Charlotte Linlin stand like two hills on the Queen Mother singing and the beast Qinglong. Both of their faces were filled with gloom. The ship docked completely and the bow of the ship hit the ice on the shore recklessly. Kaido looked down at everyone below with a cold expression, and spoke first. Naval headquarters is very lively today. Well, isn't Marine attacking Whitebeard? Why don't you fight? Do you need help, Sangoku? Well. Charlotte Linlin also appeared in everyone's sight. As soon as she opened her mouth, she directly provoked the conflict between Marine and the Whitebeard pirates. There was even a hint of madness in the tone. Just now, she and Kaido have passed the gas. Today's situation is actually very obvious. Red-haired Shanks and his crew are bound to side with Whitebeard and the mythical Rosen. Such unexpected results are very bad for Kaido and Charlotte Linlin. Originally, I planned to come over to pick up the leak and take the opportunity to crusade against two bastards. Whoever thought of it turned out to be delivered to their door. The Beast's pirates and Big Mom pirates alone are absolutely unable to take down the Whitebeard pirates and the Beast pirates plus the Red Hair pirates. So after some calculations, Kaido and Charlotte Linlin have reached a consensus. That is to join forces with Marine for the time being. Only in this way can they successfully defeat Sunbeard and Luo Lin today. Advertisement. It would be best if Shanks and his red-haired gang could be taken out without any hassle. Hearing Charlotte Linlin's words with strong hints, Sangoku's heart skipped a beat. In the eyes of Crane Vice Admiral, there was also a somewhat fiery light. These two top think tanks of naval headquarters are quickly calculating the gains and losses in their hearts. Although naval headquarters lost tens of thousands of elite soldiers, it also completely lost the special force of pacifists. But the core combat power that can really affect the overall battle situation has not been damaged. Sangoku, Garp, Suru Vice Admiral, plus the 3 headquarter admirals, and a large number of Vice Admiral rear admirals are still alive. And everyone still has a lot of fighting power. For the 3 admirals and Sangoku, Garp and others in this department, their physical strength is enough to allow them to fight with their opponents of the same level for 10 days and 10 nights without falling. It's only been fighting for 3 or 4 days now, and I haven't really let go of my fists to fight. Where is this? If it weren't for the worry that Marineford would not be able to withstand too fierce a battle, and also worried about the remaining tens of thousands of Marine soldiers. Coupled with the members of the Beast Pirates, each one is too difficult to chew. They are absolutely impossible today, and the Whitebeard Pirates and the Beast Pirates will let it go. If the Whitebeard Pirates and the Beast Pirates had left just now, then this war would have come to an end. However, Kaido and Charlotte Linlin came to Marineford. And it is obvious that they plan to join forces with Marine to deal with several other pirate groups. Kaido, the former, the strongest creature in the sea, land and air, has the strongest vitality in the form of the blue dragon of the mythical beast. Plus Charlotte Linlin, who is also a peerless murderer with terrifying defense and combat power. With the addition of these two guys, the situation is completely different. What's more, under the two of them, there are several powerful subordinates with astonishing fighting power, comparable to Marine Admiral Euro**. It seems that this cooperation is very interesting. As soon as he finished speaking, there were crew members with powerful breaths standing behind him. But the crew of Shanks, each one is powerful, and they can stand up to 1,000. The reason why Sangoku didn't take Red Hair Pirates into consideration just now is because Shanks said that he didn't come to provoke Marine. Just when Sangoku, he Vice Admiral and the others were silent and were thinking about it in their hearts. Did you forget me? Sangoku seemed to come back to his senses, his eyes suddenly sank. It's completely different from the amiable and polite gentleman before. Whoever intends to continue detonating the war today has to ask us, the Red Hair Pirates, whether they agree or not. Ben Beckman, Yasop, Lackey Road and many more. Sangoku, as I said, I'm here today to stop the war between you two. At this moment, Shanks exudes a domineering aura from his whole body. Even if it is placed in New World, it is a true powerhouse that can be taken alone. Another reason why Red Hair Pirates is called the Iron Arm Pirates is because the number of crew members of this pirate group is far less than that of several other Four Emperors groups. There is no doubt that the strength of these people cannot be ignored. Red Hair. Maybe working with Kaido and Charlotte Linlin today can really succeed in keeping Whitebeard and Rosen. Now it seems that they have to be taken into account. Suddenly Shanks on the side opened his mouth with a tone of 1.3. 363 Kaido, are you confused? Looking at the red-haired Shanks with burning eyes, Sangoku's expression was lost in thought. The combat power of all members of Naval Headquarters, together with Kaido's Beasts Pirates, and Charlotte Linlin's Big Mom Pirate Group, the overall strength can definitely exceed the forces of Whitebeard and Rosen. But if there is a red-haired Shanks and his red-hair pirates on the opposite side, then this advantage that was acquired with great difficulty will disappear again. Once Shanks joins the opposing camp, today's battle will only become the same endless war of attrition as before. 07 At the end of the fight, Marine may not only not get any benefits, but may have to take tens of thousands of Marine elite soldiers, and even sacrifice some of the aldehydes of Rear Admiral Vice Admiral. It's not a good deal. Sangoku quickly calculated the gains and losses in his heart, and he already had the answer in his heart. Looking at each other with Crane Vice Admiral, the same result can be seen from the eyes of the other party. One can know without the other party opening his mouth that this Naval Headquarters Chief of Staff has exactly the same idea as himself. But before Sangoku could respond to Shanks, Charlotte Linlin spoke first. Well, Shanks, are you really going to start a war that spreads all over the world for Whitebeard and Rosen? Advertisement at this moment, Charlotte Linlin, although she had a smile on her face, her eyes were very cold and fierce, and her old face was heavily made up, making her look like an evil witch. With that impotent sneer when he spoke, even a top powerhouse like Shanks would feel a little uncomfortable in his heart. Well, I've said it very clearly just now, Big Mom, whoever plans to reignite the war today, I will stand on the opposite side. Shanks looked calm and his tone was calm. While speaking, his hand was subconsciously pressed on the hilt of the Western sword. The powerful Conqueror's haki was also naturally and slowly released from the body, bringing a huge pressure that could not be ignored by everyone in the audience. Since you insist on fighting against us, then you will never be polite. Marine, what are you thinking about? Kaido also spoke at this time, his voice was deep and rough, dull as thunder. While speaking, the extremely powerful haki is naturally released from his body. The invisible haki collided with Shanks' Conquerors in the air, and the airspace near and far from Marineford changed suddenly. Thick clouds gathered again, and purple-black lightning bolts fell from the sky one after another, either hitting the sea or falling into Marineford. The Sea Kings who survived in the calm belt fled frantically one by one, sweating and terrified. Advertisement: it seems that there will be no place to die in a second. And Marine, Whitebeard Pirates, Beasts Pirates, and Big Mom Pirates are weak members among the four major forces. Just persisted for less than 2 seconds, and fell down in a boom, boom, boom. Seeing that the two sides are at war, a brand new war with a larger scale than before is about to start again. At this moment, 687 Rosen, who had been observing everyone with a playful smile, spoke. Kaido. Are you getting old and confused? Rosen's voice seemed to be filled with some kind of uncanny magic. As his words sounded, the terrifying pressure permeating the entire world instantly eased a lot. Shanks and Kaido put away Conquerors at the same time. Everyone looked at Rosen one after another. The captain of the Mythical Beast Pirates just used his superpower in the Summit War in Marineford to prove his status to the whole world. No one dares to ignore his words these days. Even Whitebeard, the strongest man in the world, was looking at Rosen with burning eyes at this moment. 364 Sangoku attitude. Kaido's lips moved slightly, and he looked at Rosen hesitating to speak, but he didn't say anything in the end. And you, Big Mom, have you too been overwhelmed by the desire for revenge? Rosen turned to Charlotte Linlin with a playful smile again. Well, Rosen, when I'm not dreaming, I always want to chop off your head. Unlike Kaido's delicate and scheming mind, Charlotte Linlin never backed down in the face of Rosen's words, nor did she make any effort to hide her hatred for Rosen in her heart, as well as her thoughts of revenge. You're always welcome in that kind of thing, but not now. Rosen glanced at the others behind Big Mom, slightly suppressed his smile. Our captain means that you may not be able to take advantage of joining forces with Marine. At this time, Cavendish stood up and took the initiative to say the next thing for Rosen. Whether it's your Big Mom Pirates, Beasts Pirates, or our Beast Pirates, Whitebeard Pirates, and Red Hair Pirates, we are all pirates in essence. 17. As long as they are pirates, they are all threats in the eyes of Marine, who upholds absolute justice. Cooperating with them is nothing more than seeking skin from a tiger. Don't you believe that you will not do such a stupid thing? After all, you are the Emperor of the Sea. If you really want to join forces with Marine, even if you beat us today, although that kind of thing is absolutely impossible, it is more likely that you will defeat us here today. Marine will definitely. It's impossible for you to leave safely. If New World suddenly loses 3 royal forces, how do you two think the Marine and world government will treat you? Don't forget, the world government still owns the card, 7 warlords of the sea. Before Cavendish joined the Beast Pirates, he was also the captain of the pirates, and he knew much about some things in the sea than many people. Advertisement he had accurately grasped the crux of the whole thing from the very beginning. So at this time, instead of Rosen, he spoke out the stakes. I have to say that his words were very effective. As soon as the words fell, all the powerhouses in the audience were moved at the same time, especially Kaido and Charlotte Linlin, although the expressions of those two guys seemed to be calm. But their eyes flickered slightly, which was very obvious. In fact, everyone has the answer in their hearts, and Tao is like this. Once the battle is won, no matter which side may eventually come to cross the river and tear down the bridge. Otherwise, Sangoku on the marine side, or Kaido and Charlotte Linlin, etc., would not be able to waste their words here. Just go to war and wipe out Rosen, Whitebeard and others with a thunderous force. In other words, the so-called alliance of these strong men at this moment is nothing more than verbal deterrence. The practical significance is not great. No one wants to make a thankless deal. Well. Sangoku, people are implying that you Marine have no sincerity to cooperate. Why, don't you plan to say something? Charlotte Linlin has been watching Cavendish. I was surprised that this kid had such a keen insight. After being stunned for a short while, she looked at Sangoku and the others and smiled. Marine doesn't need to show any sincerity towards you vicious pirates. It is absolutely impossible for us to cooperate with any of you today. Give it up, Charlotte Linlin. Advertisement. Sangoku's face was serious, and he folded his arms and replied in a low voice. His words immediately made Shanks smile, and Whitebeard and Rosen also showed some playful smiles. Everyone knew that she was talking about scenes, so no one stopped her. Sangoku, your mind has been spinning so fast for so many years. It's no good to start a war with us today. From now on, if you want to crusade against the Beast Pirates or the Whitebeard Pirates, I'm afraid it will be very difficult. Hearing what he said, God Zhao, both Kaido and Charlotte Linlin's expressions darkened. Well, you guys must get out of here immediately. Whitebeard looked at his old rival and let out a trademark laugh. Several people knew that these words were spoken by Marshal Sangoku, which meant that Marine had given up on going to war again. Since you are so ungrateful, then we won't force you. Let's go, Katakuri. Being ridiculed like this in front of someone, Sangoku didn't change his face and didn't say a word. Sangoku stared at Kaido and Charlotte Linlin and spoke again. P.S. Please subscribe, please subscribe, please subscribe. You Marine pretended to be arrogant and gave up working with us, which means you missed a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. This time it was an order to evict guests. La 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 la. Charlotte Linlin grinned viciously, and after she finished speaking, she turned around and led her people to board the ship without hesitation. No fighting shall be permitted within Marineford. 365 The dignity of 5 elders. No fun, they're all cowards. On the other side, Kaido coldly dropped these two disdainful words, then turned around and left. He also took his own people and quickly returned to the divine beast Azure Dragon. That guy Kaido is deflated again. It seems that the hatred for us will only deepen in the future, boss. Usopp looked at the fleet of the two pirate groups leaving quickly, and couldn't help laughing. Ha 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 ha, I'm afraid this is one of the few guys who don't want to make friends with our boss. Yeah, but I finally avoided a fierce battle. The crew members of Shanks, each with a relaxed look, started chatting with each other. You guys must leave here now. After dismissing Kaido and Charlotte Linlin, Sangoku turned to Rosen, Whitebeard and Shanks. 393. Snort. Several people responded to him with a playful laugh. Hello, Shanks. Would you like to have a drink on Whitebeard's boat? Rosen extended an invitation to Shanks. La 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 la. Red-haired boy, it happens that you can be a witness. Whitebeard grinned and looked at him too. Advertisement. Oh, it seems that the two of you are planning to compete? Of course I am very interested in such a rare thing. Shanks was slightly surprised, then smiled and walked towards the two of them. Soon these all-powerful and world-renowned powerhouses all boarded their respective boats and left quickly. Call. Watching all the pirates leave, Sangoku heaved a long sigh of relief. The other marine soldiers also temporarily let go of the big rock in their hearts. I almost thought there was going to be another big war. It's really dangerous. Fortunately, the red hair doesn't intend to join the battle, otherwise the 5 royal regiments will fight at the same time, and the world will definitely be destroyed. I almost thought I was going to die just now. The 5 royal groups of New World appeared in Marineford at the same time. This kind of thing will definitely be recorded in history. I really didn't expect that Marineford would be destroyed like this. In short, it is considered to have survived. The marine officers and soldiers had a feeling of survival after a catastrophe. Hearing the voices of the people in his ears, Sangoku also felt quite touched in his heart. Whitebeard's physical condition does not allow him to do crazy things anymore. Shanks has no intention of competing for world domination. The only thing to worry about now is the beast Rosen. The war in Marineford is over, but the real war has just begun. Notify the surveillance ship immediately, and closely monitor the movements of these pirates. Don't let go of any signs of trouble. Even though the war is over, Sangoku's heart still can't relax. Ahea. Advertisement. After a brief lull, his voice rang out over Marineford. It didn't take long for the news of Marineford's failure to reach the Holy Land of Mariajoy. At this moment, inside the meeting room of Holy Land Mariajoy, This person has great ambitions, and action must be taken against him as soon as possible. This person is in charge of intelligence and informs the 5 elders of the CP organization. It was the 5 elders who spoke, who were in charge of the military. On the first document was a list of bounties, with Blackbeard, Marshal, D. Teach at the top. In addition to blocking the news, we must take other actions. Now Blackbeard has established the Blackbeard pirates, but after leaving Impel down, these villains have disappeared. 171. Not only will it lead to distrust of our world government by all the member countries of the world, but it will also make pirates even more rampant. After a long while, one of the 5 elders said, the failure of the Marineford Summit War means that the deterrence of our world government is rapidly declining. The most urgent task now is to immediately block the news as much as possible and obliterate all channels of transmission. Otherwise, it will definitely become a huge threat to the world government in the future. Because besides Whitebeard and Rosen, who are the top threats right now, there are new tricky guys in the ocean. Blackbeard took advantage of the opportunity of handing over Firefist, Ace to us to obtain the identity of 7 warlords of the sea. But through this identity, he broke into the large prison under the sea and released a large number of criminals. Hearing his words, the eyes of the other 4 or 5 elders instantly became extremely sharp, full of cold aura. Those are all existences that were erased from history by us because they were too cruel and vicious. P.S. Please subscribe, please subscribe, please subscribe. This is a very serious crisis. The 5 elders each had a sullen face and said nothing. As he said, a few documents were placed in front of everyone. 366 Blackbeard's threat. Hearing the introduction of the 5 elders in charge of the military, the faces of the other 5 elders became more dignified at the same time. Blackbeard. Let Marine issue a bounty immediately. At the same time, mobilize intelligence personnel from all over the world to collect all information and movements about the Blackbeard pirates. Shout. There are really more and more difficult problems. What to do with Sangoku? Suddenly someone asked such a question, and the atmosphere in the entire luxurious conference room instantly became heavy and oppressive. The 5 elders were each silent. After a while, Kong, the commander-in-chief of the whole army, came. I believe you already know all the news, Sora. The bald 5 elders looked up at Kong. I see. Everything that happened in Marineford, Sangoku has simply communicated with me. Later, he will personally come to the Holy Land Mariajoy to report the specific situation to me and all the adults. Kong has an ugly expression on his face. Sangoku is the disciple and most valued subordinate he personally brought out. Originally, he should be able to have a good ending, and even be able to replace himself as the commander-in-chief of the entire army after he retires. Unfortunately, the Marineford Summit War happened. If the Whitebeard pirates were wiped out today, nothing would happen. Advertisement world government gets the face it wants among the franchise countries all over the world. And all Marines can enjoy promotion rewards. But contrary to expectations, the war in Marineford ended with the complete defeat of Marine, and the complete victory of Whitebeard pirates and Divine Beast pirates. Even, at the last moment when the war was coming to an end, several other sea emperors of New World blatantly led a large force into Marineford, turning a blind eye to the majesty of Marine in the face of the world government. Now the news is spreading all over the world. The dignity of the celestial dragons cannot be held back, and the world government has lost all face. Someone must stand up and take the blame. Sangoku, who is the Marine Marshal, is naturally to blame. At this moment, 5 elders urgently summoned himself, of course to settle accounts after the fall. Let's put Sangoku's matter aside for now, and we will deal with it slowly when the time comes. Now there are more important things. The news of Marine's defeat has spread all over the world, and it will certainly have a huge impact on the rule of our world government. The 5 elders, who are in charge of politics and diplomacy, lowered their eyes and spoke coldly. I have already made a prediction about this matter in advance. Operational deployments were made well in advance of the end of the Marineford campaign. The CP organization has joined forces with Marines intelligence personnel around the world to closely monitor the movements of all targets, and has arranged staff to start erasing the news. The Summit War in Marineford, this history can only exist for a month at most, and it will be completely wiped out all over the world. Kong replied immediately. Knowing the temperament of celestial dragons, they know how to maintain the interests and face of the world government anytime and anywhere. This is an important reason why Kong can still become the commander-in-chief of the entire army at the age of more than 90, despite his own strong strength and prestige in the Marine. 0. Seeking flowers, advertisement. But it was clear that the 5 elders were not happy with his response. After all, the crisis generated by this incident is very different from the past. A month is too long. This problem must be resolved within a week. The longer the delay, the worse it will be for our world government. Also, that guy Morgan seems to be spreading news everywhere. Tell him to shut up. It was the first time that 5 elders, who was in charge of the law, showed such a strong attitude in front of Kong. In the past, he always had an amiable appearance and rarely lost his temper. It can be seen how much today's events have affected these celestial dragons. I see. Go out and make a phone call. Kong nodded and finished speaking, and left the meeting room with the phone bug. After a while, he came back again. Everything has been arranged, please rest assured, adults. Well, there is one more thing, the matter of the Blackbeard pirates. The 5 elders nodded and gestured for Kong to check the files on the table. But Kong just glanced lightly and didn't care. He had already noticed Blackbeard's problem. The Blackbeard pirates certainly need to be dealt with. But now, compared with the potential threats, the more serious problem is that this war has caused heavy losses to Marineford, and our combat power has been seriously insufficient. 367 Kong. Just say what you want, Sora. The bald five elders interrupted. The mythical beast pirates were born out of nowhere, and they became the biggest threat to the sea in a short period of time. The loss of the Marineford War also proves this. So how difficult the current situation is, we are very clear in our hearts. If you have any requirements, just speak up. It doesn't matter how much money you need, as long as the 870 handles it, just let it go and do it. Another 5 elders also followed suit. Clear. Things have come to this point, Marine urgently needs to expand its military strength. At the same time, I also suggest that large-scale conscription activities be held around the world to recruit strong men with strong combat capabilities and let them join the Marine. The review work will never be slack, and any spies who try to sneak into the army will be effectively identified. Kong made his own proposal, in order to deal with the beast pirates. Advertisement. Good. According to our research and judgment, the threat level of the mythical beast pirates now exceeds that of the rocks pirates back then. Not only that, but what's more important is that they have one heart and one mind. This is a really tough problem. It is almost impossible to disintegrate them from the inside, so only by using stronger violence to deal with them can it be possible to defeat this huge threat. Kong nodded solemnly. After listening to his analysis, the 5 elders looked serious. The Marineford War made the whole world see the huge threat of the beast pirates. Naval headquarters dispatched so many top powerhouses, but they still couldn't do anything to Rosen and his crew, which meant that the opponent's overall strength was beyond their control. Now, the world government really needs to recruit more targets with powerful combat power to join the Marine, so as to be able to deal with more threats in the future and counteract the monster pirates. Leave this matter to you, Sora. We still have great trust in you. As long as the interests of the world government can be safeguarded, no matter how huge the price is, it doesn't matter. I see. Then I'll make arrangements now. Advertisement. Kong nodded, turned around and left the conference room quickly. In a sea area of New World, on a huge news ship. The big news Morgans held a videophone bug with a little disappointment on his face. I really didn't expect that the new battle in Marineford didn't break out. Big Mom and Kaido teamed up, can't match the beast pirates and Whitebeard. It's really a pity. If those guys broke out at the same time, the world would have been plunged into chaos, so I could get more big news. However, forget it. There is no other way to do it now, so let's use this as the title. Morgans was talking to himself, and turned around to let his people send out the latest press release. 5.5 Then he pulled out another videophone bug. There was a hint of cunning in his eyes. Although Marineford failed to break out a new war, the 5 Imperial regiments and Marine finally chose to cease fighting, but... there are still new news materials to collect. A duel between the strongest man in the world and the White Tiger, the most powerful divine beast. I believe the whole world is looking forward to this battle. 368 3 Legendary pirates, above the vast sea. The Moby DK sailed side by side with the beast Xuanwu, Brachiosaurus, and Red Fourth. The appearance of these 3 top pirate groups in the world at the same time naturally attracted the attention of all forces. Marine dispatched several surveillance ships to find and track their whereabouts. In the sky, there are also several albatrosses with videophone bugs hanging around their necks. Even on the horizon, 1 or 2 pirate ships appear from time to time. Neither Whitebeard, Rosen nor Shanks paid much attention to the presence of these guys. The 3 of them drank and laughed happily on the deck of the Moby DK. Father, let's stop drinking so much for your body today. Marco glanced at the several huge jugs beside Whitebeard, his eyes and tone full of worry. As a ship's doctor, he probably knows the other person's physical condition better than Whitebeard himself. If you continue to drink like this, you will have problems sooner or later. La 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 la. Whitebeard laughed generously. What's the point of a drink, Marco? Has the whereabouts of Ace been found? While asking, he picked up the wine jug and took a few gulps. On the battlefield in Marineford before, I saw with my own eyes that the 2 boys Ace and Luffy, as well as the Murloc Jinbei, Sand Crocodile, Lock Doll and others were rescued by a mysterious submarine. Advertisement. However, Whitebeard was in a fierce battle with Marine at the time, and he couldn't get out for a while to confirm the identity of the other party. Now that all the staff have evacuated from Marineford, he immediately sent someone to investigate the specific whereabouts of Ace. According to the news I just found out, it was Trafalgar Law of the Hard Pirates who rescued Ace, Luffy and others. Currently our people are tracking their specific location and have roughly locked their course. I believe that Ace can be brought back soon. Father, you don't have to worry too much. La 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 la. Hard Pirates, if you dare to do anything bad to my good son Ace. Whitebeard's tone paused, and his gaze became as sharp and menacing as a blade. Hey, have you guys had enough? Rosen, there is an unnamed island just ahead, do you want to dock there? Yumato came back from the bow carrying the mace and said to Rosen. Her words meant something, and everyone stopped talking and laughing immediately after hearing it. Whitebeard also glanced at Rosen with a half smile. La 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 la. The wine is almost gone, it's time for a showdown, boy. Whitebeard drank the remaining wine in one gulp, put down the jug with a boom, and stood up by himself. Marco hesitated to speak. Advertisement. The other captains on board all became nervous one by one. They have all seen the power of Rosen. With Whitebeard's current dying state and the injuries he has accumulated over the years, it might not be a good idea to fight the mythical white tiger. Shanks watched Rosen and Whitebeard calmly. They are not encouraged to confront immediately, but they have no intention of speaking to stop them. What are you doing in such a hurry? 300 inches, I haven't had enough. To everyone's surprise, Rosen did not respond to Whitebeard. He was still sitting and drinking calmly. Whitebeard looked down at him. There were two bright lights flickering in the eyes, as if trying to see through Rosen's inner thoughts. La 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 la. Whenever you plan to challenge me, the butcher will accompany you to the end. Whitebeard didn't say anything more, just grinned and sat back in his seat. He grabbed a jug of wine and started drinking again. Shanks on the side looked away from Rosen's face, and the corners of his mouth were slightly raised, revealing an intriguing smile. Wine is a bosom friend, you should really drink more. Rosen, I'll toast you again. 369. Do you want to come on my boat, Marco? The night is quiet and the sky is full of stars. Marco, who was leaning on the railing of the ship and staring at the dark sea, suddenly felt a move in his heart. He turned his eyes slightly and glanced to the left. Rosen didn't know when he came to the side. Haven't you slept yet? Rosen held a jug of wine in his hand, took a sip, and asked in a relaxed tone. Marco looked preoccupied and reluctantly responded. It's so late, you shouldn't just come out to enjoy the sea breeze? Seeing that Rosen seemed to have something to say, he managed to pull himself together and laughed. You also know that all my crew members are phantom beasts. Well, would you like to come to my boat, Marco? There was playfulness in Rosen's tone, and he extended the invitation to Marco again half-jokingly. About this question, I have already answered you, Captain Rosen. Is it? I thought you'd change your mind after going through that war. Rosen shrugged nonchalantly. At the end, he added a sentence as if talking to himself. Speaking of which, the corner of your Whitebeard regiment is really difficult to dig. You mean Little Oz? Marco laughed. That guy, even if everyone betrays Dad, it won't be him. He turned around and looked at the sea again, with a hint of emotion and desolation and helplessness in his tone. Advertisement, do you drink? Rosen stared at Marco with a half-smile, and passed the wine in his hand. The other party looked back at him, without hesitation, took the wine and raised his head to take a sip. Strong wine enters the throat, but the sadness in the heart is even worse. What the hell happened to Whitebeard's body? Rosen said such a sentence suddenly, and his words immediately made Marco vigilant, and he looked up at the other party in surprise. What kind of look is this? You're the ship's doctor on Whitebeard's ship, and you should know his physical condition best. Seeing the expression on Marco's face, Rosen shrugged nonchalantly. Why are you asking this all of a sudden? Marco still did not relax his vigilance, and asked hesitantly. You don't think I'm going to hurt Whitebeard, do you? I'm not worried about that, it's just... Marco paused, shook his head with a wry smile, and didn't continue talking. I really think too much. With Rosen's strength, how could he take advantage of Whitebeard's father's danger? Did you deliberately not agree to Dad's invitation to fight today? Marco changed the subject and asked, did you see it too? Rosen doesn't deny it. Yeah, everyone can see that. Marco took another sip of wine, stared at the sparkling sea under the moonlight, and fell into silence. Advertisement. The two of them just kept silent, blowing the sea breeze for quite a while. Until he drank the last sip of wine in his hand, Marco took a deep breath. Dad's in bad shape. In the Battle of Marineford, although with the help of your beast pirates, they didn't suffer much damage. But there is no doubt that his body has been severely overdrawn after going through that battle, and it is even worse than before. What he wants is for all members to raise the bounty and get rewards from the system. Injuries accumulated from years of fighting, coupled with old age and certain diseases caused by the aging of body organs. If it's just a simple injury, as a phoenix, Marco can use his fruit ability to heal Whitebeard at any time. Marco smiled slightly and looked back to the sea. No matter what, I still want to thank you all. Rosen waved his hand. But then again, I haven't had time to say thank you, Captain Rosen. Rescuing Ace and defeating Marine were not the original purpose of his trip to Marineford with the beast pirates. The members of the entire Whitebeard pirate group actually know it very well. If it weren't for the monster pirates to participate in the Summit War, I'm afraid the Whitebeard pirates would have fallen apart by now. A variety of combined reasons led to him becoming what he is now. Because of this, even Marco can't do anything about his physical condition. Maybe Papa Whitebeard will die in Marineford too. Speaking of this, Marco's face was a little sad. Hearing Marco's words, Rosen remained silent. As for saving Ace, it is even more impossible. But Whitebeard's physical condition did not become so weak in a day or two. My crew and I went to Marineford. The main reason was not to help you, it was just a matter of convenience. Marco forced a smile, looked at Rosen and smiled. 10MZ 370. This is a greeting ceremony, can I ask you something? After a while, Marco suddenly asked again, you want me not to fight Whitebeard? Rosen immediately guessed the inner thoughts of the other party. As Whitebeard's right-hand man, Marco's absolute loyalty to Whitebeard can be said to be a lesson from the sun and the moon. This is also an important reason why Rosen took a fancy to the other party and planned to invite the other party to join his mythical beast pirate group. Good. Marco turned his head and looked at Rosen seriously. Father's physical condition is much worse than when he was in Marineford. I believe you have already seen it. So I hope you don't have to fight Dad, Captain Rosen. What if 260? I refuse. You. Seeing the expression on Rosen's face that didn't look like he was joking, Marco froze. For a moment he didn't know how to respond. Challenging Whitebeard is one of my life goals. I want to inherit his title of the world's strongest man, and I will not give up on this goal for any reason or reason. Rosen's tone was firm, and he looked at the sea in the distance. Da. Marco lowered his head slightly and clenched his fists lightly. If you insist on taking action against Papa, then you are fighting against the entire Whitebeard pirates. After struggling in his heart for a while, Marco said this sentence painfully, AHCA. Advertisement with Whitebeard's current poor physical condition, fighting Rosen will definitely not end well. And once something goes wrong with Whitebeard, the Whitebeard pirates, Rosen, and the entire beast pirates will become hostile. This is beyond doubt. Oh, are you threatening me? Rosen's gaze became very sharp, and a terrifying aura faintly exuded from his body. Snort. 7. Are you going to tear your face apart? Not far away, on the red Firth, Shanks sat leisurely on the mast of the ship, looking in this direction with a half-smile. And in the cabin of the Moby DK, Whitebeard, who was soundly asleep, suddenly opened his eyes. Other experts with powerful observation haki also noticed the abnormality on the deck. However, everyone was very tacit and did not take any action. Just secretly using his observation haki to observe and listen to the conversation between Marco and Rosen. Although you are very powerful, if Dad is in danger, no matter how powerful the enemy is, the Whitebeard pirates will never back down. Marco turned around and slowly released a powerful breath from his body, resisting the terrible pressure from Rosen's body. He has a calm demeanor and a calm tone. Advertisement. But his eyes were filled with unwavering determination. Because I appreciate you, Marco. But Rosen didn't respond to him, and just put 2 small pills in front of the other party. The two confronted each other for a short while, and Rosen withdrew his momentum, and looked towards the sea again as if nothing had happened. Marco, it's a pity I can't invite you to my boat. The one on the right is the 9-turn golden elixir. Rosen explained indifferently. The one on the left is a panacea, which can cure all diseases. No matter what kind of disease, as long as you take it, you can be cured immediately. Marco looked at the 2 pills in front of him in surprise. Hearing his words, Marco was slightly moved. Take these 2 pills as a gift between you and me. Rosen yawned big, turned around and walked back with his waist stretched. Marco was a little surprised and hesitant. So, Captain Rosen, have you agreed to my request? Why did you give it to me? Take it well. I'm a little sleepy, I'm going to bed. But, no matter what kind of serious injury you suffer, you can immediately recover after taking it, and even make your strength even better than before. 371 bounty soars. Looking at Rosen's leaving back, Marco's body trembled slightly. Although Rosen didn't make it too clear, it was enough. A panacea that can cure any disease, and a 9-turn golden elixir that can instantly recover from any non-fatal injury. Aren't these 2 elixirs prepared just for Papa Whitebeard? Without hesitation, Marco grabbed the 2 pills in front of him and held them tightly in his hands. Thank you. He bowed solemnly to Rosen's already distant back. Not far away on the red Firth, the red-haired Shanks witnessed the whole scene, and was quite surprised in his heart. This kid, I didn't expect to have such a precious medicine. Ben Beckman appeared beside Shanks like a ghost, and said to himself indifferently. Snort. From this point of view, the battle between him and Whitebeard will become more and more interesting. It's exactly what people look forward to, Shanks laughed. Aren't you too happy? Will Whitebeard take those medicines? Ben Beckman poured cold water on Shanks, who was startled slightly and fell into deep thought. The sun is rising. A warm scene on the deck. A few seagulls fly by from the sky, and the sea breeze is blowing. This morning full of vitality makes people feel very comfortable. Captain, your bounty has increased again. Holding a newspaper and a list of the latest rewards, Yumato came to Rosen, who was lying on the deck basking in the sun. As expected. Rosen smiled. How much has it increased? Your bounty has suddenly increased from 4 billion to 5 billion and 25 million Baileys, Captain. This time it's really skyrocketed. 5 billion. Rosen whispered to himself, and seemed not too satisfied with the result. If his bounty has increased by 1 billion, it is equivalent to getting 10 chances of 10 consecutive draws. Advertisement. Anyway, it caused a big disturbance in Marineford, and beat Marine to the ground. It's only increased by 1 billion. That guy Sangoku is too stingy. Rosen pouted. What about yours? He raised his eyes to look at Yumato, and found that his expression was also very depressed. What? Yumato was looking down at his bounty change, when he suddenly yelled unwillingly. I actually only increased by 700 million. The current bounty is 3 billion 10 million Baileys, which is 2 billion less than yours, Captain. Everyone made a big fuss in Marineford, and I beat that guy Akainu to the brim for 500,000. This is too contemptuous. When Yumato was noisy, he suddenly noticed a breeze passing by, and the newspaper in his hand disappeared. Narcissist. Don't mess with me. My mother is in a bad mood right now. Yumato looked angrily to the left side of the ship. Cavendish was looking down at the bounty list. Big sister, it's not just that your bounty has not increased much, mine is the same, but it's a little bit higher than yours. Cavendish looked up and winked at Yumato. How much has your bounty increased to? The nobleman Ah Jin came over curiously, and looked down at the bounty list in the opponent's hand. 3, 2 and 25 million Baileys, that's really amazing. He looked at Cavendish in surprise and envy, and was praised. The latter looked proud, and couldn't help reaching out to caress his bangs. What? Why is the narcissist offering a reward of 200 million more than me? This is not fair at all. Are those guys in Marine blind? Can't tell that I am much stronger than a narcissist. Yumato was a little mad and very dissatisfied, but the others ignored her, and everyone came over to check the changes in their bounties. Leo, the bounty is 2.35 billion belly, an increase of 450 million belly. Yeez, the bounty is 2.47 billion Baileys, an increase of 500 million Baileys from the original. Advertisement, Jin, the bounty is 2.13 billion Baileys, an increase of 350 million Baileys from the original. Garret, the bounty, 3.34 billion Baileys, an increase of 600 million Baileys from the original. Afra, the bounty, 1.62 billion Baileys, an increase of 120 million Baileys from the original. Rockwell, bounty on the divine beast Xuanwu. Everyone gathered around Cavendish and the ghost agent to check their latest bounties. 0. Ask for flowers. Rosen silently listened to the changes in the crew's bounties. Overall, the changes in these bounties are quite satisfactory to him. The one with the highest increase, of course, was himself, who directly rose from 4 billion berries to 5,025 million berries, an increase of more than 1 billion from the original. And it is on a par with the currently known revolutionary with the highest bounty, Monkey D. Dragon, and slightly lower than Whitebeard, who has a bounty of 5,046 million Baileys. 0. Generally speaking, the rules of whether to participate in the battle and whether there are special performances in the Marineford battlefield are basically followed. Perhaps for the world government and naval headquarters, the degree of threat of the two of them is second only to Rosen. Even Admiral in this department can't completely ignore this negative effect. And the other one is to single out Akainu, Sakuzuki without losing the wind. So the bounty increase was only 120 million. Their performance in the entire Marineford battlefield should be the most eye-catching. After all, they are on par with Marine Admiral Kizaru, Puzalino. The bounty increases for the other crew members ranged from high to low. The power of the sun, combined with Geralt's moon lion form, made her combat power one of the world's top powerhouses, not far behind Naval Headquarters Admiral. Perhaps the world government and Marineford think Geralt's power of the sun is a huge threat. After all, it can slow down within a range. This increase was beyond Rosen's expectation. The fourth place on the increase list is Garret, whose increase has reached 500 million Baileys. He originally thought that the performance of other people should be higher than Garret's. Before they knew it, the Beast Pirates had become the top pirates in the world. Cavendish and Yumato ranked second and third respectively. As Rosen and his crew continued to grow rapidly, of course, the bounty offered by any one of the members of the Beast Pirates, even Afra, has already exceeded the bounty offered by the Emperor's Lieutenant of the other 4 Sea Emperors in New World. For example, Afra did not participate in the Battle of Marineford from the beginning to the end, but just guarded their ships on the ship. 372 draw. After listening to everyone's reports, Rosen silently opened the attribute panel that only he could see. And the other crew members are still discussing their latest bounty with relish. No one paid any attention to Rosen's side. What's more, even if he looked this way occasionally, in the eyes of these guys, Rosen's performance at this time looked like he was basking in the sun with his eyes closed. Beast Pirates. Captain. Rosen, Cat Fruit Phantom Beast White Tiger Form. Vice Captain. Yumato, Dog Fruit, Phantasmal Beast, Oguchi True God Form. Combatant. Cavendish, Fish Fruit Phantom Beast Kunpeng Form. Lookout. Garret, Tutu Fruit, Phantom Beast, Lunar Jade Rabbit Form. Making Yakushi. Afra, Human Fruit Phantom Beast Seraphim Form. Archaeologist. Kazuki Hiyori, Bird and Bird Fruit Phantom Beast 5 Color, 900, Peacock Form. Sniper. Izzy, Human Fruit, Phantom Beast, 6-eared Macaque Form. Combatant. Leo, Insect Fruit, Phantom Beast, Skyhorn Ant Form. Fortune Teller. Mrs. Shirley, Human Fruit Phantom Beast Succubus Form. Scientist. Rockwell, Dragon Fruit, Phantom Beast, Charizard Form. Combatant. Agent the Ghost Combatant. Layan Zeus, Niu Fruit Phantom Beast Kui Niu Form. Combatant. Sun Prometheus, Bird Fruit Phantom Beast Species 3-legged Golden Crow Form. Total members. 13 for every 100 million berries that the total bounty of all crew members increases. Rosen can get a chance to draw 10 times in a row. Speaking of which, he has not conducted a lottery draw for a long time. The last time I fought against Kaido, I consumed a lot of elixir and 9-rank golden elixir. Last night, Marco was given another 9-rank golden elixir and a panacea. The stocks of these pills are running out now. Afra has not been able to successfully develop their detailed formula, and it is still impossible to produce them in batches. Therefore, if you want to replenish, you can only rely on 10 consecutive draws. In addition, the crew members have consumed a lot of body refining pills recently, and there are only 5 body refining pills left in Rosen's pocket, which urgently needs to be replenished. After the Battle of Marineford, Rosen clearly saw the overall strength of his crew. Generally speaking, every crew member can basically rank among the world's top powerhouses simply by relying on their own Zone Devil Fruit abilities. Coupled with the continuous strengthening of themselves through body refining pills, hockey training potions, etc., they can grow further. Rosen's ambitions are very big. He hopes to create a powerful pirate group whose members are all phantom beasts, and whose fighting power is comparable to that of the admirals of headquarters, and even surpasses those of the admirals. Therefore, the body refining pill must continue to be taken by the crew. 67 chances of 10 consecutive draws. If you use them all, you can expect to get 670 items. Advertisement. Rosen thought about it. According to the past experience of the system's 10 consecutive draws, there is a high probability that the medicines and hockey training medicines will be given. There is a very small chance of getting a particularly rare item. This is really all about the face, but he didn't care. The main thing was to replenish the pill. Thinking about ordering the system to start a 10 consecutive draw directly in his mind. System, start 10 consecutive draws. Ding. Do you want to use up one chance for 10 consecutive lottery draws? Yes. Ding. Congratulations on getting. Open black lens bracket body alchemy close black lens bracket 1. Open black lens bracket information color enhancement potion close black lens bracket 1. Open black lens bracket body alchemy close black lens bracket 1. Open black lens bracket body alchemy close black lens bracket 1. Open black lens bracket C curse removal card close black lens bracket 1. Open black lens bracket 9 turns golden pill close black lens bracket 1. Open black lens bracket space ring close black lens bracket 1. Open black lens bracket body alchemy close black lens bracket 1. Open black lens bracket universal medicine close black lens bracket 1. Open black lens bracket body alchemy close black lens bracket 1, basically the same as expected. For the first 10 consecutive draws, most of the pills were given, and a total of 5 body refining pills and a bottle of knowledge enhancement potion were obtained. In addition, the 9-turn golden elixir and the panacea also got a bottle each. Rosen just glanced at the system backpack casually, and then started the 10 consecutive draws again. Ding, start 10 consecutive draws, congratulations on getting. Open black lens bracket body alchemy close black lens bracket 1, swordsmanship enhancement, practice cheats 1. Open black lens bracket body alchemy close black lens bracket 1. Open black lens bracket body alchemy close black lens bracket 1. Open black lens bracket universal medicine close black lens bracket 1. Open black lens bracket 9 turns golden pill close black lens bracket 1. Open black lens bracket universal medicine close black lens bracket 1. Open black lens bracket body alchemy close black lens bracket 1. Advertisement. Open black lens bracket 9 turns golden pill close black lens bracket 1. Open black lens bracket information color enhancement potion close black lens bracket 1. The 10 consecutive draws this time are not as good as the rewards last time. Almost all of them are all kinds of pills. But that's exactly what Rosen wants most right now. Come again. He started the 10 consecutive draws again. The lottery turntable in front of him rotated rapidly, and in less than 5 seconds, brilliant rays of light burst into the system backpack. These are the 10 consecutive draw rewards just obtained. Rosen enjoys this euphoric sense of accomplishment. Come again. He issued the command to the system again. After about 10 minutes, it took 10 consecutive draws in a row before Rosen finally stopped the lottery draw. Let's do this for today, and save the remaining number of lottery draws for the next time. He opened the system backpack to check the total harvest of the 10 consecutive draws. A total of 200 lottery draws. He got a total of 127 body refining pills, 24 9-turn golden pills, 21 panaceas, and 11 bottles of hockey strengthening potions. Among them, there are 5 bottles of information color enhancement potion, 4 bottles of armed color enhancement potion, and only 2 bottles of conqueror's enhancement potion. The remaining 17 pieces of non-disposable consumables are space ring, 2 pieces, swordsmanship strengthening, practice cheats 6, sea curse removal cards, 3 pieces, Marine 6 Styles Tempest Kick, Practice Cheats 3. This book, Marine 6 Styles Shaved, Practice Cheat Book 1, Marine 6 Styles Iron Body, Practice Cheat Book 2 copies. A total of 200 lottery draws, only the above things were obtained. There are no special rare abilities, props or weapons and equipment 3.8 and so on as before. It really depends on the face, Rosen pouted. But in his heart, he was thinking about why not give more pills. What's the face? Yumato came over curiously and asked. Nothing. Rosen didn't try to explain, his eyes flicked across all the crew members. The body refining pills that were given to these members before have basically been consumed. Now in the backpack, plus the remaining 5 before, there are a total of 132 left. Just enough to give out 10 to everyone. According to the efficiency of refining a body refining pill in 3 days, these pills are enough for them to persist for a month. Everyone did a great job at Marineford this time around. The increase in bounties is also generally satisfactory. They're all here, I'll give you a small reward. Rosen waved to the crew. 373 collective drug use. Is there a reward? Brother Captain, that's great. When they heard that they were going to give out rewards, everyone surrounded them happily. Captain, I have used up all my body refining pills, should I send them to us again? Yumato was the first to jump in front of Rosen. Which of you doesn't own this gadget yet? Rosen was not in a hurry to distribute the body refining pills to everyone, but first took out the 3 space rings he got just now. Seeing the ring in his open palm, several of the members' eyes lit up. What is this? Thundercloud Zeus floated over curiously, staring at the space ring in Rosen's palm and asked. This is called the space ring. It is a world of its own, and it can be used to store things. It is very convenient. Cavendish raised his left hand, flaunting it to Thundercloud Zeus. Wow, it's amazing. May I have one, Mr. Captain? Thundercloud Zeus looked at Rosen with a smile and asked for it. 07, of course. Who hasn't? Rosen handed one of the space rings to Lei and Zeus. The first members of the Beast Pirates, such as Cavendish, Yumato, Kazuki Hiyori, Garret, etc., have basically obtained the space ring before. But later, because of every lottery draw, I didn't get this thing very much. So there were still a few crew members who didn't get them. Seeing Thundercloud Zeus obtain the space ring, Prometheus the Sun also floated over immediately. Captain, I haven't gotten a space ring either. Okay, then I'll give you one too. Rosen, I want one too. Yumato reached out to take the last remaining interspatial ring, but Rosen slapped the back of her hand and knocked her hand off. You've already had one before, but my old one, I'm almost out of space. Yumato pouted. Big sister, what did you put in it? You can actually fill the space in the space ring. Cavendish asked curiously with his eyes wide open. Snort. Advertisement. It's none of your business, why did I tell you? Anyway, I don't care, Captain, you have to give me this ring. As Yumato said, he wanted to go up to snatch the ring from Rosen's hand again. For the time being, each person can only get one. Rosen ignored the other party's reluctance, and raised his head to look at the other members behind Yumato, who else didn't get it. After the words fell, he had already noticed several eager and expectant eyes. Brother Captain, can you give me one? Eyes hesitated and raised his hand first, speaking before the ghost agent. The latter could only swallow the words that came to his lips helplessly and enviously. This is the last one, but don't worry, there will be more in the future. Rosen handed the space ring to Eyes, and then took out the body refining pill. These body refining pills are 10 for each person. Remember, it takes 3 days to eat one pill before you can eat the second one. Don't eat too much. Before he finished speaking, the body refining pill in his hand had been snatched away. The crew members now know that this thing is a good thing. Brother Captain, you really know us too well. I have eaten up all the body refining pills a few days ago, and I am planning to ask you for a few more. Mine too, the captain is so kind. Follow the captain, you can have meat all the time, drink wine. Now my swordsmanship and physical skills can go a step further. Snort. Last time in Marineford, I failed to defeat that D Sakuzuki with my own hands. Next time I meet him, I will definitely not let him escape easily. While clenching his fists and swearing, Yumato swallowed a body refining pill. The others also impatiently swallowed the body refining pill. Moby DK. Whitebeard sat alone in the room, with 2 small pills and a glass of water on the table beside him. Those 2 elixirs were the Panacea and the 9 transformation golden elixir that Rosen gave to Marco last night. Whitebeard has remained seated here for no telling how long. Outside the transparent window, Marco was standing in the corridor. It was Whitebeard who got him out. Advertisement, that guy Rosen, does he really have that kind of thing? Marco, this shouldn't be some kind of bad medicine. There was obvious worry in Diamond Joe's voice. Although things like the Panacea and the 9-turn golden elixir were mentioned, the effect was overwhelmed by Rosen. But in fact, no one knows what they're like. In case these are just 2 highly poisonous medicines, it will be a big deal for Whitebeard to eat. Probably not. Rosen is not that kind of scumbag. Marco shook his head, but there was indeed a hint of worry in his expression. Although I don't think Rosen will do that kind of thing, but you know people, you know your face, you don't know your heart. After all, we never thought that Teach would choose to betray Dad. Foil Vista also spoke. His words made Marco's mood even more messy, and his inner worries gradually began to be magnified. Last night, after hearing Rosen tell the usefulness of these 2 pills, Marco was surprised and grateful. He forgot to imagine the worst. First of all, I was too excited inside. After all, these 2 pills may completely cure the internal injuries accumulated over the years on Father Whitebeard's body, as well as the diseases caused by old age and frailty. The second reason is that Marco doesn't think Rosen is that kind of treacherous and despicable villain. Giving fake medicines to harm Father Whitebeard, such a strong person should not bother to do it. But now after being reminded by Diamond Joe's, Foil Vista and others, Marco also felt a certain distrust in his heart. We know you're doing it for Dad's sake, but you can't joke around about this kind of thing. Let's persuade my father first. It's best to let Rosen stand up and prove the effect of these 2 pills. Although it would be very impolite and disrespectful to do that, but... Diamond Joe's hesitated to speak. When it comes to Whitebeard's safety, none of them dared to take it lightly. Hearing what the other party said, Marco's mood became completely uneasy. Without saying a word, he turned around and pushed open the door of Whitebeard's room, wanting to go in and get the 2 pills back. But when he walked to the door, he suddenly froze. Because a burly and huge body walked out of the room at this moment. La 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 la. Rosen will never be that kind of person. Although you can rest assured, Whitebeard grinned at his sons and laughed. 374 Hong dazed. Divine Beast Xuanwu. Marco and the others were astonished when they saw what Whitebeard said. Father, do you really want to take these 2 pills? The eyes of Vista, the foil sword, fell into Whitebeard's hands. The latter was holding the 2 pills that Marco gave him at this time, and seemed to have made a decision. La 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 la. Rosen is the most powerful person I have ever seen in my life, except for rocks. To be honest, even your father and I still find it very difficult to face such a guy. Since Rosen wants to challenge me, I must fight in the most perfect state. Only in this way is the greatest respect for him. That kid asked you to bring these 2 pills back to me, that's probably what he meant, Marco. Hearing Whitebeard's analysis, Marco was taken aback on the spot. I see. He looked at Whitebeard and smiled knowingly. I see, father, but before I take these 2 pills, can I taste some of them first? Marco obviously hasn't completely let go of his inner worries. If there is really something wrong with these 2 pills, then try it yourself first, so as not to surprise Whitebeard. La 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 la. There's no need for that, Marco. Eating these 2 pills is my own choice. If something happens after I eat them later, don't bother with Rosen and the Beast Pirates. Do you understand, Marco? Whitebeard laughed heartily, and under the watchful eyes of all the captains and crew members, he swallowed the panacea and the 9-turn golden elixir with a single stroke of his neck. Father, his movements were so fast that even if Marco wanted to stop him, it was too late. In an instant, everyone became tense. All of them stared at Whitebeard, fearing that something might happen to him. La 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 la. No need to worry. Whitebeard laughed, seemingly harmless, but after a while, he really had an accident. Advertisement: The Red Firth approached the divine beast Xuanwu slowly. Shanks jumped from the opposite deck and jumped over. Everyone on the deck of the divine beast Xuanwu immediately noticed something, and turned their heads to look at each other curiously. It's very lively here. Shanks looked at Rosen with a smile. You didn't come to meet me for a drink, Shanks. Rosen looked at each other playfully. No, Shanks' calm eyes quickly swept over Yumato, the ghost agent, Cavendish and others. He just noticed that there was something wrong with the breath here. At this time, when I came to the opponent's deck, I could feel more clearly that there was indeed some kind of strange aura fluctuation on the crew of the Beast Pirates. It was as if some kind of power was coming out of them. The changes in the breaths of Yumato, Cavendish and others were of course due to the fact that they had just taken the body refining pill. The medicinal power of the body refining pill is being rapidly refined by them. The released energy is strengthening their bodies over and over again, so there will be this slight change. Of course, this is also because Shanks has a very strong sense of knowledge, and his perceptual sensitivity is far beyond the imagination of ordinary people, so he noticed it immediately. It is absolutely impossible for ordinary people to notice such subtle changes. Oh, then what are you doing here? Rosen didn't know what Shanks was thinking at this time, and asked curiously. Are you interested in competing with me? Click here. Shanks withdrew his thoughts and looked at each other with a smile. The man who can defeat Hawkeye Mahawk with his own hands also wants to compete with him very much. Compete with me? As soon as Rosen heard it, he immediately became interested and jumped up from the reclining chair. It's exactly what you want. There's an unnamed island just ahead. Let's go. Let's go there to compete. As if afraid that Shanks would repent, Rosen raised his chin towards an uninhabited desert island in the distance. I'll wait for you first, come on, Shanks. As soon as the words fell, a gust of wind rose around Rosen's body. With a, before Shanks could react, he had already rushed towards the deserted island in the distance. The figure is like a gust of wind, quickly disappearing at the end of sight. Advertisement: Your captain is really full of energy. Shanks looked at Cavendish and the others with a wry smile. Ha ha ha, our captain is such a person. However, there is still a long way to go from here. Your ship is too slow, let us take you there. It just so happens that you can watch the battle from the sidelines. Cavendish laughed. Should I inform Whitebeard and them? Izzy reminded. Necessary. There's a duel between Whitebeard and the captain. Okay, I'll go over and talk to him. After Rockwell finished speaking, a pair of wings grew out of his body, and he jumped up and flew towards the Moby DK dock not far away. At the same time, the divine beast Xuanwu under the feet of the others began to move rapidly. The divine beast Xuanwu began to advance rapidly. The speed far exceeded the normal speed of the ship, and at this moment the sail was not raised on the ship, and there was not much wind on the sea. Xuanwu has a life and a mind of his own. Moreover, if I remember correctly, the divine beast Xuanwu should also be a creature in myths and legends, and it is said to have the strongest defense in the world. Shanks was taken aback by this. In other words, where did he find so many phantom beasts' devil fruit? This was the first time he had seen such a ship with life and thought. Rosen, where did he recruit these crew members? He turned his head in astonishment and looked in the direction of the bow of the divine beast Xuanwu. His eyes gradually became suspicious. Shanks felt that his three views were a little messy. What he means is that Xuanwu is not just a ship, it also has life and thoughts, and it is also a member of our mythical beast pirates. Yumato helped explain. What, is it the mythical beast Xuanwu? As Yumato's voice sounded, he saw the huge head of the mythical beast Xuanwu protruding from the water at the bow of the ship. And turned around to say hello to Shanks. Shanks noticed the anomaly immediately. What's up with that exuberant vitality and this amazing sailing speed? The villain Leo noticed Shanks' doubts and immediately reminded him, Zhao Li's. What you are stepping on is one of our crew members, be careful, Mr. Shanks. Why? 375 The duel begins, Red Hair versus White Tiger. Rosen is going to fight Shanks now? Well, according to Rockwell from the Beast Pirates, it seems that Shanks proposed it on his own initiative. It seems that Shanks also wants to challenge the legendary White Tiger. Then shall we go and have a look? Of course we have to pass, this is a rare battle. Daddy is here. Daddy. On the deck of the Moby DK, the crew members who had just been notified were discussing enthusiastically about Shanks going to fight Rosen. Seeing Whitebeard approaching, everyone respectfully stepped aside and paid attention to Whitebeard. La 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 la. Red-haired kid, are you going to challenge Luo? Whitebeard came to his seat, and while giving the order, he picked up a jug of wine and opened it to drink. Surprisingly, Marco didn't try to stop him again. The other crew members on the deck also saw some unusual things. The most obvious thing is that they found that Whitebeard's face was rosy at this time, and his whole person was also hale and hearty, which was very different from before. Even under careful observation, everyone could faintly notice that Whitebeard seemed to have become younger. It's not that his appearance has changed, but it refers to the aura that emanates from him at this moment. Young and full of vigor. Advertisement except for a few captains, no one else on the deck knew that Whitebeard had taken the elixir and the 9-turn golden elixir that Rosen had given him not long ago. The panacea can cure any disease in the world, and the 9-transformation golden elixir can instantly recover any non-fatal injury. After taking these 2 elixirs, Whitebeard's accumulated injuries over the years have fully recovered. Today's him can be said to be in peak condition. Not only his strength is great, but his mental and physical strength is far superior to that of his old and dying body before. Father, you look very good today. A crew member couldn't help but stepped forward and said. La 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 la. Whitebeard just laughed and didn't say much. Marco, Foil Vista, Diamond Joes and others on the side also showed mysterious and gratified smiles. They watched Whitebeard take the 2 miracle medicines that Rosen gave them, and they also witnessed Whitebeard's physical changes. The mood is naturally from the very worry at the beginning, to the extremely gratified and joyful now. Let's set sail. Let's see how exciting the Ahaj fight between the beast Rosen and Shanks will be. Marco told the helmsman to talk to the sailor. Rosen sat leisurely on the beach by the sea, enjoying the warm sunshine. After a while, under the leadership of the divine beast Xuanwu, Shanks and others came to the near shore. Shua. Shanks jumped and landed lightly not far from Rosen. This island is really beautiful. Advertisement, it would be a pity to destroy it. Rosen smiled at the other party with a smile. In order to compete with you, I can only wrong this deserted island. Shanks laughed too. Then let's begin. Rosen stood up and stretched, with a lazy and casual look on his face. But along with his movements, suddenly a powerful conqueror's haki seemed to have substance, centered on Rosen's body, and quickly surged in all directions. The solid jet black air blade raised all the vegetation, rocks, etc. in all directions to the ground in an instant. The animals hidden in the forest were either strangled to ashes on the spot by the terrible haki, or it was directly stunned. At the same time, on the surface of the sea far and near, many sea creatures with white bellies appeared. Shanks felt the sensation almost immediately, and his body also had an instinctive reaction naturally. Conqueror's haki is also unleashed, confronting Rosen's conquerors. The 2 forces collided in midair, bursting out purple-black lightning, and a huge purple-black uzumaki appeared in the sky above the entire island. Thick clouds continuously gathered from all directions, and purple-black lightning surged and jumped between the sky and the earth. Rumble rumble green. Haki's confrontation became more and more intense, and the sky and the entire uninhabited island began to tremble violently. Even the sea was violently stirred by this force and became rough. 376 Red-haired swordsmanship, amazing conqueror's haki. Rosen, this guy, seems to be stronger than before at Marineford? Do you guys feel that way? Bramink, the 6th captain of the Whitebeard pirates, looked at the island ahead in surprise. He had also seen Rosen show off haki in Marineford before. But Rosen, Conqueror's haki was definitely not as powerful as it is now. At that time, in the face of Rosen's release of the Conquerors, Bramink was still able to barely resist without any serious discomfort. But at this moment, even though there are still several kilometers away, he still feels dizzy and his eardrums are ringing. It was as if Rosen's conquerors were attacking himself. It has indeed become stronger. Foil Vista also gave birth to the same feeling. At this time, he also felt his heart beating for a while, and his blood was churning endlessly, because his heart even gave birth to a faint irritability and restlessness. No matter how hard you try, you can't calm down, because Shanks is also releasing conquerors. Diamond Chows analyzed in a dignified tone. They have experienced this feeling many times before. Advertisement, especially when Shanks came to see Papa Whitebeard, the two always used conquerors against each other first, which was the customary way of greeting between old friends. And every time Shanks and Whitebeard engage in a conqueror's haki confrontation, it has a bad effect on those around them. The most obvious, of course, is that the weaker members will be stunned immediately. The second is that some members on the ship who are slightly stronger but not yet at the level of the captain will experience dizziness, unstable standing, and even temporarily lose their ability to judge. Then there are the captains represented by Marco and others. Except for Marco, Diamond Josie, and Foil Vista, who are close to Admiral's strength, other members will have such negative feelings. No, this is simply the effect of being influenced by Rosen's haki. Marco denied Diamond Josie's guess. His strength is slightly stronger than these two, and his resistance to haki is also stronger. But at this moment, Marco can clearly feel that this feeling is different from what he felt before. Hearing what Marco said, Diamond Jazz and Foil Vista were a little surprised. Of course they didn't disbelieve Marco's words. As the first team captain, Marco is the second in command of Father Whitebeard, and he is the strongest among all their team captains. Since even he said that, it means that Rosen's conquerors has indeed become stronger. At this time, others are surprised, why the beast Rosen can increase the power of conquerors hockey again in such a short period of time. Advertisement 0. Seeking flowers. It's no wonder that this beast, Rosen, has risen rapidly in just over a year and has become the #1 enemy of the world government. It seems that there are many secrets hidden in him. Marco's tone is thought-provoking. From Rosen's hand, I got the 9-turn golden elixir and the panacea, which cured Whitebeard's chronic illnesses and hidden wounds accumulated over the years. Now it is discovered that the opponent's conqueror's hockey has been improved in such a short period of time. As long as he is a normal person, he can tell that there are hidden secrets hidden in Rosen. But as for what the secret is, Marco doesn't know. He wasn't interested in delving into it either, la. It seems that the red-haired boy is going to meet a strong enemy today. Whitebeard laughed and looked at the island in the distance. The sky over there has become turbulent in the powerful conqueror's hockey confrontation between Shanks and Rosen, and purple-black lightning keeps falling. The sky above the entire island seemed to be the end of the world. A violent wave of air rolled in, making their ships extremely slow. When they approached a distance of about 3 kilometers, Whitebeard ordered the ship to stop here for a few minutes. 377 The strongest conquerors contest, la. If you get any closer, just that level of hockey confrontation can crush the entire ship. While speaking, Whitebeard stood up, walked to the bow of the boat with the wine jug, and stared into the distance. The oncoming high-speed storm airblade and the tyrannical conqueror's hockey, which is powerful enough to instantly shatter boulders several meters high, didn't seem to have any impact on him. Your conqueror's hockey is really amazing, not weaker than mine at all. As Shanks said, he continued to raise the breath of 840, and played conqueror's hockey to ultimate. He hasn't shown this level of hockey in many years. Even the contest with Whitebeard is only a point. But today, after meeting Rosen, the fighting spirit that had been hidden in my heart for many years was rekindled. Shanks really wants to know who is stronger between the conquerors that he is proud of and Rosen's conquerors. Sensing that the opponent strengthened the power of conquerors, Rosen was secretly awed. At the same time, he also increased the strength of his conqueror's hockey, bringing it to the ultimate level it can reach so far. Boom! As the hockey confrontation between the two escalated, the sky was instantly torn apart by a terrifying purple-black thunder. The muffled thunder spread towards the distance along with the dazzling light. Advertisement The endlessly turbulent sea also became turbulent at this moment, and the height of the waves suddenly changed from a few meters to tens of meters. At the same time, terrible cracks began to appear on the 5 deserted islands under their feet. Your hockey is pretty good too. Rosen stared at Shanks and smiled playfully. I thought to myself that it was fortunate that I got a few bottles of Conqueror's strengthening potion after a lottery draw not long ago, and used it for the first time. Otherwise, he might have lost the Conqueror's competition with Shanks today. Among the 4 emperors of New World, except for Shanks, the other 3 are all demon fruit power. It is not without reason that he can compete with several other powerhouses with a mortal body. Conqueror's hockey, armed color, observation hockey trained to ultimate, coupled with powerful physical and sword skills, have achieved Shanks' status today. Both of them played Conquerors to ultimate, but after a full 10 minutes of stalemate, it was still a close call. Seeing this, Rosen snorted softly, and at the same time retracting the Conqueror's hockey, he suddenly slapped Shanks with his paw. Pale Claw. Come and taste the strongest attack power in the world. The huge claw marks, like 5 extremely sharp sickles, easily broke through the void and flew towards Shanks quickly. In Whitebeard's eyes, there was finally a hint of doubt. On the deck, Usopp stared intently at the battle on the distant island. Advertisement After simply probing each other, Shanks and Rosen began to rush towards each other. Having a Conqueror's hockey that is not weaker than our boss by 2.4, and even the speed of his shots is a bit unbelievable. I really didn't expect that such a tricky guy had never been heard of before a year ago. The crescent-shaped sword energy accurately hit the claws released by Rosen at an indistinct speed. And successfully blocked them all. What a speed. Back then in Marineford, when facing Mihawk, the world's #1 swordsman, Rosen didn't show this speed under normal conditions. Although he was very surprised in his heart, he didn't panic. Instead, he calmly pulled out his western sword like lightning, and swung a huge and incomparable sword energy towards the opponent. Marco, who was watching the battle from a distance, couldn't help but exclaimed. As Shanks and Rosen officially fought, the raging energy between the whole world became more terrifying. When, he found that Rosen not only got enhanced Conqueror's hockey, but also seemed to be faster than before in Marineford. Even at such a long distance, the air blades flying over like knives and swords still caused some damage to their ships. Seeing the 5 incoming claw strikes, Shanks' eyes narrowed slightly, feeling the terrible threat of those 5 attacks. The two just made the movement of starting and running, and both disappeared in the next second. On the other side, the Red Firth docked slowly not far from Whitebeard's Moby DK. 378 Xuanwu Barrier. The mythical Rosen and his mythical pirates can still escape unscathed after making a big fuss in naval headquarters. From this point alone, it can be inferred that his strength must be very terrifying. And I have reason to believe that's not all there is to that man. After all, right now he's just fighting Shanks on a regular basis. Ben Beckman analyzed unhurriedly. Hearing what he said, the others immediately remembered that Rosen also had the form of a mythical white tiger. The mythical white tiger has the strongest attack power in the world. I heard that in the Marineford confrontation with Hawkeye, it broke Hawkeye's black knife with only one move. 07. That's Rosen at his best. Look, why are the ships of the beast pirates so strange? Legilu took a bite of the chicken leg, pointed at the ship of the beast pirates docked beside the distant island, and shouted in surprise. Advertisement. When he was speaking, there happened to be another extremely powerful airblade, which hit the bow of their red firth with a boom. The red firth, which was originally hard and strong enough to resist the artillery attack of Marine's powerful warship, now had a gap about 1 meter wide in the bow position. The gap is smooth, as if it was cut off by a direct hit of sword energy. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned in their hearts, and couldn't believe that this was just the damage caused by the aftermath of the battle between the two of them. Too strong. We are still under such serious threats at such a long distance. But what happened to the ships of the beast pirates? Their ships faced the boss and Rosen at such a close distance. Why were they not destroyed by the aftermath? It's not just as simple as not being destroyed. The two ships seem to have nothing to do. Is there any special material used to build it? The crew of the Red Hair Pirates looked curiously at the two cocky ships docked side by side. The sound of their conversation also reached the ears of the members of the Whitebeard Pirates not far away. Advertisement. The members of the two top pirate groups in the world, at this time, they all began to pay attention to the ships of the Beast Pirate group in a tacit understanding. I said, why are you bothering with other people's pirate ships? Isn't the battle between Shanks and Rosen not exciting enough? Yes, isn't the battle between the two strong men more attractive? Why worry about such trivial matters as whether other people's pirate ships will be damaged by the aftermath? That's not a trivial matter. You've only been out to sea for a while, so you don't know about it. HMPH. Boy, seriously remember that if you want to sail safely on the sea, a solid, stable and reliable 423 ship is essential. A ship of the pirate group is our most reliable partner on the vast sea full of dangers. That's right. If the ship is not strong and reliable, if something unexpected happens on the sea, it will only put you in a dangerous situation, and you may even be destroyed. Young people, learn a lot, and you will be able to understand these in the future. The young pirate who asked the question suddenly became enlightened after being educated by these old crew members. Look quickly. What is that? 379. Beckman's shock. On the ship of the Red Hair Pirates, someone suddenly reached out and pointed at the divine beast Xuanwu. Everyone curiously followed his direction, but they didn't find anything at first glance. What did you see, Slobbage? Yeah, what the hell are you trying to tell us? Because the battle between the boss and the Rosen was too fierce, the resulting storm created huge waves, and the cloudy sky blocked our sight, and now we can't see it. The newcomer named Slobbage shook his head, staring fixedly at Xuanwu, the divine beast. The 100-meter high waves turned into a storm full of sky under the impact of knife-like energy. With a distance of several kilometers, they couldn't see the situation in the distance at all. It's some kind of barrier. At this time, Usopp spoke. Barrier. Everyone turned to look at Usopp suspiciously, who was observing the battle situation in the distance with his sniper rifle. Through the scope, he clearly saw the surface of the divine beast Xuanwu, and there was a strange barrier opening, like a circular shield, protecting the entire ship from the aftermath. The Xuanwu number of the beast pirates is more than just a name, backquote. Marco and the others on the opposite side spoke with a playful smile, and looked over at the same time. Advertisement. They have seen it with their own eyes on the Marineford battlefield. Marco, what do you mean by that? Usopp looked at each other curiously. Mythical beast Xuanwu, that ship is not just a ship, but also a creature from myths and legends. Huh? Hearing Marco's answer, Usopp stared fiercely with both eyes, almost falling out. Others were also moved at the same time. Mythical beast Xuanwu? The mythical creature with the strongest defense in the legend? That ship turned out to be the mythical beast Xuanwu? No wonder you can ignore the aftermath of the battle between the boss and Rosen at such a close distance. It turns out that it is Xuanwu, the strongest defensive beast. Even the pirate ship is a mythical creature. This mythical beast pirate group is simply too scary. What's really scary is that man, the mythical beast Rosen. Ben Beckman's tone was serious. It already has great strength, and now not only every crew member is a phantom beast, even the car is a legendary mythical creature. At this moment, Ben Beckman just felt that the man's ambition was huge and dangerous. The terrifying sword energy entwined with armor color and conquerors can easily cut through the sky and tear the cold of the earth. Advertisement. At this point, the entire island has already changed beyond recognition, leaving only the bare ground that looks flat but is actually bumpy and uneven. As long as anyone who has been in the sea for a while knows that the devil fruit of the phantom beast is very, very rare, even much rarer than the Logia devil fruit. The only thing that can be clearly observed are the purple-black thunderbolts falling from the sky. The western sword in Shank's hand looks ordinary on the surface, but every time the sword is swung, it can release a huge slash over a kilometer. Rosen is also extremely powerful. The two of them only fought briefly for less than 3 minutes. At the same time, their vision also seemed to cross the barriers of time and space and storms, and they clearly saw the battle between Shanks and Rosen. The two fought hard again, and the aftermath of the violent confrontation shattered the last half of the mountain on the island. The powerful hockey coverage extends infinitely, and soon covers all areas including the entire 5 deserted islands. The forest was completely destroyed, and the mountains were also shattered. I don't know where this Rosen got so many phantom beasts. The uninhabited desert island with an area of more than 30 square kilometers has become torn apart. Boom. Every paw shot forced Shanks to deal with it with all his strength, Jiuda's, and he didn't dare to take it lightly. These powerhouses naturally started their own observation hockey. The rain in all directions was too heavy, and they couldn't see the duel on the island clearly just by their eyesight. 380 Shanks, I approve of you. The battle between Shanks and Rosen is getting more and more intense. But no one seems to have noticed that there are several albatrosses hovering above the stormy sky at this moment. Each albatross has a videophone bug dangling from its neck. Ha 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 ha. Finally wait until they do it. Although it's not the battle between Rosen and Whitebeard, the red-haired Shanks is also the top powerhouse in New World. This battle will definitely be very exciting. Morgan's on the news ship, watching the pictures sent back gradually stabilize. He suddenly burst out laughing. Is Sabaody Archipelago's live screen connected? What? Marines nasty bastards. But, ha 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 ha, that's okay, then use newspapers instead of live coverage. It's not my loss not to be able to see this rare fight. Morgans laughed and stared intently at the live screen. Shanks from Red Hair Pirates actually fought Rosen from Monster Pirates in New World. Is it true? This divine beast Rosen has offended so many powerful people. First against 4 Emperors Kaido, then against Big Mom, Charlotte Linlin, then openly against Whitebeard at Marineford. Now, is it finally Shanks' turn? The captain of the 220 Beast Pirates is really bold, haha. That be ******** Rosen actually challenged the redhead one step ahead of me, damn it. Isn't this Rosen planning to become One Piece? He has already defeated Kaido and Charlotte Linlin in a row. If he beats Shanks again, he will have defeated 3 Sea Emperors with his own hands. I don't know, maybe it's like this, or maybe they just want to get achievements. Achievement? Achievements in life, defeating the world's top powerhouses, is an achievement for an existence of the level of the beast Rosen? It seems that what you say is really reasonable, and I am speechless. That man should really have nothing lacking now. It's his pleasure to challenge the strong, right? You're wrong, the world government is still there, and those hedge people in the holy land of Mariajoy probably won't rest in peace. Hush, do you want to die? Stop talking. 3 days later. The news of the war between Shanks and Rosen on an unnamed island in the New World has already been transmitted to every corner of the world by the big news Morgans through special means. Advertisement including naval headquarters, as well as the 5 elders of the Holy Land Mariajoy, all know the news. In the depths of Pangu City, among the flowers, I am sitting on the void throne, summoning the 5 elders. What the hell is this Rosen going to do? She asked coldly. Is he going to start another war? It's not clear what the other party's purpose is, but with the strength of the beast pirates, Shanks shouldn't do something head-on with them. I'm afraid it's just a contest between 2 people. One of the 5 elders answered. HMPH, I really hope they can fight head-to-head for life and death. No one dared to answer Im's words, and the 5 elders all bowed their heads and knelt on the ground without saying a word. After a while, seeing that none of the 5 of them spoke, Im said to himself again. But the redhead led people to Marineford to stop the war. He is obviously different from the other 4 emperors. Although he is the emperor of the sea, this world cannot live without such a strong man. In any case, more people must be sent to closely monitor the movement of the beast pirates and the Whitebeard pirates. Once they have any abnormal behavior, we must do our best to stop it. I'll understand. Master Im, 5 elders nodded hastily. Also, did that fellow Morgan stop spreading bad news about Marineford and world government? He has been warned. The news that has spread around the world is also being quickly erased. This history will definitely not appear in any future records. Let's all go down. M nodded coldly. After the 5 elders had all left, her gaze suddenly became extremely sharp. Boom. A huge western sword was nailed to the ground. There is the latest bounty list for all members of the entire mythical beast pirates. Advertisement: the battle between the red-haired Shanks and Rosen lasted for 7 days and 7 nights. From the very beginning, the two tested each other and increased their fighting power little by little. At this moment, the uninhabited island with an area of tens of square kilometers has already been torn apart. And the physical exertion of the two is also very huge, and the power of the battle is no longer as strong as it was in the first few days. It is worth mentioning that Rosen only used the normal state to fight Shanks from the beginning to the end, and did not transform into the state of the beast White Tiger. Your hockey is really strong. Using human physical fitness as a standard, your physical skills have already surpassed almost everyone in this world. Shanks, I approve of you. With a pale claw, Rosen shook the red-haired Shanks back, and flew backwards, falling more than 20 meters away. He grinned and seemed about to stop. You must know that his current physical strength is even stronger than Kaido of the mythical beast Azure Dragon. The divine beast White Tiger really lives up to its reputation. If you continue to fight, I'm afraid you will die. Rosen also put away her smile and nodded. Let's make it here today, Shanks. Up to now, he and Shanks are just physically exhausted, and neither of them was injured. Even without using the form of the divine beast White Tiger, The power of pale claws can easily tear apart the sky, shatter the earth, and cut the sea. No wonder when Kaido intends to attack Whitebeard, this guy can successfully intercept and persuade him to retreat. After speaking, he put away all the haki and planned to turn around and leave. During the 7 days and 7 nights of fighting, both of them went all out and did not hold back at all, except that Rosen had never used the white tiger form of the divine beast. Your strength also surprises me, haha. But fighting against such a strong self for 7 days and 7 nights, Shanks was able to remain unscathed. Shanks took a breath calmly and smiled brightly. Needless to say, the horror of physical strength. That's what surprised Rosen internally. It is as powerful as the normal beast Rosen. From this point alone, it can be seen how powerful Shanks is. After laughing, his gaze narrowed slightly. However, this is not all you have, right? 381 Battle. Whitebeard. The reason why Rosen chose not to continue fighting Shanks was not because he was worried that he would not be able to beat Shanks. Just because he has achieved his goal, there is no need to continue fighting. With the current situation, if we continue to fight, it won't last 10 days and half a month. I'm afraid it will be difficult to finally decide the winner with Shanks. Shanks' Conquerors is strong, but what really makes him strong is his armor and knowledge. Conqueror's entangled armament color, combined with the swordsmanship that is not weaker than Mahawk's at all. Even if the body is as strong as Rosen, he can't get cheap from the opponent's western sword. To completely defeat Shanks, the only way is to use the mythical white tiger form. The relationship between Rosen and Shanks is not hostile, just to confirm the distance between the world's top powerhouses and themselves. The outcome here has already been decided, therefore, there is no need to fight any further. Shanks also knew this in his heart, looked at Rosen, he smiled, and put the western sword back into the scabbard with a clang. After Shanks and Rosen stopped, the sky quickly returned to its normal blue color. Clouds also drifted over from afar. When the sun sets, the scenery of the sea is particularly beautiful. La 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 la. Looks like the two of them have ended their fight. Whitebeard sat in his chair, sweeting his wine. By the boat, Marco. Okay. Hey, you've heard what Dad said, hurry up and land. Marco turned and shouted at the rest of the crew. The red Firth next door also followed quickly in the direction of the island. Soon the red hair pirates, the Whitebeard pirates and the beast pirates reunited. Shanks boarded Whitebeard's Moby DK with Rosen. 3 large bowls were placed in front of them, and the wine had already been filled. La 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 la. The battle between the two of you is really exciting. Compared to the past, your strength has increased a lot, red-haired boy. Whitebeard picked up a bowl of wine, and looked at Shanks, his eyes full of appreciation. It's been a long time since he's seen Shanks go all out. This battle allowed him to see the growth of Shanks, almost reaching his own height. Rosen sat down cross-legged, picked up the big bowl and drank all the wine in one gulp, wiped his mouth carelessly, and looked up at Whitebeard. You look in good spirits, Whitebeard. Advertisement. Shanks also noticed the change in Whitebeard, and looked at him with sparkling eyes. Whitebeard in front of the eyes gives people a feeling of vitality. It is full of a kind of exuberant and powerful vitality, which is not the same as the old man who was dying and dying. He knew in his heart that Whitebeard must have taken the medicine Rosen gave him. What shocked Shanks was that those 2 small pills could have such an amazing effect. La 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 la. There is still a duel between you and me, Rosen. Whitebeard laughed, but didn't explain what happened to him. Good. But this island can no longer withstand the contest between us, and there are some unsightly guys here. As Rosen said, he glanced slightly out of the ship's side. The distance on their side was so far away that ordinary people could barely see it. There were several warships floating on the sea at this time. These are all surveillance ships sent by Marine. Marine? These guys seem to be following us. Shanks smiled, already used to these things. La 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 la. Let's sail, little ones. Find a place where there are no eyesores. Whitebeard laughed and instructed Marco beside him. After speaking, he raised his wine bowl and touched Rosen and Shanks. 3 days later, another secluded sea area in New World. Several huge pirate ships are sailing slowly. These pirate ships are naturally from the Beast Pirates, Whitebeard Pirates and Red Hair Pirates. A suitable island has been found before, and it has been confirmed that no one is inhabited. On the deck of the Moby DK, the lookout reminded loudly. Through the telescope, he found an uninhabited deserted island about 10 nautical miles ahead. La 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 la. Go tell Rosen. Whitebeard laughed and stood up, walking to the bow, staring ahead. 0, seeking flowers, not far away, on the divine beast Xuanwu sailing side by side with the Moby DK. Advertisement Rosen was lying on a deck chair and basking comfortably in the sun. His face was covered with a piece of today's newspaper, and the message of conscription was clearly printed on the front page. Naval headquarters and world government are holding large conscription activities for the whole world. Ha, hoo, under the warm sun, Rosen was sleeping soundly, snoring loudly. Get up, Captain. Suddenly a loud shout sounded in his ears. Rosen opened his eyes suddenly, threw the newspaper off his face, and turned his head to find Yumato looking at him with a smile. Is it time for dinner? He looked around the deck and quickly noticed Marco standing not far away. Really, you guys know how to eat. You can eat so much, why don't you gain weight? Yumato complained angrily. Marco, what are you doing here? Rosen ignored Yumato, rubbed his eyes and asked. Father asked me to inform Mr. Rosen that you have reached the target island ahead. What is Mr. Rosen referring to? It seems that your father, Whitebeard, is also a little impatient. Would you like to make a bet? Bet? Rosen jumped up from the recliner almost all at once. Walking to Marco's side, Rosen patted him on the shoulder lightly. How about it, Marco? Haven't we already discussed this matter, Mr. Rosen? I will not leave Dad. Finally found the right place. Rosen nodded sleepily. After simply exercising his muscles, he walked towards Marco with high spirits. Hearing Rosen's words, Marco suddenly smiled wryly. If I beat your daddy Whitebeard, how about you joining my beast pirates? Oh. Marco put away his smile and showed puzzled eyes. Marco shook his head, his tone and eyes were very firm. Seeing his serious face, Rosen laughed loudly. I'm just kidding you. Suddenly he remembered something, and suddenly the whole person became energetic. 382 Five Elders Proposal. Sighing silently in his heart, Rosen took 2 steps forward, jumped lightly, and jumped onto the Moby DK next door. He thought that after he gave Whitebeard 2 elixirs to help Whitebeard recover from injuries and cure diseases, Marco would join his team out of emotion. Now it seems that this idea is indeed a bit unrealistic. It's a pity that such an excellent man can't be his subordinate. He jumped on Whitebeard's boat and found that Shanks had already arrived, drinking and chatting with Whitebeard. La 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 la. Are you finally awake, Rosen? Whitebeard laughed and looked at Rosen. He deliberately delayed for 3 days before notifying Rosen that he had found a suitable island. In fact, it was just for Rosen to rest and recover. After all, Rosen had fought Shanks for 7 days and 7 nights before the 313. When I think that I can fight with you immediately, all the drowsiness will disappear. Rosen sat down with a smile and poured himself a large bowl of wine very naturally. The island is just ahead, old man. I am also looking forward to the battle with you. La 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 la. Whitebeard grabbed the half-person high jug beside him and gulped it down. In the sky, several albatrosses circled to follow the movement of the ships on the sea. And in another sea area of New World, on the huge news ship. Morgans laughed. He, just finished fighting Shanks. Is it Whitebeard's turn again? The world's strongest attack, Beast Rosen challenged the world's strongest man Whitebeard. This news will definitely be more exciting than the last one. Sales are skyrocketing. Ha 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 ha. Hey, little ones, hurry up and take action. Print this newspaper and send it out. Morgans ordered to a large group of subordinates. Soon, albatrosses were flying in all directions with a large number of the latest newspapers. A town in the New World. Advertisement. Hey, have you heard? The strongest man in the world, Whitebeard, Edward Newgate, is going to have a duel with the Beast Rosen. What? Is the news true? That monster Rosen just fought the red-haired Shanks. Did those two decide the outcome? Now it's time to challenge Whitebeard? Since Rosen is going to challenge Whitebeard, does that mean he has defeated Shanks? Has another 4 emperors failed? What is the origin of this Beast Rosen? In just over a year, he has become a famous pirate in the sea, and he has defeated Kaido, Big Mom, and Shanks one after another. Now, he wants to challenge the world's most powerful pirate again. The strong man is really scary. I just want to know where the news came from. If those 2 people really want to fight, I really hope to witness it with my own eyes. Big news from the newspapers of Morgans. The exact location is unknown, but it seems that war is about to start. The strongest man in the world vs the mythical beast Rosen. What will be the result? West Blue, Shanks' hometown. Have you heard? The red-haired Shanks was defeated by Rosen. Another 4 emperors fell into the hands of that man. What? Shanks lost the battle? That's impossible. Are you kidding? That's Shanks. We're the pride of West Blue, a true strongman of the sea. The news hasn't been confirmed yet, but judging from the clues reported so far, I'm afraid this matter is close to 10. Was it defeated by the mythical beast Rosen? Damn, even Shanks. The divine beast Rosen is simply too terrifying, and its strength is unimaginable. Whitebeard is going to fight Rosen. The location is on an island in the New World. From this alone, it can be inferred that if Shanks didn't lose the battle, at least he didn't. There is no defeat or victory. It is impossible for the duel between the 2 men to have such a thing as a tie. So, Shanks really lost to the beast Rosen? The duel between the strongest man in the world and the White Tiger, the most powerful beast. It's about to explode. These hateful big pirates. What are they going to do to this world? Is it going to be destroyed? Will there be another war? Holy Land Mariajoy, Pangu City. Rosen is going to challenge Whitebeard? Has the news been confirmed? So to speak, Shanks the Redhead has. Advertisement. This divine beast Rosen is indeed very troublesome. If you continue to let him go on like this, I'm afraid the world will fall into a huge panic. For our world government, the impact of this kind of thing is also very huge. Some franchise countries have questioned this. We must quickly find a way to control the situation. In the luxurious conference room, as the 5 elders talked, their expressions all sank. The summit war at Marineford has proven many things. For a while, they couldn't think of a way to deal with the beast pirates. Why don't you try to recruit the beast Rosen and the entire beast pirate group again? After a while, one of the 5 elders, who was in charge of diplomacy, made such a proposal. Are you recruiting? We have tried to give him the identity and privileges of 7 warlords of the sea before, but Rosen has rejected our invitation. What reason do we need to write his identity to recruit him now? So while recruiting security, we must ask other crew members to disperse and take up different positions in different regions, or let them be dismissed on the spot. If this person can be recruited peacefully, it will be a great thing for our world government. Everyone was talking, and fell into silence again. If that doesn't work, how about making him the Red Line's chief of guard? Good. After a while, 5 elders, who was in charge of the 0.9 military, nodded, indicating that he agreed with the proposal. But, it's obviously unrealistic for the entire beast pirates to go to the Holy Land of Mariajoy. He hesitated to speak. I have a better proposal. The rest of the 5 elders stared. At this time, the bald 5 elders, who had been silent all this time, spoke slowly. It's definitely not okay to make him a marine. You can try to contact the beast Rosen to see how he behaves. Are you worried that he might be bad for the Holy Land Mariajoy? The 5 elders of the law added. Admiral of the army, stationed at the Holy Land Mariajoy, this position should be attractive to him. 383 Marine Revolution. Hearing the mysterious voice of the bald 5 elders, several other people looked at him. What good proposal do you have? Asked the 5 elders of the law. The bald-headed 5 elders seemed to have a certain chance of winning, and they had a plan in their chests. After sneering contemptuously, he looked at the others sharply, and said calmly, it's better to set up an ambush to catch him or just directly. Rosen has already rejected us once, and openly participated in the summit war in Marineford. He personally destroyed the trap carefully prepared by the Marine and world government for the Whitebeard pirates. Such a man is not only a huge threat to us, but it is absolutely impossible for him to truly submit to us. Recruiting him to the holy place of Mariajoy is nothing more than seeking skins from tigers and luring wolves into the house. The most direct and effective way is to set up an ambush to kill them and destroy the entire beast pirate group. The analysis of the bald 5 elders further expanded the concerns of the other 5 elders about recruiting the god beast pirates. For a while, several other 07 people also thought that what he said was very reasonable. So, how do we set up an ambush to kill Rosen? After thinking for a while, everyone nodded their heads and asked. Rosen's strength is incomparable. He defeated Kaido, Charlotte Linlin and Shanks in a row. His strength is beyond our control. And he also has more than a dozen powerful crew members whose strength cannot be ignored. In the face of such an opponent, we must ensure that nothing will go wrong, so this ambush plan must be done seamlessly, and there must be no mistakes. Once it is implemented, it must absolutely guarantee that the enemy will be killed, and the grass will be wiped out. Otherwise there will be endless troubles. The tone of the bald 5 elders became serious. The summit war that broke out in Naval Headquarters Marineford not long ago, they are one of the very few people in the world who witnessed the whole process with their own eyes. The performance of the beast pirates deeply shocked these top powerhouses who ruled the world. Especially Rosen's divine beast white tiger form. Even if a few of them make a shot themselves, they are not sure that they can defeat their opponents. I think we have to come up with a reasonable plan first, so that the beast Rosen believes that we are sincerely recruiting him. If he is not fooled, there will be no other actions at all. That's right. And all of them must be driven into a real desperate situation, so that they cannot escape. There is no threat to them at sea. When the 5 elders said this, a place came to mind at the same time. Advertisement. It would be best to launch an attack there. It's just that they may not be in charge of this matter, they need the consent of the adult. Just when everyone was lost in thought and none of them spoke, there was a knock on the door of the conference room. They don't need to see people, they know who is coming. Commander-in-Chief Kong. Come in, 5 elders said to the door. Soon Kong walked up to the 5 people with vigorous steps. Sangoku has submitted a letter of resignation to Kong. He took the initiative to stand up and take responsibility for the failure of Marineford to suppress the Whitebeard pirates. But I haven't agreed to his request to resign. In Kong's hand, he held the resignation letter sent by Sangoku himself. What he meant, of course, was that he didn't want Sangoku to leave Marine's team, and he was also asking 5 elders for their opinions. 5 elders looked at each other upon hearing this. After a few seconds of silence, one of them said calmly, now the world government is hiring people. The big conscription operation has just started so far, and it will take some time to select talents. For Sangoku, let him stay in the marine for now. It was the 5 elders who spoke, who were in charge of the military. Several other people also nodded slightly when they heard the words. While Sangoku must take responsibility for the failure of Marineford's summit war, his fighting prowess cannot be ignored. It would be great if he could make up for his mistakes and participate in the action of encircling and suppressing the ambush and killing the beast pirates. I think so too, but, Kong hesitated to speak. Just what? Sangoku is determined to resign, not that I don't want to keep him. These words made the faces of 5 elders sink slightly. Several people fell silent for a moment. After a while, 5 elders, who was in charge of the law, waved his hand. Since Sangoku has made a decision, let him go. Advertisement, but one person must remain in the marine. And this person must stay, no matter what, he can't be allowed to leave. My lord, do you mean Garp? Kong asked. Good. Garp is the legendary hero of marine, has supreme prestige among marine, and is the spiritual pillar in need. The marshal can be replaced if he is gone, but as long as Garp is alive, he must be a marine. The 5 elders nodded simultaneously. Of course, these are just superficial rhetoric. The real reason for keeping Garp in marine is clear to everyone including Kong. If Garp is freed from the control of marine and world government, no one can guarantee that he will turn his head to help his son and grandson. Under the premise of countering the great pirates of the New World and balancing the forces of the three parties, the role of the 7 warlords of the sea cannot be ignored. Therefore, it is absolutely impossible to let Garp leave Marine's team. I see. There is indeed one. Garp's son is the revolutionary dragon, and his grandson is the newcomer to the pirates who has recently gained fame, 663 inches Luffy, the Hat Boy. After a moment, the bald 5 elders shook his head. The Marineford generals and schools jointly demanded the abolition of the 7 warlords of the sea system. This family of 3, except for Garp, is a threat that cannot be ignored for the world government. After listening to his explanation, the 5 elders did not speak immediately, but fell into deep thought in silence. Anything else? Because of the evil incident that happened before when Blackbeard invaded the Impel prison as a Shichibukai and released a large number of vicious prisoners held there is such a request. This matter does not need to be dealt with for the time being. Kong nodded, but didn't leave. The 5 elders looked at him at the same time. Kong explained. While what happened with Blackbeard is indeed bad, now is not the time to abolish the Shichibukai system. 384 Battle, Whitebeard Pirates. I see. Kong nodded, then let's take my leave first. After speaking, he turned around and walked out of the meeting room quickly. After he left, 5 elders returned to the topic of Whitebeard and the monster pirates. Several people discussed for a while how to deal with the beast pirates. Suddenly someone asked, is there anything that can be used in the duel between Whitebeard and Rosen? According to the current intelligence, there is no such possibility. Now the Red Hair Pirates, the Whitebeard Pirates, and the Beast Pirates, there is a faint tendency for these 3 big pirates to form an alliance. Although Shanks may not do that, I'm afraid he will definitely not be an enemy of those 2 men. As for Whitebeard, after the Marineford War, Whitebeard and Rosen are unlikely to be enemies. This contest is more of a competition to prove one's own strength to the other party and confirm the gap between oneself and the other party. 5 elders, who is in charge of intelligence, analyzed. He is in charge of the CP organization of the world government. No matter what happens in the world, he will be the first to know the situation. Therefore, the analysis made by him will be more convincing. Hearing what he said, the other 5 elders fell silent again. If that's the case, then the plan has been decided for the time being. The first thing is to gain the trust of the beast Rosen, and let him believe that we really want to recruit him. However, I'm afraid this is not a task that can be completed in a short period of time. It will take a little time, and a suitable candidate must be selected. In terms of candidates, we must choose someone who is absolutely reliable. We haven't found a suitable candidate yet, but there is one thing that needs to be clarified. He must have the Eudemon's Devil Fruit ability, the bald 5 elders said in a deep voice with burning eyes. Several other people did not speak, and everyone understood why the other party said that. Because according to the known information, the beast Rosen will only recruit crew members with the ability of the Phantom Beast Devil Fruit. Now go ask Sama for his opinion first. The bald-headed 5-year-old Shinjin and the others didn't speak, so they spoke again. Several huge pirate ships slowly approached the deserted island. The pirate group to which the ship belongs is naturally owned by Whitebeard, Rosen and Shanks. Advertisement: the size of this island is much larger than the one Rosen and Shanks fought before. According to visual estimation, it has a size of nearly 100 square kilometers. The island has lush forests and towering mountains. From time to time, there were roars and roars of ferocious beasts in the lush jungle. La 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 la. If you are here, you can finally fight with your hands and feet free. Whitebeard strode off the boat with a naginata in his hand, and turned to Rosen with a big laugh. The latter jumped up and landed beside the other side easily and calmly. The newcomer should just stay on the boat and watch the battle. If you go down rashly, if you are accidentally affected by the battle, you may lose your life. Marco disembarked with Shanks, and did not forget to smile and turn his head to look at the expectant faces on the deck. Even as captains, facing the aftermath of that level of battle, I'm afraid we can't resist it, ha 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 ha. Today's battle will definitely be recorded in the annals of history. The senior cadres of the Whitebeard Pirates walked off the ship one by one. On the other end, the other members of the Beast Pirates and the core members of the Red Hair Pirates also followed. And above them, albatrosses unleashed by Morgans circled high above with videophone bugs. La 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 la. Marco, don't get too close. Whitebeard walked a few steps along the beach, and gave instructions to Marco and the others. Everyone just wait here. Marco stopped and turned to look at the others. Shanks put one hand on his waist and smiled, watching the two go to the distance. Really, it's so troublesome to start a fight. It's fine if you just start the fight. More than a dozen crew members including Yumato, Cavendish, Kazuki Hiyori, and Garret followed and stood beside Shanks, Marco and others. Mr. Shanks, your swordsmanship is very powerful. Would you like to fight 10 times with me? Cavendish noticed that Shanks was watching them, so he stepped forward and smiled. Oh, you are one of the former supernovas, Captain Cavendish of the Handsome Pirates, right? I've heard your name. If you want to challenge me, you can always accompany me. Advertisement: however, more exciting battles are about to be presented now. After watching them, how will my place be? Shanks smiled at Cavendish's challenge. No problem. Cavendish smiled slightly, let go of the demon sword Muramami's hand, and took half a step back. He was a little excited and looking forward to it. I didn't expect that I had grown to this point, and finally had the opportunity to make friends with these sea emperors who ruled the world. This is an unprecedented honor. Regardless of the result of the victory or defeat, even if I lose to Shanks in the end, it is at least a recognition of my hard work during this period of time. What about me? What about me? As soon as Yumato heard that the two of them were going to compete, he immediately became interested. Do you want to fight with that bird over there? She looked at Marco. My name is Marco, but you are so energetic, Kaido's daughter. Yeah, I'm full of energy, so you want to fight me? No, I think it's better to forget it, I may not be your opponent. Marco glanced at the other party, couldn't help but shook his head with a wry smile. I thought to myself that Kaido's daughter is really good at fighting. Every time I see her, she is either challenging others or on the way to challenge others. The money is good, but saying that he is not Yumato's opponent is not a modest rhetoric from Marco. The dozen or so members of the beast pirates in front of me are all phantom beast demon fruit power just like me. But the Eudemon's devil fruit abilities they have are obviously different from their own. The performance of these guys on the Marineford battlefield has been witnessed by all members of the Whitebeard pirates. Almost everyone is capable of playing back and forth with Marine Admiral. Especially this Yumato, as the daughter of Kaido of the Beasts, she not only inherited Kaido's super physical fitness, but also has the same powerful fighting power as Kaido. In the Summit War at Marineford, even Sakuzuki found it difficult to compete with Marine Admiral Akainu. Compared with Marine's Akainu Sakuzuki, there is still a certain gap in his own strength. Marco still has this self-knowledge. 385 Conqueror's Confrontation. Snort. Coward. Hey, that stern-faced guy over there, that's right, it's you, do you want to fight with me? Yumato cocked his chin at Ben Beckman beside Shanks. No. Ben Beckman crossed his arms and glanced at Yumato, shaking his head and rejecting Yumato. He has no interest in fighting women. If the other members of the monster pirates challenge themselves, maybe Ben Beckman would. Of course, it still depends on your mood. Cut. Another coward. Yumato curled his lips, his eyes swept over the rest of the people one by one. Except for Shanks, Marco, and Ben Beckman, the strength of the others is at most the level of Marine Vice Admiral. For an opponent of this strength, to put it a bit exaggerated, if Yumato thundered 8 trigrams with a mace, they might not be able to bear it. Yumato looked down on opponents who were about to fall after a few rounds. What she hopes is a hardy battle. Hey, they don't fight, do you want to come and compete with me? The captain said that only in competition can 540 grow faster. Yumato turned around and looked at the dozen or so companions behind him. Garret and Afra immediately shook their heads and rejected each other. Rockwell also avoided Yumato's gaze. Don't look at me, big sister, I just want to watch the battle between Mr. Captain and Mr. Whitebeard. The villain Leo also shook his head and moved outside the team. Cut. Boring. What about you? Do you want to play a game with me? I see that your strength has improved rapidly recently, and I am afraid that you have already surpassed me? Advertisement. Yumato's eyes fell on the face of the ghost man Akin. The latter broke out in a cold sweat. How can you tell that I am stronger than you? While Yumato was pestering the other crew members, he insisted on trying to compete with them. Red hair pirate sniper Usopp looked to Izzy. You're the sniper on Rosen's ship. Seeing that the members of the beast pirates were so enthusiastic, Usopp immediately became interested and took the initiative to talk to Eyes. My name is Izzy. The other party nodded politely and smiled. Izzy, what a great name, but I've never heard of you before. What's the name of your weapon? I've never seen such a sniper rifle. Usopp curiously pointed to the bullet on Izzy's body. This is. Izzy is about to take off the bullet with infinite bullets, and give Usopp a good introduction to the treasure that his captain brother Rosen gave him. At this moment, there was a muffled, rumbling, sound in the distance. The sound wave like rolling thunder came quickly, accompanied by 2 terrifying top-level conquerors hockey. Call. The gust of wind whizzed like a knife and sword, and instantly destroyed the vegetation and boulders near and far. The uninhabited island, which was still lush and green, looked like a shaved head at the moment when the conquerors' confrontation broke out between Whitebeard and Rosen. Oops. We forgot that our ship was so close that if it was hit by the aftermath of the impact at this distance, the ship would be smashed to pieces. This terrible scene aroused everyone's vigilance. Especially members of the Whitebeard pirates and the Red Hair pirates. Their ships do not have the powerful defenses of the divine beast Xuanwu and the Brachiosaurus. If it is hit hard by that terrifying AHEB shockwave, it is guaranteed to be torn apart and shattered on the spot. Hey, Xuanwu, advertisement, help them. The villain Leo heard the worries of these people, and said to the huge mythical beast Xuanwu behind him. Hearing his words, members of the Whitebeard pirates and the Red Hair pirates all turned their heads to look at Xuanwu curiously. Although they already knew at this time that the giant ship in front of them was not a dead thing, but a living creature in myths and legends, Xuanwu. But all of them still had burning eyes, wondering how Xuanwu would protect them. I saw Xuanwu slowly raised his head. A soft energy barrier bloomed from his body. This semicircular barrier not only completely wrapped and protected the Xuanwu and Brachiosaurus, and quickly spread from those 2 ships to the front of Sao Bitic and Reed Fosca. Wow, is this the strongest defense of the mythical beast Xuanwu? It's really powerful? It looks very solid. Ordinary crew members couldn't help but gasp in amazement. At this time, Shanks, Ben Beckman and other top players are really concerned about the Conqueror's match between Whitebeard and Rosen in the distance. La 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 la. Whitebeard deserves to be the strongest man in the world. After recovering from his physical injury, his strength is much stronger than before. Competing with Rosen's haki at this moment, he didn't lose at all. And as Whitebeard laughed, suddenly the power of Conqueror's haki on him increased further. In the middle of the air, the tornado formed by the two groups of haki of different colors fiercely confronting each other began to crush Sen's side. Boom, boom. The contest between the two once again triggered the vision of heaven and earth. Wave after wave of extremely tyrannical shockwaves spread out in all directions. There were no clouds in the sky for a long time, but it was shrouded in purple-black energy. Lightning bolts fell down, and at the same time, the sea was churning crazily. In just a few seconds, the originally calm sea has become rough. The uninhabited desert island with an area of 100 square kilometers began to tremble violently in the confrontation between these two top powerhouses in the world. The earth cracked and the mountains crumbled and shattered. Shocking cracks appeared on the surface. 386 The Battle of the Strongest Man. La 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 la. Can't stand it anymore, Rosen? I haven't tried my best yet. Whitebeard laughed, and the conquerors on his body increased, for the second time. This time, the tornado formed by the terrifying haki bursting out from his body directly increased in size by nearly 1/2. It was noticeably stronger than Rosen's haki tornado in an instant, and began to roll towards Rosen at a faster speed. Whitebeard wins the contest at Conquerors. There was shock in Shank's eyes. For Whitebeard in front of him, the strength has already made him feel very troublesome. This is by no means the old man who was in pain and dying. Rather, the real strongest man in the world. It seems that the injuries and diseases on his body have indeed been completely cured. This is Whitebeard's real peak strength. Ben Beckman couldn't help but admire. Facing the terrifying Conqueror's haki rushing towards him like a violent storm and huge waves, Rosen's eyes became more and more excited. After being treated with 9 transformations golden elixir and panacea, the current Whitebeard is indeed significantly stronger than Shanks and the other 4 emperors. Even the Conqueror's haki displayed at this time is so different. This is the strength of the strongest man in the world that Rosen expects. You did not disappoint me, Whitebeard. Advertisement. Rosen grinned excitedly, completely releasing all the Conqueror's haki in his body. The purple-black Conqueror's haki seems to become more intense at this moment. As a result, even the sky became darker and darker. In the dense energy group formed with the purple-black haki, more lightning appeared. Boom. The two strands of haki collided again in midair, and there was a loud bang. In an instant, the island where Rosen and Whitebeard were located began to shatter violently. And the Conqueror's tornado, which was slowly crushing towards Rosen, started to move away from Rosen again, and was slowly pushed towards Whitebeard's position bit by bit. La 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 la. Have you had any reservations, too? Whitebeard laughed, but couldn't hide his surprise. He didn't expect that Rosen could successfully counterattack under the crush of his top conquerors. It seems that even though I had a high opinion of Rosen before, I still underestimated this newcomer who suddenly rose in the sea. But Whitebeard didn't feel afraid because of this, on the contrary he became more excited. In my peak period, very few people dared to challenge me. Kaido is one of them. But even the dragon with the strongest vitality was defeated by Whitebeard more than once. Therefore, for Rosen, who also has the strength to defeat Kaido, Whitebeard is now more and more impatient to fight his opponent with all his strength. Great. Bro Rosen fought back against Whitebeard. 0. Seeking flowers, 0 advertisement. What a powerful conqueror's haki, brother Rosen is too strong. Whitebeard is also so strong, they're both real monsters. Today. Anyway, don't underestimate Whitebeard and Captain Rosen, they're the first-class superpowers in this world. Their voices were undisguised, and everyone was speaking freely. It made me want to challenge that man, Of course, except Miss Garret and Miss Hiyori. The members of the Beast Pirates couldn't help talking. Cavendish glanced at Yumato and shook his head. That's true, I guess half a month is too short. After a moment of daze, Ying couldn't help but waved his mace. Certainly surpassed Yumato himself. Is this what Whitebeard's strength is when he's back to his prime? I don't think Rosen is good. Do not make jokes. The strength displayed by Whitebeard in front of him completely surpassed his father Kaido. 100 tricks. And, at this time, the militant Yumato was also dumbfounded, shocked by the power displayed by Whitebeard. Forget it, it is estimated that if we really fight Whitebeard, each of us can't survive 100 moves. The strongest man in the world, so will he change hands today? The battle between the two men, I'm afraid it will be difficult to tell the winner without half a month. 386 The True Overlord. Hearing Cavendish's words, Izzy stared at Whitebeard like a torch, and beside him, the ghost man Ajin, Rockwell, the villain Leo and others silently compare the gap between themselves and Whitebeard in their hearts. HMPH, Whitebeard doesn't know, but I'm sure I can survive 100 moves in a one-on-one match against Rosen. Yumato waved his mace reluctantly, however, her tone seemed so lacking in confidence. 897. As for the other crew members, they were even more silent about what Yumato said. Obviously, everyone is uncertain about whether they can survive 100 moves in the hands of Whitebeard in his prime. Boy Rosen. Shanks, who was watching the battle from a distance, saw the haki shown by Whitebeard, but was successfully pushed back by Rosen, also full of shock and astonishment. He's also played against Rosen before, and the two fought for 7 days and 7 nights. But Rosen has never shown such a powerful conquerors. I always thought that the other party was just on par with me, but I didn't expect. Did he keep his hand on purpose, to use it against Whitebeard? Advertisement figured this out quickly. Instead of feeling that he was underestimated by Rosen, Shanks understood the other party's thoughts a little bit. He showed a smile, and his eyes became more and more expectant. La 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 la. Facing the conquerors who was pushing back against him, Whitebeard gained strength for the third time. Soon his haki was gaining the upper hand again, slowly pushing back towards Rosen. Hey hey. Rosen gritted her teeth, exerting all her strength to increase her strength again. Haki started being pushed towards Whitebeard by him again. The two sides just come and go, constantly carrying out a tug-of-war conquerors confrontation. This contest lasted about half an hour. Just the duel of haki has caused an island with an area of more than 100 square kilometers to be almost razed to the ground. The calm sea has also become choppy and choppy. Advertisement. The world within a radius of tens of kilometers is a unique space formed by purple-black haki, which is like an energy field. Eventually, the Conqueror's tornado, slowly being pushed back in reverse, came to a complete standstill at the halfway point between Rosen and Whitebeard, slightly to Rosen's side. The terrifying haki confrontation has finally come to an end. Even though Rosen gave it his all, it was Whitebeard's conquerors that came out on top. As expected of the strongest man in the world, strength deserves a name, Whitebeard. At least until I met me, it was true. Rosen looked at Whitebeard seriously and admired. He wasn't too upset about losing to Whitebeard at Conquerors. On the contrary, it is precisely because of the gap between himself and Whitebeard that Rosen feels the size of the world and at the same time wants to become stronger in 5.8. Because in this world, besides Whitebeard, he still has a goal he wants to challenge. That guy's strength is also unfathomable, compared to Whitebeard who is in the peak state in front of him. I'm afraid it's not much better. In order to successfully defeat the opponent, Rosen needs to be fully prepared. 388 peak Whitebeard's strength, la 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 la. Now can the real battle begin? Whitebeard slowly put away the conquerors that was placed in the infinite distance, and looked at Rosen expectantly with a big smile. He can't wait now, he wants to use his most powerful move to greet the young man in front of him. As you wish, Whitebeard, Pale Claw, Rosen grinned, and also put away the conquerors that he released. Immediately after, he jumped up and raised his hand to shoot Whitebeard. When the knife-sharp claws flew out, 07 immediately entangled with the top-armed color and conquerors. While the two forces boosted the attack, it also turned Rosen's claw attack into a real long-range attack. The clear paw prints appeared in the air, and before they touched Whitebeard's 20 meters in front of him, they had already produced a terrifying and unimaginable destructive force. The entire space seemed to be severely torn apart by this claw. The distance poses a serious threat. Ordinary people, even Shanks, would not dare to take Rosen's claws lightly. Advertisement, but Whitebeard was calm. Instead of dodging or dodging, he was still grinning. La 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 la. Is this your true level? This claw is not bad, but it's not enough to pose a threat to Lousy and me. At the same time as the voice sounded, Whitebeard suddenly made a fist with his left hand. With a boom, a circle of white empty waves immediately covered his huge fist. Crack, click, as Whitebeard clenched his left hand into an empty wave, the air around his fist also showed obvious cracks. The power of shock fruit. Among the crowd watching from a distance, the villain Leo couldn't help exclaiming. Although I have seen it, in the Summit War in Marineford, Whitebeard showed this kind of power that can easily destroy an island, a country, or even the entire world. But when they saw it again at this moment, everyone was still amazed and envious. As the first group of people who became Whitebeard's subordinates, Marco has almost witnessed the changes in Whitebeard's strength over the years. In other words, Whitebeard absolutely did not have this power before he was healed by the 9-turn golden pill and the panacea. Marco gasped. Advertisement, but now, Whitebeard's body has recovered. As soon as Diamond Joe's finished his words, Whitebeard in the distance raised his fist and slammed down on Rosen's claws. Looking at Whitebeard, who is as fierce as dragon and fierce as tiger, I felt something in my heart. The third team captain under Whitebeard's command, the same veteran backbone, couldn't help but burst into tears. Papa is already so powerful that we can't even imagine. This shows how powerful Whitebeard is now. Now just using the power of shock fruit with one punch, before even launching a real attack, can cause such a terrible change in the world. Because even the members of the Red Hair Pirates who hadn't participated in the Marineford War all saw it right now. Whitebeard's power is far beyond imagination. Before meeting Rosen, each of them thought Whitebeard was dead. No more worries about his health and longevity. Diamond 527 Chowzi's eyes were full of tears. From the heyday to the old age, Whitebeard's physical condition and strength have been declining to a certain extent every year. Father Whitebeard, who has returned to his peak state, not only has the strength of Conqueror's haki increased by a level, but his other strengths have also become stronger at the same time. Everyone knew in their hearts that Whitebeard was getting worse, but there was nothing they could do about it. Every day, everyone's biggest fear is that Whitebeard will leave suddenly. 389 White Tiger vs Shock Fruit. La 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 la. Whitebeard laughed loudly. Shock Fruit's power had already fully unfolded before his fist touched those tyrannical claw strikes. Amidst the muffled sound of rumbling, the cracks in the air extended infinitely. The ground under their feet also crumbled further. Countless pieces of rubble quickly floated towards the sky as if controlled by some kind of force. At the same time, the pale claw has also clashed with Shockfruit's power. Boom, the sky trembled, and the momentum was extraordinary. Then there was a crisp click. Rosen's pale claw attack was completely smashed by Whitebeard's punch. And his body flew backward uncontrollably. Seeing this scene, everyone including Shanks was immediately moved. Brother Captain, Izzy can hear everything. Advertisement. Therefore, he was the first to notice the changes in the battlefield situation than others. I heard clearly just now that Rosen has 3 ribs that were broken by the punch that Whitebeard just punched. In other words, under normal conditions, Rosen faced the strongest man in the world and was defeated with just 1 punch. Shock. At this moment, Izzy felt incomparably shocked. Apart from the deep shock in his heart, he couldn't find any words to describe the scene he just saw with his own eyes. The militant, Yumato, was also dumbfounded at this time. She finally didn't dare to say anything easily, and wanted to challenge Whitebeard in other silly words. There are so many top players in this world, and each of them is very difficult for us. But in this environment, Whitebeard is still recognized as the strongest man in the world. I never believed in the strongest in the world before, I just thought it was bragging. Now, I'm afraid I already understand why your father got such a title. Rockwell turned his head, looked at Marco and the others, and muttered to himself. Now I am convinced that it should be impossible for me to survive 100 rounds under that old man's hands. Advertisement Garret stared at Whitebeard's burly figure in the distance, and shook his head earnestly. She heard Cavendish's words before, so she naturally thought that she could survive 100 moves under Whitebeard's hands. After all, I have the power of the sun, which can make the opponent be affected by the slow deceleration state. At the same time, the power of the sun will enhance the strength of his moon lion form. This is the confidence of Garret. But after she really saw Whitebeard's shot, this confidence was completely shattered directly. Even big brother Rosen can't resist Whitebeard's punch. We want to survive 100 rounds under that man's hand. I'm afraid it's just a dream. The ghost Jin couldn't help but shook his head with a wry smile. He had the same idea as others before, with his Phantom Beast fruit ability. As long as he goes all out, there is no reason why he can't last 100 moves. It seems that it is still too young. The money is good. Because of that punch from Whitebeard just now, not only every member of the Mythical Beast Pirates was greatly shocked. At this moment, the members of Red Hair Pirates were also shocked. Especially Shanks. It seems that I still underestimated the true strength of Whitebeard after returning to his prime. Shanks smiled wryly and shook his head. It took him a while to come back to himself.